Chapters 17 to 19 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. That, therefore, which has the hyparxis of itself, and the whole of its essence defined in the good, and which by its very being produces all things, must necessarily be productive of every good, but of no evil. For if there was anything primarily good, which is not God, perhaps some one might say that divinity is indeed a cause of good, but that he does not impart to beings every good. If, however, not only every God is good, but that which is primarily boniform and beneficent is God, for that which is primarily good will not be the second after the Gods, because everywhere things which have a secondary subsistence receive the peculiarity of their hyparxis from those that subsist primarily. This being the case, it is perfectly necessary that divinity should be the cause of good, and of all such goods as proceed into secondary descents, as far as to the last of things. For as the power which is the cause of life gives subsistence to all life, as the power which is the cause of knowledge produces all knowledge, as the power which is the cause of beauty produces every thing beautiful, as well the beauty which is in words as that which is in the phenomena, and thus every primary cause produces all similars from itself, and binds to itself the one hypostasis of things which subsist according to one form. After the same manner, I think, the first and most principal good and uniform hyparxis establishes in and about itself the causes and comprehensions of all goods at once. Nor is there anything good which does not possess this power from it, nor beneficent which being converted to it does not participate of this cause. For all goods are from thence produced, perfected and preserved, and the one series and order of universal good depends on that fountain. Through the same cause of hyparxis, therefore, the Gods are the suppliers of all good, and of no evil. For that which is primarily good gives subsistence to every good from itself, and is not the cause of an allotment contrary to itself; since that which is productive of life is not the cause of the privation of life, and that which is the source of beauty is exempt from the nature of that which is void of beauty, and is deformed, and from the causes of this. Hence, of that which primarily constitutes good, it is not lawful to assert that it is the cause of contrary progeny, but the nature of goods proceeds from thence undefiled, unmingled and uniform. And the divine cause indeed of goods is established eternally in itself, extending to all secondary natures an unenvying and exuberant participation of good. Of its participants, however, some preserve the participation with incorruptible purity, receiving their proper good in undefiled bosoms, and thus, through an abundance of power, possess inevitably an allotment of goods adapted to them. But those natures which are arranged in the last of the whole of things, entirely indeed enjoy according to their nature the goodness of the Gods. For it is not possible that things perfectly destitute of good should either have a being or subsist at first. But receiving an efflux of this kind, they neither preserve the gift which pervades to them, pure and unmingled, nor do they retain their proper good stably, and with invariable sameness, but becoming imbecile, partial and material, and filled with the privation of vitality of their subject, they exhibit to order indeed the privation of order, to reason irrationality, and to virtue the contrary to it, vice. And with respect indeed to the natures which rank as wholes, each of these is exempt from a perversion of this kind, things more perfect in them always having dominion according to nature. But partial natures through a diminution of power always diverging into multitude, division and interval, obscure indeed the participation of good, but substitute the contrary in the mixture with good, and which is vanquished by the combination. For neither here is it lawful for evil to subsist unmingled, and perfectly destitute of good. But though some particular thing may be evil to a part, yet it is entirely good to the whole and to the universe. For the universe is always happy, and always consists of perfect parts, and which subsist according to nature. But that which is preternatural is always evil to partial natures, and deformity, privation of symmetry, perversion, and a resemblance of subsistence are in these. For that which is corrupted is indeed corrupted to itself, and departs from its proper perfection, but to the universe it is incorruptible and indestructible. And every thing which is deprived of good, so far indeed as pertains to itself and its own subsistence, is deprived of it through imbecility of nature. But it is good to the whole, and so far as it is a part of the universe. For it is not possible that either a privation of life, or deformity and immoderation, or in short privation, can be inserted in the universe, but its whole number is always perfect, being held together by the goodness of wholes, and life is every where present, together with existence, and the being perfect, so far as each thing gives completion to the whole. Divinity, therefore, as we have said, is the cause of good, but the shadowy subsistence of evil does not subsist from power, but from the imbecility of the natures which receive the illuminations of the Gods. Nor is evil in wholes, but in partial natures, nor yet in all these. For the first of partial natures and partial intellectual genera are eternally boniform. But the media among these, and which energize according to time, connecting the participation of the good with temporal mutation and motion, are incapable of preserving the gift of the Gods immovable, uniform and simple, by their variety obscuring the simplicity of this gift, by their multiform its uniform nature, and by their commixture its purity and incorruptibility. For they do not consist of incorruptible first genera, nor have they a simple essence, nor uniform powers, but such as are composed of the contraries to these, as Socrates somewhere says in the Phaedrus. And the last of partial natures, and which are also material, in a much greater degree pervert their proper good. For they are mingled with a privation of life, and have a subsistence resembling that of an image, since it is replete with much of nonentity, consists of things hostile to each other, and of circumstances which are mutable and dispersed through the whole of time, so that they never cease to evince in every thing that they are given up to corruption, privation of symmetry, deformity, and all various mutations, being not only extended in their energies, like the natures prior to them, but being replete both in their powers and energies with that which is preternatural, and with material imbecility. For things which become situated in a foreign place, by co-introducing whole together with form, rule over the subject nature, but again receding to that which is partial from their proper wholeness, and participating of partibility, imbecility, war, and the division which is the source of generation, they are necessarily all variously changed. Neither, therefore, is every being perfectly good. For there would not be the corruption and generation of bodies, nor the purification and punishment of souls. Nor is there any evil in wholes. For the world would not be a blessed God, if the most principal parts of which it consists were imperfect. Nor are the Gods the causes of evils in the same manner as they are of goods. But evil originates from the imbecility of the recipients of good, and a subsistence in the last of things. Nor is the evil which has a shadowy subsistence in partial natures unmingled with good. But this participates of it in a certain respect, by its very existence being detained by good. Nor, in short, is it possible for evil, which is perfectly destitute of all good, to have a subsistence. For evil itself is even beyond that which in no respect whatever has an existence, just as the good itself is beyond that which is perfectly being. Nor is the evil which is in partial natures left in a disordered state, but even this is made subservient to good purposes by the Gods, and on this account justice purifies souls from depravity. But another order of Gods purifies from the depravity which is in bodies. All things, however, are converted as much as possible to the goodness of the Gods, and wholes indeed remain in their proper boundaries, and also the perfect and beneficent genera of beings. But more partial and imperfect natures are adorned and arranged in a becoming manner, become subservient to the completion of wholes, are called upward to the beautiful, are changed, and in every way enjoy the participation of the good, so far as this can be accomplished by them. For there cannot be a greater good to each of these than what the Gods impart according to measures to their progeny. But all things, each separately and all in common, receive such a portion of good as it is possible for them to participate. But if some things are filled with greater, and others with less goods, the power of the recipients and the measures of the distribution must be assigned as the cause of this. For different things are adapted to different beings according to their nature. But the Gods always extend good, in the same manner as the sun always emits light. For a different thing receives this light differently according to its order, and receives the greatest portion of light it is capable of receiving. For all things are led according to justice, and good is not absent from any thing, but is present to everything according to an appropriate boundary of participation. And, as the Athenian guest says, all things are in a good condition, and are arranged by the Gods. Let no one therefore say that there are precedaneous productive principles of evil in nature, or intellectual paradigms of evils, in the same manner as there are of goods, or that there is a malefic soul, or an evil producing cause in the Gods. Nor let him introduce sedition and eternal war against the first good. For all these are foreign from the science of Plato, and being more remote from the truth, wander into barbaric folly and gigantic mythology. Nor, if certain persons speaking obscurely in arcane narrations devise things of this kind, shall we make any alteration in the apparent apparatus of what they indicate. But the truth indeed of those things is to be investigated, and in the meantime the science of Plato must be genuinely received in the pure bosoms of the soul, and must be preserved undefiled and unmingled with contrary opinions. (Ch. 18). In the next place, let us survey the immutability and simplicity of the Gods, what the nature of each of them is, and how both these appear to be adapted to the hyparxis of the Gods, according to the narration of Plato. The Gods therefore are exempt from the whole of things, but filling these, as we have said, with good, they are themselves perfectly good. Each of them, according to his proper order, possesses that which is most excellent, and the whole genus of the Gods is at once allotted predominance according to an exuberance of good. But here again we must oppose those who interpret in a divisible manner that which is most excellent in the Gods, and who say that if the first cause is most excellent, that which is posterior to the first is not so. For it is necessary, say they, that what is produced should be inferior to that by which it is produced. And this indeed is rightly asserted by them. For it is necessary in the Gods to preserve the order of causes unconfused, and to define separately their second and third progressions. But together with a progression of this kind, and with the unfolding into light of things secondary from those that are first, that which is most excellent must also be surveyed in each of the Gods. For each of the Gods, in his own characteristic peculiarity, is allotted a transcendency which is primary and perfectly good. One of them indeed, that we may speak of something known, is allotted this transcendency, and is most excellent as possessing a prophetic power; another as demiurgic; but another as a perfecter of works. And Timaeus, indicating this to us, continually calls the first demiurgus the best of causes. For the world, says he, is the most beautiful of generated natures, and its artificer is the best of causes, though the intelligible paradigm, and which is the most beautiful of intelligibles, is prior to the demiurgus. But this is most beautiful, and at the same time most excellent, as the demiurgic paradigm; and the maker, and at the same time father of the universe, is most excellent as a demiurgic God. In the Republic also, Socrates, speaking of the Gods, very properly observes that each of them, being as much as possible most beautiful and most excellent, remains always with a simplicity of subsistence in his own form. For each of them being allotted that which is first, and the summit in his own series, does not depart from his own order, but contains the blessedness and felicity of his own proper power. And neither does he exchange his present for a worse order. For it is not lawful for that which possesses all virtue to be changed into a worse condition, nor does he pass into a better order. For where can there be anything better than that which is most excellent? But this is present with each of the divinities according to his own order, as we have said, and also with every genus of the Gods. It is necessary, therefore, that every divine nature should be established immutably, abiding in its own accustomed manner. Hence, from these things, the self‐sufficiency, undefiled purity, and invariable sameness of subsistence of the Gods is apparent. For if they are not changed to a more excellent condition of being, as possessing that which is best in their own nature, they are sufficient to themselves, and are not in want of any good. And if they are not at any time changed to a worse condition, they remain undefiled, established in their own transcendencies. If also they guard the perfection of themselves immutably, they subsist always with invariable sameness. What the self‐sufficiency therefore of the Gods is, what their immutability, and what their sameness of subsistence, we shall in the next place consider. The world, then, is said to be self‐sufficient, because its subsistence is perfect from things perfect, and a whole from wholes, and because it is filled with all appropriate goods from its generating Father. But a perfection and self‐sufficiency of this kind is partible, and is said to consist of many things coalescing in one, and is filled from separate causes according to participation. The order of divine souls also is said to be self‐sufficient, as being full of appropriate virtues, and always preserving the measure of its own blessedness without indigence. But here likewise the self‐sufficiency is in want of powers. For these souls have not their intellections directed to the same intelligibles, but they energize according to time, and obtain the complete perfection of their contemplation in whole periods of time. The self‐sufficiency therefore of divine souls, and the whole perfection of their life, is not at once present. Again, the intellectual world is said to be self‐sufficient, as having its whole good established in eternity, comprehending at once its whole blessedness, and being indigent of nothing, because all life and all intelligence are present with it, and nothing is deficient, nor does it desire anything as absent. But this, indeed, is sufficient to itself in its own order, yet it falls short of the self‐sufficiency of the Gods. For every intellect is boniform, yet is not goodness itself, nor primarily good, but each of the Gods is a unity, hyparxis and goodness. The peculiarity, however, of hyparxis changes the progression of the goodness of each. For one divinity is a perfective goodness, another is a goodness connective of the whole of things, and another is a collective goodness. But each is simply a goodness sufficient to itself. Or it may be said that each is a goodness possessing the self‐sufficient and the all‐perfect, neither according to participation nor illumination, but by being that very thing which it is. For intellect is sufficient to itself by participation, and soul by illumination, but this universe according to a similitude to a divine nature. The Gods themselves, however, are self‐sufficient through and by themselves, filling themselves, or rather subsisting as the plenitudes of all good. But with respect to the immutability of the Gods, of what kind shall we say it is? is it such as that of a naturally circulating body. For neither is this adapted to receive any thing from inferior natures, nor is it filled with the mutation arising from generation, and the disorder which occurs in the sublunary regions. For the nature of the celestial bodies is immaterial and immutable. But this indeed is great and venerable, as in corporeal hypostases, yet it is inferior to the nature of the Gods. For every body possesses both its being and its perpetual immutability from other precedaneous causes. But neither is the impassive and the immutable in the Gods, such as the immutability of souls. For these communicate in a certain respect with bodies, and are the media of an impartible essence, and of an essence divided about bodies. Nor again is the immutability of intellectual essences equivalent to that of the Gods. For intellect is immutable, impassive, and unmingled with secondary natures on account of its union with the Gods. And so far indeed as it is uniform, it is a thing of this kind. But so far as it is manifold, it has something which is more excellent, and something which is subordinate in itself. But the Gods alone, having established their unions according to this transcendency of beings, are immutable dominations, are primary and impassive. For there is nothing in them which is not one and hyparxis. But as fire abolishes every thing which is foreign to it and of a contrary power, as light expels all darkness, and as lightning proceeds through all things without defilement, thus also the unities of the Gods unite all multitude, and abolish every thing which tends to dispersion and all perfect division. But they deify every thing which participates of them, receiving nothing from their participants, and do not diminish their own proper union by the participation. Hence also the Gods, being present everywhere, are similarly exempt from all things, and containing all things are vanquished by no one of the things they contain, but they are unmingled with all things and undefiled. In the third place, this world indeed is said to subsist with invariable sameness, so far as it is allotted an order in itself which is always preserved indissoluble. At the same time, however, since it possesses a corporeal form, it is not destitute of mutation, as the Elean Guest observes. The psychical order, likewise, is said to obtain an essence always established in sameness, and this is rightly said. For it is entirely impassive according to essence, but it has energies extended into time, and as Socrates says in the Phaedrus, at different times it understands different intelligibles, and in its progressions about intellect comes into contact with different forms. Besides these also, much honored intellect is said both to subsist and to understand with invariable and perpetual sameness, establishing at once in eternity its essence, powers, and energies. Through the multitude, however, of its intellections, and through the variety of intelligible species and genera, there is not only an invariable sameness, but also a difference of subsistence in intellect. For difference there is consubsistent with sameness, and there is not only a wandering of corporeal motions and of the psychical periods, but likewise of intellect itself, so far as it produces the intelligence of itself into multitude, and evolves the intelligible. For soul indeed evolves intellect, but intellect the intelligible, as Plotinus somewhere rightly observes, when speaking of the intelligible subjections. For such are the wanderings of intellect, and which it is lawful for it to make. If, therefore, we should say that a perpetual sameness of subsistence is primarily in the Gods alone, and is especially inherent in them, we shall not deviate from the truth, and we shall accord with Plato, who says in the Politicus that an eternally invariable sameness of subsistence alone pertains to the most divine of all things. The Gods, therefore, bind to themselves the causes of a sameness of this kind, and guard with immutable sameness their proper hyparxis established according to the unknown union of themselves. And such is the immutability of the Gods, which is contained in self‐sufficiency, impassivity, and sameness. Chapter 19. In the next place, let us consider what power the simplicity of the Gods possesses. For this Socrates adds in his discourse concerning a divine nature, not admitting that which is various and multiform, and which appears different at different times, but referring to divinity the uniform and the simple. Each of the divinities, therefore, as he says, remains simply in his own form. What then shall we conclude respecting this simplicity? That it is not such as that which is defined to be one in number. For a thing of this kind is composed of many things, and abundantly mingled. But it appears to be simple so far as it has distinctly a common form. Nor is it such as the simplicity which is in many things according to an arranged species or genus. For these are indeed more simple than the individuals in which they are inherent, but are replete with variety, communicate with matter, and receive the diversities of material natures. Nor is it such as the form of nature. For nature is divided about bodies, verges to corporeal masses, emits many powers about the composition subject to it, and is indeed more simple than bodies, but has an essence mingled with their variety. Nor is it such as the psychical simplicity. For soul subsisting as a medium between an impartible essence and an essence which is divided about bodies, communicates with both the extremes, and by that which is multiform, indeed in its nature, it is conjoined with things subordinate, but its head is established on high, and according to this it is especially divine and allied to intellect. Nor again is the simplicity of the Gods such as that of intellect. For every intellect is impartible and uniform, but at the same time it possesses multitude and progression, by which it is evident that it has a habitude to secondary natures, to itself and about itself. It is also in itself, and is not only uniform, but also multiform, and, as it is said, is one many. It is therefore allotted an essence subordinate to the first simplicity. But the Gods have their hyparxis defined in one simplicity alone, being exempt indeed from all multitude so far as they are Gods, and transcending all division and interval, or habitude to secondary natures, and all composition. And they indeed are in inaccessible places, expanded above the whole of things, and eternally ride on beings. But the illuminations proceeding from them to secondary natures, being mingled in many places with their participants, which are composite and various, are filled with a peculiarity similar to them. Let no one therefore wonder if the Gods, being essentialized in one simplicity according to transcendency, various phantasms are hurled forth before the presence of them, nor if they being uniform, the appearances are multiform, as we have learnt in the most perfect of the mysteries. For nature and the demiurgic intellect extend corporeal formed images of things incorporeal, sensible images of intelligible, and of things without interval, images endued with interval. For Socrates also, in the Phaedrus, indicating things of this kind, and evincing that the mysteries into which souls without bodies are initiated are most blessed and truly perfect, says that they are initiated into entire, simple, and immovable visions, such souls becoming situated there, and united with the Gods themselves, but not meeting with the resemblances which are emitted from the Gods into these sublunary realms. For these are more partial and composite, and present themselves to the view attended with motion, but illuminated, uniform, simple, and, as Socrates says, immovable spectacles exhibit themselves to the attendants of the Gods, and to souls that abandon the abundant tumult of generation, and who ascend to divinity pure and divested of the garments of mortality. And thus much is concluded by us respecting the simplicity of the Gods. For it is necessary that the nature which generates things multiform should be simple, and should precede what is generated in the same manner as the uniform precedes the multiplied. If therefore the Gods are the causes of all composition, and produce from themselves the variety of beings, it is certainly necessary that the one of their nature, which is generative of the whole of things, should have its subsistence in simplicity. For as incorporeal causes precede bodies, immovable causes things that are moved, and impartible causes all partible natures, after the same manner uniform intellectual powers precede multiform natures, unmingled powers things that are mingled together, and simple powers things of a variegated nature. End of chapter 19. Chapters 20 to 24 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. In the next place, let us speak concerning the truth which is in the Gods. For this, in addition to what has been said, is concluded by Socrates, because a divine nature is without falsehood, and is neither the cause of deception or ignorance to us, or to any other beings. We must understand, therefore, that divine truth is exempt from the truth which consists in words, so far as this truth is composite, and in a certain respect is mingled with its contrary, and because its subsistence consists of things that are not true. For the first parts do not admit of a truth of this kind, unless some one, being persuaded by what Socrates asserts in the Crotylus, should say that these also are after another manner true. Divine truth also is exempt from psychical truth, whether it is surveyed in opinions or in sciences, so far as it is in a certain respect divisible, and is not beings themselves, but is assimilated to and coharmonized with beings, and as being perfected in motion and mutation, falls short of the truth which is always firm, stable, and of a principal nature. Divine truth is likewise again exempt from intellectual truth, because though this subsists according to essence, and is said to be, and is, beings themselves, through the power of sameness, yet again, through difference, it is separated from the essence of them, and preserves its peculiar hypostasis unconfused with respect to them. The truth therefore of the Gods alone is the undivided union and all perfect communion of them, and through this the ineffable knowledge of the Gods surpasses all knowledge, and all secondary forms of knowledge participate of an appropriate perfection. But this knowledge alone of the Gods contractedly comprehends the secondary forms of knowledge, and all beings according to an ineffable union. And through this the Gods know all things at once, wholes and parts, beings and non-beings, things eternal and things temporal, not in the same manner as intellect by the universal knows a part, and by being, non-being, but they know every thing immediately, such things as are common, and such as are particulars, though you should speak of the most absurd of all things, though you should speak of the infinity of contingencies, or even of matter itself. If, however, you investigate the mode of the knowledge and truth of the Gods concerning all things that have a subsistence in any respect whatever, it is ineffable and incomprehensible by the projecting energies of the human intellect, but is alone known to the Gods themselves. And I indeed admire those Platonists that attribute to intellect the knowledge of all things, of individuals, of things preternatural, and in short of evils, and on this account establish intellectual paradigms of these. But I much more admire those who separate the intellectual peculiarity from divine union. For intellect is the first fabrication and progeny of the Gods. These therefore assign to intellect whole and first causes, and such as are according to nature, and to the Gods a power which is capable of adorning and generating all things. For the one is everywhere, but whole is not everywhere, and of the one indeed matter participates and every being, but of intellect and intellectual species and genera, all things do not participate. All things therefore are alone from the Gods, and real truth is with them who know all things unically. For on this account also, in oracles the Gods similarly teach all things wholes and parts, things eternal, and such as are generated through the whole of time. For being exempt from eternal beings, and from those that exist in time, they contract in themselves the knowledge of each and of all things according to one united truth. If, therefore, any falsehood occurs in the oracles of the Gods, we must not say that a thing of this kind originates from the Gods, but from the recipients, or the instruments, or the places, or the times. For all these contribute to the participation of divine knowledge, and when they are appropriately coadapted to the Gods, they receive a pure illumination of the truth which is established in them. But when they are separated from the Gods through inaptitude, and become discordant with them, then they obscure the truth which proceeds from them. What kind of falsehood therefore can be said to be derived from the Gods who produce all the species of knowledge? What deception can there be with those who establish in themselves the whole of truth? In the same manner, as it appears to me, the Gods extend good to all things, but always that which is willing and able receives the extended good, as Socrates says in the Phaedrus. And a divine nature indeed is causeless of evil, but that which departs from it and gravitates downward is elongated through itself. Thus also the Gods indeed are always the suppliers of truth, but those natures are illuminated by them who are lawfully their participants. For the Elean wise man says that the eye of the soul in the multitude is not strong enough to look to the truth. The Athenian guest also celebrates this truth which subsists primarily in the Gods. For he says that truth is the leader to the Gods of every good, and likewise of every good to men. For as the truth which is in souls conjoins them with intellect, and as intellectual truth conducts all the intellectual orders to the One, thus also the truth of the Gods unites the divine unities to the fountain of all good, with which being conjoined, they are filled with all boniform power. For everywhere the hyparxis of truth has a cause which is collective of multitude into one, since in the Republic also, the light proceeding from the good, and which conjoins intellect with the intelligible, is denominated by Plato truth. This characteristic property, therefore, which unites and binds together the natures that fill and the natures that are filled, according to all the orders of the Gods, must be arranged as originating supernally, and proceeding as far as to the last of things. (Ch. 21). To us, however, discussing what pertains to every divine nature, what we assert will be known from those commonly received truths adduced in the Phaedrus, and which we have before mentioned. Socrates therefore says that everything divine is beautiful, wise, and good, and he indicates that this triad pervades to all the progressions of the Gods. What therefore is the goodness, what the wisdom, and what the beauty of the Gods? With respect to the goodness of the Gods, therefore, we have before observed that it preserves and gives subsistence to the whole of things, that it everywhere exists as the summit, as that which fills subordinate natures, and as pre‐existing in every order analogous to the first principle of the divine orders. For according to this, all the Gods are conjoined with the one cause of all things, and on account of this primarily derive their subsistence as Gods. For in all beings there is not anything more perfect than the good and the Gods. To the most excellent of beings, therefore, and which are in every respect perfect, the best and most perfect of things is adapted. (Ch. 22). But in the Philebus, Plato delivers to us the three most principal elements of the good, videre licet, the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. For it is necessary that it should convert all things to itself, and fill all things, and that it should be in no respect deficient, and should not diminish its exuberance. Let no one therefore conceive the desirable to be such as that which is frequently extended in sensibles as the object of appetite, for such is apparent beauty. Nor let him suppose it to be such as is indeed able to energize upon and excite to itself the natures which are able to participate it, but which at the same time may be apprehended by intelligence, and is adduced by us according to a projecting energy, and an adhesion of the dianoetic power. For it is ineffable, and prior to all knowledge extends to all beings. For all things desire the good, and are converted to it. But if it be requisite summarily to unfold the characteristic peculiarity of the desirable, as the supplier of light proceeds by his rays into secondary natures, converts the eye to himself, causes it to be solar form, and to resemble himself, and through a different similitude conjoins it with his own fulgid splendour. Thus also I think the desirable of the Gods allures and draws upward all things to the Gods in an ineffable manner by its own proper illuminations, being everywhere present to all things, and not deserting any order whatever of beings. Since even matter itself is said to be extended to this desirable, and through this desire is filled with as many goods as it is able to participate, it is therefore the centre of all beings, and all beings and all the Gods have their essences, powers, and energies about this, and the extension and desire of things towards this is inextinguishable. For all beings aspire after this desirable which is unknown and incomprehensible. Not being able therefore either to know or receive that which they desire, they dance round it, and are parturient, and as it were prophetic with respect to it. But they have an unceasing and never-ending desire of its unknown and ineffable nature, at the same time that they are unable to embrace and embosom it. For being at once exempt from all things, it is similarly present to and moves all things about itself, and is at the same time by all of them incomprehensible. By this motion also, and this desire, it preserves all things, but by its unknown transcendency, through which it surpasses the whole of things, it preserves its proper union unmingled with secondary natures. Such, therefore, is the desirable. But the sufficient is full of boniform power, proceeds to all things, and extends to all beings the gifts of the Gods. For we conceive such a sufficiency as this to be a power pervading and protending to the last of things, extending the unenvying and exuberant will of the Gods, and not abiding in itself, but unically comprehending the superplenitude, the never failing, the infinite, and that which is generative of good in the divine hyparxis. For the desirable being firmly established, and surpassing the whole of things, and arranging all beings about itself, the sufficient begins the progression and multiplication of all good, calls forth that which is primary in the uniform hyparxis of the desirable by its own prolific exuberance, and by the beneficent replenishings which pervade to all things, and copiously produces and imparts it to every being. It is owing to the sufficient therefore, that the stability of divine natures, and that which proceeds from its proper causes, is full of goodness, and that in short, all beings are benefited, abiding in, proceeding from, and being united to their principles, and essentially separated from them. Through this power, therefore, the intellectual genera give subsistence to natures similar to themselves. Souls desire to generate, and imitate the beings prior to souls. Natures deliver their productive principles into another place, and all things possess, in short, the love of generation. For the sufficiency of the goodness of the Gods, proceeding from this goodness, is disseminated in all beings, and moves all things to the unenvying communication of good. Intellect, indeed, to the communication of intellectual, but soul of psychical, and nature of natural good. All things, therefore, abide through the desirable of goodness, and generate and proceed into second and third generations through the sufficient. But the third thing, the perfect, is convertive of the whole of things, and circularly collects them to their causes. And this is accomplished by divine, intellectual, psychical, and physical perfection. For all things participate of conversion, since the infinity of progression is through this again recalled to its principles, and the perfect is mingled from the desirable and sufficient. For everything of this kind is the object of desire, and is generative of things similar to itself. Or in the works of nature also, are not perfect things everywhere lovely and prolific through the acme of their beauty? The desirable therefore establishes all things, and comprehends them in itself. The sufficient excites them into progressions and generations, and the perfect consummately leads progressions to conversions and convolutions. But through these three causes, the goodness of the Gods, fixing the unical power and authority of its proper hypostasis in this triad, is the primary and most principal fountain and vestal seat of things which have any kind of subsistence whatever. (Ch. 23). After this, wisdom is allotted the second order, being the intelligence of the Gods, or rather the hyparxis of their intelligence. For intelligence indeed is intellectual knowledge, but the wisdom of the Gods is ineffable knowledge, which is united to the object of knowledge, and the intelligible union of the Gods. But it appears to me that Plato especially surveyed this in the triad of the beautiful, the wise, and the good, as may be inferred from the conceptions scattered about it in many places. I say then that Diotima in the Banquet is of opinion that wisdom is full of that which is known, and that it neither seeks nor investigates, but possesses the intelligible. Hence she says that no one of the Gods philosophizes, nor desires to become wise, for a God is wise. Hence that which is philosophic is imperfect and indigent of truth, but that which is wise is full and unindigent, and has everything present which it wishes, and desires nothing. But the desirable and the appetible are proposed to the philosopher. Socrates, however, in the Republic, considers that which is generative of truth and intellect, as affording an indication of wisdom. To our souls, indeed, the ascent to divine plenitude being accomplished through knowledge, but to the Gods, intellect being present from the fullness of knowledge. For the progression in them is not from an imperfect habit to the perfect, but from a self‐perfect hyparxis, a power prolific of inferior natures proceeds. But in the Theaetetus he indicates that the perfective of things imperfect, and that which calls forth concealed intelligence in souls, pertain to wisdom. For he says, it compels me to obstetrication, but prevents me from generating. It is evident, therefore, from these things that the genus of wisdom is triadic. Hence it is full of being and truth, is generative of intellectual truth, and is perfective of intellectual natures that are in energy, and itself possesses a stable power. We must admit, therefore, that these things pertain to the wisdom of the Gods. For this wisdom is full indeed of divine goodness, generates divine truth, and perfects all things posterior to itself. (Ch. 24). In the next place, let us consider the beautiful, what it is, and how it primarily subsists in the Gods. It is said, therefore, to be boniform beauty, and intelligible beauty, to be more ancient than intellectual beauty, and to be beauty itself, and the cause of beauty to all beings, and all such like epithets. And it is rightly said. But it is separate not only from the beauty which is apparent in corporeal masses, from the symmetry which is in these from psychical elegance and intellectual splendor, but also from the second and third progressions in the Gods, and subsisting in the intelligible place of survey, it proceeds from this to all the genera of the Gods, and illuminates their superessential unities, and all the essences suspended from these unities, as far as to the apparent vehicles of the Gods. As therefore, through the first goodness all the Gods are boniform, and through intelligible wisdom they have a knowledge ineffable and established above intellect, thus also, I think, through the summit of beauty everything divine is lovely. For from thence all the Gods derive beauty, and being filled with it, fill the natures posterior to themselves, exciting all things, agitating them with Bacchic fury about the love of themselves, and pouring supernally on all things the divine effluxion of beauty. Such therefore, in short, is divine beauty, the supplier of divine hilarity, familiarity, and friendship. For through this the Gods are united to and rejoice in each other, admire and are delighted in communicating with each other, and in their mutual replenishings, and do not desert the order which they are always allotted in the distributions of themselves. Plato also delivers three indications of this beauty, in the Banquet indeed, denominating it the delicate, for the perfect, and that which is most blessed, accedes to the beautiful through the participation of goodness. But he thus speaks of it in that dialogue, "That which is truly beautiful is delicate, perfect, and most blessed." One of the indications therefore of the beautiful is a thing of this kind, videre licet, the delicate. But we may assume another indication of it from the Phaedrus, videre licet, the splendid. For Plato, attributing this to the beautiful, says, "It was then that we were permitted to see splendid beauty shining upon us," etc. And afterwards he adds, "And arriving hither, we apprehended it shining most manifestly through the clearest of the senses." And at last he says, "But now beauty alone has this allotment to be most splendid and most lovely." These two things therefore are to be assumed as indications of beauty. Another indication of beauty is this, that it is the object of love, which now also Plato appears to me to have called most lovely. And in many other places he shows that the amatory fury is conversant with the beautiful, defining and in short suspending love from the monad of beauty. "For love," says he, "is conversant with the beautiful." Because therefore beauty converts and moves all things to itself, causes them to energize enthusiastically, and recalls them through love, it is the object of love, being the leader of the whole amatory series, walking on the extremities of its feet, and exciting all things to itself through desire and astonishment. But again, because it extends to secondary natures plenitudes from itself, in conjunction with hilarity and divine facility, alluring, inflaming, and elevating all things, and pouring on them illuminations from on high, it is delicate, and is said to be so by Plato. And because it bounds this triad, and covers as with a veil the ineffable union of the Gods, swims, as it were, on the light of forms, causes intelligible light to shine forth, and announces the occult nature of goodness, it is denominated splendid, lucid, and manifest. For the goodness of the Gods is supreme, and most united. Their wisdom is in a certain respect now parturient with intelligible light, and the first forms, but their beauty is established in the highest forms, is the luminous precursor of divine light, and is the first thing that is apparent to ascending souls, being more splendid and more lovely to the view, and to embrace than every luciferous essence, and when it appears is received with astonishment. This triad, therefore, filling all things, and proceeding through all things, it is certainly necessary that the natures which are filled should be converted to, and conjoined with each of the three, through kindred, and not through the same media. For of different things that are filled by this triad, there is a different medium, and different powers are converted to a different perfection of the Gods. I think, therefore, it is manifest to every one, and it is frequently asserted by Plato, that the cause which congregates all secondary natures to divine beauty, which familiarizes them to it, and is the source of their being filled with it, and of their derivation from thence, is nothing else than love, which always conjoins according to the beautiful, secondary to the first Gods, and the more excellent genera, and the best of souls. But again, truth is certainly the leader too, and establishes beings in divine wisdom, with which intellect being filled possesses a knowledge of beings, and souls participating of this energize intellectually. For the full participation of true wisdom is effected through truth, since this everywhere illuminates intellective natures, and conjoins them with the objects of intellection, just as truth also is the first thing that congregates intellect and the intelligible. To those, however, who hasten to be conjoined with the good, knowledge and cooperation are no longer requisite, but collocation, a firm establishment, and quiet are necessary. End of chapter 24. Chapters 25 to 29 of Book 1 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. What therefore is it which unites us to the good? What is it which causes in us a cessation of energy and motion? What is it which establishes all divine natures in the first and ineffable unity of goodness? And how does it come to pass that everything being established in that which is prior to itself according to the good which is in itself, again establishes things posterior to itself according to cause? It is, in short, the faith of the Gods, which ineffably unites all the genera of the Gods, of daemons, and of happy souls to the good. For it is necessary to investigate the good, neither gnostically nor imperfectly, but giving ourselves up to the divine light, and closing the eyes of the soul, after this manner to become established in the unknown and occult unity of beings. For such a kind of faith as this is more ancient than the Gnostic energy, not in us only, but with the Gods themselves, and according to this all the Gods are united, and about one centre uniformly collect the whole of their powers and progressions. If, however, it be requisite to give a particular definition of this faith, let no one suppose that it is such a kind of faith as that which is conversant with the wandering about sensibles. For this falls short of science, and much more of the truth of beings. But the faith of the Gods surpasses all knowledge, and according to the highest union conjoins secondary with first natures. Nor again let him conceive a faith of a similar species with the celebrated belief in common conceptions. For we believe in common conceptions prior to all reasoning, but the knowledge of these is divisible, and is by no means equivalent to divine union, and the science of these is not only posterior to faith, but also to intellectual simplicity. For intellect is established beyond all science, both the first science and that which is posterior to it. Neither, therefore, must we say that the energy according to intellect is similar to such a faith as this. For intellectual energy is multiform, and is separated from the objects of intellection through difference, and in short, it is intellectual motion about the intelligible. But it is necessary that divine faith should be uniform and quiet, being perfectly established in the port of goodness. For neither is the beautiful, nor wisdom, nor anything else among beings so credible and stable to all things, and so exempt from all ambiguity, divisible apprehension and motion as the good. For through this intellect also embraces another union more ancient than intellectual energy, and prior to energy. And soul considers the variety of intellect and the splendor of forms as nothing with respect to that transcendency of the good, by which it surpasses the whole of things. And it dismisses indeed intellectual perception, running back to its own hyparxis, but it always pursues, investigates, and aspires after the good, hastens, as it were, to embosom it, and gives itself to this alone among all things without hesitation. But why is it necessary to speak of the soul? For these mortal animals, as Diotima somewhere says, despise all other things, and even life itself and being, through a desire of the nature of the good. And all things have this one immovable and ineffable tendency to the good, but they overlook, consider as secondary, and despise the order of everything else. This, therefore, is the one secure port of all beings. This also is especially the object of belief to all beings, and through this the conjunction and union with it is denominated faith by theologists, and not by them only, but by Plato likewise, if I may speak what appears to me to be the case. The alliance of this faith with truth and love is proclaimed in the laws. The multitude, therefore, are ignorant that he who has a conception of these things, when discoursing about their contraries, infers the same thing with respect to the deviations from this triad. Plato then clearly asserts in the laws that the lover of falsehood is not to be believed, and that he who is not to be believed is void of friendship. Hence it is necessary that the lover of truth should be worthy of belief, and that he who is worthy of belief should be well adapted to friendship. From these things, therefore, we may survey divine truth, faith, and love, and comprehend by a reasoning process their stable communion with each other. If, however, you are willing, prior to these things, we will recall to our memory that Plato denominates that virtue fidelity which conciliates those that disagree, and subverts the greatest of wars, I mean seditions in cities. For from these things faith appears to be the cause of union, communion, and quiet. And if there is such a power as this in us, it is by a much greater priority in the gods themselves. For as Plato speaks of a certain divine temperance, justice, and science, how is it possible that faith, which connectedly comprehends the whole order of the virtues, should not subsist with the gods? In short, there are these three things which replenish divine natures, and which are the sources of plenitude to all the superior genera of beings, viz., goodness, wisdom, and beauty. And again, there are three things which collect together the natures that are filled, being secondary indeed to the former, but pervading to all the divine orders, and these are faith, truth, and love. But all things are saved through these, and are conjoined to their primary causes. Some things indeed through the amatory mania, others through divine philosophy, and others through theurgic power, which is more excellent than all human wisdom, and which comprehends prophetic good, the purifying powers of perfective good, and in short, all such things as are the effects of divine possession. Concerning these things, therefore, we may perhaps again speak more opportunely. Chapter 26. Again, let us, if you are willing, from other dialogues investigate the common dogmas of Plato about divine natures. Whence, therefore, and what dogmas shall we assume, while we proceed in our search according to nature? Are you willing that we should in the next place recall to our memory what is written in the Phaedo? Socrates therefore says, in the demonstrations of the immortality of the soul, which are derived from its similitude to divinity, that the essence which is superior to the soul, and to which the soul is naturally similar, and being similar participates of an immortal allotment, is divine and immortal, intelligible and uniform, indissoluble, and possesses an invariable sameness of subsistence. But that the essence which is inferior to the soul is entirely the contrary, to which also it pertains to be corrupted and to be passive. For a thing of this kind is sensible and multiform, and is dissoluble because it is a composite. And he predicates among these all such things as pertain to a corporeal subsistence. Let us therefore direct our attention to these common dogmas, and examine after what manner each of them pertains to the Gods. In the first place, then, what is that which we look to when we speak of that which is said to be divine? From what has been said, therefore, it is evident that every God subsists according to the highest union of beings. For to us, ascending from bodies, the Gods have appeared to be superessential unities, the generators, perfecters, and measurers of essences, and who bind all first essences to themselves. But that which is divine is not only hyparxis and the one in each order of being, but at the same time is that which participates, and that which is participated, of which the latter is a God, but the former is divine. Whether, however, prior to the participated unities, there is something which is separate and participated, will be evident in what follows. But at present we shall define that which is divine to be a thing of this kind, viz., being which participates of the one, or the one subsisting contractedly together with being. For we assume all things in the Gods except the one, as suspended from them and secondary, viz., essence, life, and intellect. For the Gods do not subsist in, but prior to these, and they produce and contain these in themselves, but are not defined in them. But it is necessary not to be ignorant that these are in reality thus distinguished from each other. In many places, however, Plato magnificently celebrates the participants of the Gods by the same names, and denominates them Gods. For not only the Athenian guest in the Laws calls a divine soul a God, but also Socrates in the Phaedrus. For he says, "that all the horses and charioteers of the Gods are good and consist of things good." And afterwards still more clearly, "and this is the life of the Gods." But this is not yet wonderful. For is it not admirable that he should denominate those beings Gods who are always conjoined with the Gods, and who together with them give completion to one series? For in many places he calls daemons Gods, though they are essentially posterior to and subsist about the Gods. For in the Phaedrus and Timaeus, and in other dialogues, you will find him extending the appellation of the Gods even as far as to daemons. But what is still more paradoxical than these things, he does not refuse to call certain men Gods. For in the Sophista he thus denominates the Elean guest. From all that has been said, therefore, this must be assumed, that with respect to a God, one thing is simply a God, another according to union, another according to participation, another according to contact, and another according to similitude. For of superessential natures indeed, each is primarily a God; of intellectual natures, each is a God according to union; and of divine souls, each is a God according to participation. But divine daemons are Gods according to contact with the Gods; and the souls of men are allotted this appellation through similitude. Each of these, however, is, as we have said, rather divine than a God; since the Athenian guest calls intellect itself divine, but that which is divine is posterior to the first deity, in the same manner as that which is united is posterior to the One, that which is intellectual to intellect, and that which is animated to soul. And always those natures that are more uniform and simple have the precedency, but the series of beings ends in the One itself. Let this therefore be the definition and distinction of that which is divine. In the next place, let us survey the immortal; for with Plato there are many orders of immortality, pervading from on high as far as to the last of things; and the last echo, as it were, of immortality is in those visible natures that are perpetual, which the Elean guest, in his discourse about the circulation of the universe, says are allotted from the Father a renovated immortality. For every body is allotted a being and a life dependent on another cause, but is not itself naturally adapted to connect, or adorn, or preserve itself. The immortality of partial souls is, I think, more manifest and more perfect than this, which Plato evinces by many demonstrations in the Phaedo, and in the 10th book of the Republic. But I mean by the immortality of partial souls, that which has a more principal subsistence, as containing in itself the cause of eternal permanency. We shall not, however, err if prior to both these we establish the immortality of daemons. For the genera of these through which they subsist are incorruptible, and they neither verge to mortality, nor are filled with the nature of things which are generated and corrupted. But I infer that the immortality of divine souls is still more venerable and essentially more transcendent than that of daemons; which divine souls, we say, are primarily self-motive, and are the fountains and principles of the life divided about bodies, and through which bodies obtain a renovated immortality. If, however, prior to these, you conceive the Gods themselves, and the immortality in them, and how in the banquet Diotima does not attribute an immortality of this kind even to daemons, but defines it to subsist in the Gods alone, such an immortality as this will appear to you to be separate and exempt from the whole of things. For there eternity subsists, which is the fountain of all immortality, and through it all things live and possess life. Some things indeed a perpetual life, but others a life dispersed into non-being. In short, therefore, that which is divine is immortal, so far as it generates and comprehends in itself a perpetual life. For it is immortal, not as participating of life, but as the supplier of a divine life, and as deifying life itself, whether you are willing to call such a life intelligible, or by any other name. In the next place, let us direct our attention to the intelligible. It is denominated therefore in opposition to that which is sensible, and which is apprehended by opinion in conjunction with sense. For the intelligible is first unfolded into light in the most principal causes. For soul is indeed intelligible, is of this allotment, is exempt from sensibles, and obtains an essence separated from them. Prior to soul also, intellect is intelligible. For we rather think it fit to arrange soul in the middle than to connumerate it with the first essences. That likewise is denominated intelligible, which is more ancient than intellect, which replenishes intelligence, and is itself by itself perfective of it, and which Timaeus arranges prior to the demiurgic intellect and intellectual energy, in the order of a paradigm. But beyond these is the divine intelligible, which is defined according to union itself, and a divine hyparxis. For this is intelligible as the object of desire to intellect, as perfecting and comprehending intellect, and as the plenitude of being. In one way, therefore, we must denominate the intelligible as the hyparxis of the Gods; in another way, as true being and the first essence; in another way, as intellect and all intellectual life; and in another way, as soul and the psychical order. It is likewise necessary not to fashion the different natures of things conformably to names. Such, therefore, is the order of this triad, so that what is divine indeed is unmingled, and ranks as the first; that which is immortal is the second; and that which is intelligible the third. For the first of these is deified being; the second is life subsisting according to the immortality of the Gods; and the third is intellect, which is denominated intelligible in consequence of being replete with union. (Ch. 27). After this, it follows in the next place that we should consider the uniform, the indissoluble, and that which has an invariable sameness of subsistence, from the same causes, and these as the precursors of, and pervading through all the divine orders. For the uniform indeed has the highest subsistence, is present with the divine monad, and appears to be especially adapted to that which is primarily being, and in which also every participable genus of unities ends. For the one is prior to these, as will be evident as we proceed; but the indissoluble is the second. For it comprehends and binds the extremes according to divine union; since the dissoluble is such as it is through the want of connexion, and of a power which collects multitude into one; and that which has an invariable sameness of subsistence is eternal, and is full of the perpetuity of the Gods; from which also the participation of immortality and eternal sameness is derived to other things. The uniform therefore pertains to the same thing as the divine, but the indissoluble to the same thing as the immortal; and that which has an invariable sameness of subsistence we must refer to the intelligible. And do you not see how these are severally, after a manner, co-adapted to each other? For the first of these, through the first unity which is participated by being, is, as it is fit it should be, uniform. For if a God subsists according to the one, that which is divine will doubtless be uniform. But that which through one cause of life is immortal, is also similarly indissoluble. For life is the bond of dissoluble natures, which also Timaeus, indicating to us, opposes the dissoluble to the immortal. For you are not immortal, says the Demiurgus, yet you shall never be dissolved, nor be subject to the fatality of death. Everything mortal, therefore, is dissoluble, but the immortal is indissoluble. That, however, which has a renovated immortality is for the same reason neither indissoluble nor mortal. For being in the middle of both, it is neither of the extremes, according to each opposition, but the third of these being established according to the plenitude of whole intelligibles, subsists at once, and is invariably the same. For the intelligible is the cause of sameness, and of eternal permanency, and intellect through this is entirely eternal. These triads, therefore, proceed from the first and most principal causes, in the same manner as we demonstrated of the before mentioned triads. But these things indeed we shall consider hereafter. These things therefore being discussed, let us direct our attention to the unbegotten in divine natures, and unfold what we assert it to be. For we say that all true being is without generation, and Socrates demonstrates in the Phaedrus that souls are unbegotten. Prior to these, also, the Gods themselves are established above generations, and a subsistence according to time. How, therefore, shall we define the unbegotten when applied to a divine nature, and according to what reason? Is it because divinity is exempt from all generation, not only from that which subsists in the parts of time, such as we assert the generation of material natures to be, nor from that only which is extended into the whole of time, such as Timaeus demonstrates the generation of the celestial bodies to be, but also from the psychical generation, since Timaeus denominates this to be unbegotten according to time, but to be the best of generated natures. And in short, a divine nature is exempt from all division and essential separation. For the progression of the Gods is always according to a union of secondary natures, which are uniformly established in the natures prior to them, the things producing containing in themselves the things produced. The indivisible, therefore, the unseparated, and the united are in reality unbegotten, so that if certain generations of the Gods are spoken of by Plato in fabulous figments, as in the fable of Diotima, the generation of Venus is celebrated, and of love at the birth of Venus, it is necessary not to be ignorant after what manner things of this kind are asserted, and that they are composed for the sake of symbolical indication, and that fables, for the sake of concealment, call the ineffable unfolding into light through causes generation. For in the Orphic writings, indeed, the first cause is on this account denominated time, since again, for another reason, it is thus denominated in order that a subsistence according to cause may be the same as a subsistence according to time, and the progression of the Gods from the best of causes is properly denominated generation according to time. To Plato, therefore, Mythologizing, it is adapted to devise things of this kind conformably to theologists; but when he is discoursing dialectically, and investigating and unfolding divine natures intellectually, and not mystically, it is then adapted to him to celebrate the unbegotten essence of the Gods. For the Gods primarily establish in themselves the paradigm of non-generation; but an intellectual nature is in a secondary degree unbegotten, and after this the psychical essence. And in bodies there is an ultimate resemblance of unbegotten power, which some posterior to Plato perceiving, have indefinitely shown that the whole heaven is unbegotten. The Gods, therefore, are unbegotten; but there is an order in them of first, middle, and last progressions, and a transcendency and subjection of powers. There are also in them uniform comprehensions of causes, but multiform progenies of things caused. And all things indeed are consubsistent in each other, but the mode of subsistence is various. For some things, as replenishing, subsist prior to secondary natures; but others, as being filled, aspire after more perfect natures, and participating of their power, become generative of things posterior to themselves, and perfective of their hyparxis. (Ch. 28). Looking to these things, therefore, we may unfold what is said of paternal causes, and of the prolific powers of mothers in fables. For every where we may suppose that the cause of a more excellent and more uniform nature is paternal; but we may say that the cause of a more subordinate and partial nature pre‐exists in the order of a mother. For with the Gods a father is analogous to the monad, and the cause of bound; but a mother to the duad, and to the infinite power which is generative of beings. The paternal cause, however, is with Plato uniform, and is established in a more elevated order than the natures which proceed from it, and subsists prior to its progeny in the allotment of the desirable. Again, the maternal cause has the form of the duad, and at one time presents itself to the view in fables as more excellent than its progeny, but at another time as essentially subordinate to it, as in the banquet Plato calls poverty the mother of love. And this is not only the case in fabulous figments, but also in the philosophic theory of beings, as is evident in the Timaeus. For there Plato calls being the father, but matter the mother and nurse of generation. The powers, therefore, which are prolific and perfective of secondary natures, and the suppliers of life and causes of separation, are mothers, being established above the natures produced by them. But the powers which receive the natures that proceed into light, which multiply their energies and extend even the subordinate allotment of the progeny, are also themselves called mothers. Again, however, the progeny of such like causes, at one time indeed, proceed according to union from their proper principles, and are filled from both the paternal and maternal cause; but at another time they contain the bond of them, being arranged in the middle, conveying the gifts of the fathers to the maternal bosoms, and converting the receptacles of them to the completions of primary causes. But of the natures which subsist from twofold pre‐existing principles, some are assimilated to the paternal cause, and such like genera of Gods are productive, defensive, and comprehensive. For to produce, to contain, and to defend pertain to the cause of bound; but others are assimilated to the maternal cause, and are prolific, and vivific, and the suppliers of motion, of the multiplication of powers, of variety and progressions. For all these are the progeny of infinity and the first multitude. (Ch. 29). Thus much therefore may suffice concerning the unbegotten hyparxis of the Gods. It now remains, I think, to speak of divine names. For Socrates in the Cratylus thinks fit to unfold in a remarkable degree the rectitude of names in divine natures. And Parmenides indeed, in the first hypothesis, as he denies of the One everything else that is known, and all knowledge, so likewise he denies of it name and language. But in the second hypothesis, besides all other things, he shows that this One may be spoken of and that it has a name. In short, therefore, it must be admitted that the first, most principal, and truly divine names are established in the Gods themselves. But it must be said that the second names, which are the imitations of the first, and which subsist intellectually, are of a demoniacal allotment. And again, we may say that those names which are the third from the truth, which are logically devised, and which receive the ultimate resemblance of divine natures, are unfolded by scientific men, at one time energizing divinely, and at another intellectually, and generating moving images of their inward spectacles. For as the demiurgic intellect establishes resemblances about matter of the first forms contained in himself, and produces temporal images of things eternal, divisible images of things indivisible, and adumbrated images, as it were, of true beings, after the same manner, I think, the science that is with us, representing intellectual production, fabricates resemblances of other things, and also of the Gods themselves, representing that which is void of composition in them through composition, that which is simple through variety, and that which is united through multitude, and thus fashioning names ultimately exhibits images of divine natures. For it generates every name as if it were a statue of the Gods, and as the theurgic art, through certain symbols, calls forth the exuberant and unenvying goodness of the Gods into the illumination of artificial statues, thus also the intellectual science of divine concerns, by the compositions and divisions of sounds, unfolds the occult essence of the Gods. Very properly therefore does Socrates in the Philebus say that on account of his reverence of the Gods, he is agitated with the greatest fear respecting their names. For it is necessary to venerate even the ultimate echoes of the Gods, and venerating these, to become established in the first paradigms of them. And thus much concerning divine names, which at present may be sufficient for the purpose of understanding the theology of Plato. For we shall accurately discuss them when we speak of partial powers. End of chapter 29 and end of book 1. Chapter 1 of book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The most proper beginning, however, of the theory proposed by us is that from which we may be able to discover the first cause of all beings. For, being impelled from this in a becoming manner, and having our conceptions purified respecting it, we shall with greater facility be able to distinguish other things. About these things, therefore, we must speak from the beginning as follows. It is necessary that all beings, and all the natures of beings, should either be many only, there being no one in them, neither in each nor in all of them, or that they should be one only, there being no multitude, but all things being compelled into one and the same power of existence; or it is necessary that they should be both one and many, and that being should be one in order that neither multitude itself by itself may vanquish beings, nor that we may be forced to bring together into the same thing all things and their contraries at once. These things therefore being three, which of them shall we choose? And to which of the above mentioned assertions shall we give our suffrage? It is necessary therefore severally to discuss the absurdities which attend these positions, and thus to survey after what manner the truth subsists. If then beings are many, and in such a manner many, as we have mentioned from the beginning, so that the one is not anywhere to be found, many absurdities will happen to be the result; or rather, all the nature of beings will at once from the first be destroyed, as there will immediately be nothing which is capable of participating the one. For it must be admitted that every being is either one certain thing or nothing; and that indeed which is a certain being is also one; but that which is not even one being has not any existence whatever. Hence, if many things have a subsistence, each of the many is something or a certain one; but if each of them is nothing, or not even one thing, neither is it possible for the many to exist. For the many are many so far as each individual of the multitude exists. If, therefore, the many alone have a subsistence, and the one in no respect is, neither will the many exist. For things which are in no respect one have not any existence whatever; but if the one is not, by a much greater priority neither have the many an existence. For it necessarily follows that none of the things from which the many consist will have a subsistence. Farther still, if the many alone have a subsistence, as has been said, all things will be infinitely infinite; and if you receive any one of the infinites whatever, this also will be immediately infinite. And with respect to the things from which this consists, and which are infinite, each of these likewise will be infinite. For let something of the many be assumed, which we say is not one; this therefore will be multitude according to its own nature, since it belongs to beings, but is not nothing. If however it is multitude, this also will consist of many things, and will be many. And if you assume something of these manies, this will immediately appear to you not to be one, but many. There will likewise be immediately the same reasoning in these, and in a similar manner each, because we falsely speak of each, will be multitude in energy; and each, as I may say, will be infinite, or rather will be infinitely infinite. For there is nothing which will not be something of this kind, since a part is many, and in a similar manner the part of a part, and this to infinity. For multitude proceeding will never stop, nor infinity, in consequence of being deprived of the nature of the one. To make beings, however, to be infinitely infinite is impossible, both with respect to truth and to the thing proposed by us. For if being is infinitely infinite, being can neither be known nor discovered, since the infinite is entirely incomprehensible and unknown. If also being is infinitely infinite, there will be something more infinite than the infinite. But if that something is more infinite, this will be less infinite. That, however, which is less infinite, since it is not perfectly infinite, will evidently be finite, so far as it falls short of the nature of the infinite. If, therefore, there is something which is itself according to multitude more infinite than that which is infinite in multitude, there will be something more than the infinite, and the infinite will be less, yet not according to multitude. This, however, is impossible. Hence, there is not the infinitely infinite. Again, therefore, according to this hypothesis, the same things will be according to the same, similar and dissimilar. For if all the manys are not one, and each thing according to all things is not one, that which is not one will evidently suffer the same passion in consequence of the privation of the one. All things, therefore, being deprived of the one, after the same manner, they will on this account subsist similarly with respect to each other. But things which subsist similarly, so far as they thus subsist, are evidently similar to each other. Hence, the many will be similar to each other, so far as they are deprived of the one. They will likewise, according to this privation of the one, be perfectly dissimilar. For it is necessary that things which are similar should suffer the same passion, so that things which do not suffer anything that is the same will not be similar, but things which suffer anything that is the same suffer also one thing. Hence, things which are deprived of every one will not suffer anything that is the same. The many, therefore, will be similar and dissimilar according to the same, but this is impossible. Hence, it is impossible for the many to exist which are in no respect one. Moreover, the many will be the same with and different from each other according to the same. For if all things are similarly deprived of the one, so far indeed as all of them are similarly deprived, they will be the same according to this privation. Since things which subsist after the same manner according to habit are the same, and also things which are after the same manner deprived according to privation. But so far in short as each of them is deprived of every one, so far the many will be different from each other. For if the one in the many is the same, that which is in no respect one will in no respect be the same. The many, therefore, will be the same and not the same with each other. But if they are the same and not the same, it is evident that they are different from each other. For that which is the same and not the same, so far as it is not the same, is not the same by nothing else than the different. Farther still, therefore, these many will be movable and immovable, if the one is not. For if each of them is not one, they will be immovable according to the privation of the one. For if that which is not one should be changed, each of them would have the one, since privations being changed entirely lead into habits the things that are changed. It is necessary, however, that what is not one should remain immovable according to the privation of the one, though this very thing is itself impossible, viz. That the many should stand still. For every thing which stands still is in something which is the same, viz. It is either in the same form or in the same place. But every thing which is in the same is in one thing which is the same. For the same in which it is one thing. Every thing, therefore, which stands still is in one thing. The many, however, do not participate of the one. But it is perfectly impossible that things which do not participate of the one should be in one certain thing. And things which are not in one thing cannot stand still, since things which stand still are entirely in one and the same thing. It is impossible, therefore, that the many should stand still and remain immovable. It has been demonstrated, however, that the many must necessarily stand immovable. The same things, therefore, and the same passion, I mean the privation of the habit of the one, are movable and immovable. For things immovable and things which stand still, so far as they are unstable, so far they must necessarily appear to be movable. Moreover, there is no number of beings if the one in no respect is. But all things and each thing will be not one. For the particle of number, the monad is one, and every number itself is one. For if there are 5 monads, there is also the pentad, and if 3 monads, the triad. But the triad itself is a certain unity, and so is the pentad. So that if there is no one, there will neither be any part nor the whole of numbers. For how can there be any number, the one not existing? For the one is the principle of numbers. But the principle not existing, neither is it possible that the things which proceed from this principle should exist. Hence, the one not existing, neither will there be any number. Again, therefore, neither will there be any knowledge of beings if the one is not. For it will not be possible either to speak or think of any being. For each thing itself, and every thing of which we can speak, and in which we impress the nature of the one, will have no existence, because neither does the one exist. Hence, neither will there be any discourse nor any knowledge. For discourse is one thing consisting of many things, if it is perfect. And knowledge then exists, when that which knows becomes one with that which is known. But union not existing, there will at the same time be no knowledge of things, and it will be impossible to speak about things which we know. To which we may add, that the inexplicable in the several infinites will necessarily always fly from the bound of knowledge. For immediately each apparent infinite, which he who possesses knowledge desires to understand, will escape the Gnostic power hastening to come into contact with, and adhere to it, since it is incapable either of contact or adhesion. If, therefore, the many alone have an existence, the one having no subsistence whatever, so many absurdities, and a still greater number must necessarily happen to those who adopt such an hypothesis. But if the one, which is the one itself, alone has a subsistence, and there is nothing else, for if there were, there would not only be one but many things, since one and another thing are more than one, and are not one thing only. If this be the case, there will neither be among all things either whole, or that which has parts. For every thing which has parts is many, and every whole has parts, but the one is in no respect many. Neither, therefore, will there be a whole, nor that which has parts. Farther still, neither is it possible that there should be a beginning or end of any thing. For that which has a beginning, a middle, and an end is divisible. But the one is not divisible, because neither has it any parts. Hence neither has it a beginning, nor a middle, nor an end. Again, if the one alone has a subsistence, no being will have figure. For everything which has figure is either rectilinear or circular, or mixed from these. But if indeed it is rectilinear, it will have for its parts the middle and the extremes. If it is circular, there will be one thing in it as a middle, but other things as extremes, to which the middle extends. And if it is mixed from the right and circular line, it will consist of many things, and will not be one. Moreover, neither will any being be in itself, nor in another thing. For that which is in another thing is different from that in which it is, but the one alone existing, and nothing else. For it will by no means be in another thing. There will be no being which is in another thing. But that which is in itself will at the same time comprehend and be comprehended. And in this, to comprehend will not be the same thing as to be comprehended, nor will there be the same definition of both. There will therefore be two things, and no longer the one alone. Again, neither will any being be moved. For being moved indeed, it must necessarily be changed. But being changed, it must be in another thing. If the one, however, alone has an existence, it is not possible for anything to appear to be in something else. Hence it is not possible for any being to be changed. But everything which stands still is necessarily in the same thing, and that which is in the same is in a certain same thing. The one, however, is in no same thing. For that which is in a certain thing is either in itself or in something else. But it has been demonstrated that it is neither in itself nor in another. Hence neither is it in a certain same thing. Neither therefore does any being stand still. Moreover, it is impossible for anything to be the same with, or different from anything. For if there is nothing besides the one itself, there is not anything which will be either the same with, or different from another thing. For there will not be any other being, and the one itself will not be different from itself, for it would be many and not one. Nor will it be the same with itself, for this thing which is same is in another, and same is not the one itself. For the one is simply one, because it is not many, but that which is same is the same with another thing. Again, neither is it possible for anything to be similar or dissimilar to anything. For everything similar suffers a certain same passion, but everything dissimilar a certain different passion. The one, however, cannot suffer anything, nor can this be the case with anything else besides the one, since nothing else has any existence whatever, if the one alone has a subsistence. Farther still, in addition to these things, we say that neither is it possible for anything to be touched, nor to be separate, if there is nothing else besides the one. For how can things which have no existence be separate, or come into contact with any thing? But neither can the one either be separate from itself, or touch itself. For it would thus be passive to the being touched, and the being separate. But the one suffers no other thing besides itself. It is likewise requisite that no one thing should either be equal or unequal to any thing. For that which is equal to another thing is said to be so with reference to another thing, and the like may be said of that which is unequal. Another thing, however, has no existence, if the one alone has a subsistence. But neither can the one be equal or unequal to itself. For if unequal, there will be one thing in it as greater, but another as less, so that it will be two things and not one. And if the one is equal to itself, the one will measure itself. This, however, is impossible, for the one will measure and be measured by itself, so that it will not be the one itself. Neither, therefore, will there be any equality or inequality in beings. If, however, these things are impossible, neither can any being come into contact with another, and be separate, nor be similar or dissimilar, nor be same or different, nor again stand still, or be moved, or in short be in anything, or have figure, or be a whole, or have parts, if the one alone has a subsistence which is void of multitude, and is without all these things. Neither, however, is it possible for the many alone to have a subsistence, as was before demonstrated, and hence it is necessary that every being should be both many and one. If this, however, is the case, either the many must participate of the one, or the one of the many, or both must participate of each other, or neither of each other. But the many indeed must be separate, and the one must also be separate, in order that the many and the one may subsist, as reason evinces. If, therefore, neither the one participates of the many, nor the many of the one, the same absurdities will ensue as we brought together in the hypothesis of the many alone having a subsistence. For again, there will be the many separate from the one. For if the one subsists by itself, and the many do not in any respect participate of the one, the many will be infinitely infinite. They will be similar and dissimilar, same and different, moved and stable, and there will neither be any number nor any knowledge of the many. For the absence of the one compels all these consequences to be apparent in the many. It is impossible, therefore, that neither the many should participate of the one, nor the one of the many. If, however, the one participates of the many, and the many of the one, and both these are in each other, it is necessary that there should be another nature besides these, which is neither one nor many. For both these being mingled in each other, it is necessary that there should be a cause of their mixture which conjoins multitude to the one, and the one to multitude. For it is necessary that every thing that is mingled should have a cause of the mixture. For in short, if the one and multitude participate of each other, neither the one is the cause of essence to multitude, nor multitude to the one, but a certain third thing is the cause of essence to both, and which is prior to these. For what will that be which makes this to be multitude, and that to be one? And what is the cause of this communication and association with each other? The one, so far as it is one, never having any communication with the many. For the many, so far as many, and the one, so far as one, are different from each other. And so far as neither is from neither, they have no sympathy with each other. What therefore is it which collects these into one, since they fly from and are unmingled with each other? For being thus discordant with each other, they cannot desire each other, or if they did, their congress must be fortuitous. For if this should happen to be the case, there was a time when these were separate from each other, since now also they subsist together casually. It is, however, impossible for the many to subsist separate from the one. The mixture, therefore, is not casual. But neither is the mixture from the many, if neither the one is the cause of the many, nor the many of the one. What, therefore, is this more excellent thing, which is the cause of the mixture? For it is either one or not one, but if indeed it is the one itself. We must again inquire concerning this, whether it participates of multitude or of nothing. For if it participates, it is evident that some other thing prior to this will for the same reason present itself to the view, and this will be the case to infinity. But if a thing of this kind is entirely void of multitude, again that which was asserted at first will not be true, viz. That the many do not participate of the one, nor the one of the many. I mean, however, that which is the most principal and primarily one. But there is indeed a certain one in the many, And there is also the imparticipable one, and which is simply one and nothing else. If, however, that which is prior to both is not one, it is necessary that this not one should be more excellent than the one. All things, however, are, and are generated what they are through the one. And together with the one, indeed, every being is preserved, but separate from the one proceeds to the corruption of itself. The mixture also of the one and multitude, which the non-one affords to beings, is communion and union. The one, therefore, and that which is not one, are the cause of nothing else to beings than of their being one. If, however, the one is the cause of a thing of this kind, that which is not one will not be the cause of that which is more excellent than union. But it is everywhere necessary that what is more excellent should be the cause to beings of another more excellent thing according to its own power. For thus it will be more excellent as being more good, and as the cause from its own nature of a greater and more excellent good to those things to which a less good is the cause of less goodness. From these things, therefore, it is necessary that the many should participate of the one, that the one should be unmingled with multitude, and that nothing should be better than the one, but that this should also be the cause of being to the many. For every thing which is deprived of the one flies immediately into nothing, and to its own corruption. But that which is not many is not at one and the same time not many and nothing. For to the one, that which is nothing, or not one is opposed, and to the many, that which is not many is opposed. If, therefore, the one and the many are not the same, the not being many will not be the same with nothing. From thus considering the affair, therefore, it appears that the one is beyond multitude, and is the cause of being to the many. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. It is necessary, however, that discussing the same subject after another manner, we should again see if we can in a certain respect follow what has been said, and refer it to the same end. It is necessary, therefore, that there should either be one principle or many principles, or rather, we should begin from hence. And if there are many principles, they must either possess sympathy with each other, or they must be divulsed from each other, and they must be either finite or infinite. But if there is one principle, this must either be not essence or essence. And if it is essence, this must either be corporeal or incorporeal. And if incorporeal, it must either be separate from or inseparable from bodies. And if separate, it must either be movable or immovable. But if it is not essence, it must either be inferior to all essence, or participated by essence, or imparticipable. If, therefore, there are many principles, and which have no sympathy with each other, no being will originate from them conjointly, nor will they be common to all things, but each will produce by itself. For what communication can there be between things which are naturally foreign, or what cooperation between things which are entirely of a different kind? In addition also to these things, there will be the many which do not participate of the one. For if there is a certain one common in all of them, they will not be perfectly separated essentially from each other. If therefore they are different, and there is nothing which is the same about them, they are alone many, and by no means one. But if there are many principles, and which possess sympathy with each other, they will have something common which leads all of them to sympathy, and similarly unfolds all of them to the view. For we call those things sympathetic, which happen to be passive to the same thing. But similars are entirely similar from participating one form and one nature. If, however, this be the case, it is necessary that all, or universal, which is everywhere, and in all the principles, should be of a more principal nature than the many. This therefore gives them the power to generate sympathy with each other, and affords them communion according to nature. Again, if there are indeed infinite principles, either the things which proceed from them are infinite, and there will thus be the infinite twice, or they are finite, and thus all the principles will not be principles. For things finite in number will entirely proceed from finite principles. The principles, therefore, are in vain infinite. To which may be added that infinity makes both the principles to be unknown, and the things which proceed from them. For the principles being unknown, it is necessary that the things which proceed from them should be unknown, since we then think that we know anything when we know the causes and the first principles of it. But if the principles are finite, it is evident that there will be a certain number of them. For we say that number is a definite multitude. If, however, there is a number of the principles, it is necessary that there should be a cause of the whole number of them. For every number is from one, and this, viz. The one, is the principle of numbers. This, therefore, will be the principle of principles, and the cause of finite multitude, since number itself is one, and the end in the many is one, and it bounds the many by that which is one. But the principle being one, and this being essence, it is necessary, if this is admitted, to be either corporeal or incorporeal, that it must be acknowledged to be the principle of other things. If, therefore, body is the cause of the generation of beings, it is necessary indeed that it should be divisible and have parts. For every body is in its own nature divisible, since every magnitude is a certain whole, and that which is a whole consists of parts. These parts, therefore, but I mean each of them, must either severally participate a certain one, or not participate it. If, therefore, they do not participate it, they will be many alone, and by no means one. Hence neither will that which consists from them be a whole. For there being no one, that which consists of all of them will not be one. But if each of the parts participates of something of this kind, and there is something which is the same in all of them, a thing of this kind must necessarily be incorporeal and impartible according to its own nature. For if this also is itself corporeal, it is either wholly in each of the parts, or not wholly. If, therefore, it is indeed wholly in each, it will itself be separated from itself. For the parts in which it is are separate from each other. But if it is not wholly in each of the parts, this also will be divisible, and will have parts after the same manner as the above mentioned parts. And there will again be the same inquiry concerning these, videre licet, whether in these also there is something common or nothing, since if there is nothing common, we shall place the many separate from the one. Let us, however, consider the whole. For every body is a whole, and has parts. What, therefore, will that be which is connective of the parts, since they are many? For it is necessary to say either that the whole is unific of the parts, or the parts of the whole, or that some third thing prior to both, which is neither a whole nor has any parts, connects and unites the whole with its parts, and the parts with the whole. But if the whole indeed is connective of the parts, the whole will be incorporeal and impartible. For if it is a body, this also will be partible, and will be indigent of a nature which is capable of connecting the parts, and this will be the case to infinity. But if the parts are connective of the whole, how can the many be connective of the one, and things divided of that which consists from them? For on the contrary, it is necessary that the one should have the power of uniting the many, and not the many of uniting the one. And if that which connects both is neither a whole nor has parts, it will be perfectly impartible. But being impartible, it is also necessarily without interval. For every thing which has interval has parts, and is divisible. But being without interval, it is incorporeal, for every body possesses interval. Farther still, it is necessary that the principle should be perpetual, for every being is perpetual or corruptible. Hence it must be admitted that the principle of beings is perpetual or corruptible. But if we should grant that this may be corrupted, there will be no being incorruptible. For the principle being destroyed, it will neither be itself generated from anything, nor will another thing be generated from it. For it can neither be able to generate itself, since it is not, if it is not perpetual, nor can another thing be able to generate it, if it is the principle of all things. But if it is incorruptible, it will have the power of not being corrupted, and this power will be infinite, in order that it may exist to infinity through the whole of time. For every finite power of existence pertains naturally to that which is corruptible. But an infinite power pertains to perpetual natures, the existence of which continues to infinity. This infinite, therefore, I mean the infinite according to power, is either impartible or partible. But if it is partible indeed, there will be the infinite in a finite body. For the principle is finite, since if it were infinite, there will be nothing else besides itself. But if it is impartible, the power of infinitely existing will be incorporeal, and the principle of beings is incorporeal so far as it is this power through which the subject of it always is. That it is impossible, therefore, the principle of beings can be corporeal, is from these things evident. If, however, it is incorporeal, it must either be separate or inseparable from bodies. But if inseparable indeed, it will have all its energies in bodies, and subsisting about them. For that is inseparable from body which is not anywhere naturally adapted to energize except in and with bodies. But if the principle is a thing of this kind, it is evidently necessary that none of the things which subsist according to it should be more powerful, or possess greater authority than the principle of all beings. If, however, nothing is more excellent in bodies than the power which subsists in and energizes about bodies, and a corporeal essence, there will not anywhere be intellect and the power which energizes according to intellect. For every such like motion, id est energy, proceeds from a power which is entirely in its energies independent of body. But it neither was nor is lawful for generated natures to surpass the power of their causes. For everything which is in the things begotten is from primary natures, and the latter are the lords of the essence of the former. If, therefore, the principle of beings is able to generate intellect and wisdom, how is it possible it should not generate it on account of and in itself? For one of two things is necessary, either that intellectual perception pertains in no respect to beings, or that it is inferior to them, and that if it exists, it acts in bodies only. These things, however, it is impossible to assert. But if that which is the first of beings, and which is the principle of all things, is separate from bodies, it is perfectly necessary to admit that it is either immovable or moved. And if indeed it is moved, there will be something else prior to it, about which it is moved. For everything which is moved is naturally adapted to be moved about something else which is permanent. And farther still, besides this, it is moved through desire of another thing. For it is necessary indeed that it should be moved in consequence of desiring a certain thing, because motion itself by itself is indefinite. But the end of it is that for the sake of which it subsists. It desires, however, either something else or itself. But everything which desires itself is immovable. For why should anything that is present with itself want to be in another thing? For of things which are moved, the motion of that is less to which the good is nearer, but the motion is greater of that to which the good is more remote. But that which possesses good in itself, and for the sake of which it subsists, will be immovable and stable, since being always in itself, it is in good. That, however, which is in itself is in same, for each thing is the same with itself. But of that which is in itself, we say indeed that it stands still and is immovable, while that which is not immovable is not in itself but in another, is moved towards another thing, and is perfectly indigent of good. If therefore the principle of beings is moved, but every thing which is moved through the want of good and towards another thing which is the object of desire to it, there will be something else which is desirable to the principle of beings besides itself, and about which, possessing a sameness of subsistence, we must say it is moved. This, however, is impossible, for the principle is that for the sake of which all things subsist, which all things desire, and which is indigent of nothing. For if it were in want of something, it would be entirely subordinate to that of which it is in want, and to which its energy is directed as the object of desire. But if the principle is immovable, for this is what remains, it is necessary that it should be one incorporeal essence, possessing an eternal sameness of subsistence. After what manner, however, does it possess the one? And how is it one essence? For if essence and the one are the same, it must be admitted that the principle of beings is essence. But if essence is different from the one, it must be granted that to be the one is not the same thing as to be essence. And if indeed essence is better than the one, according to this it must be said to be with the principle. But if the one is better than essence and beyond it, the one is also the principle of essence, and if they are coordinate to each other, the many will be prior to the one. This, however, is impossible, as we have before demonstrated. It is evident indeed that essence is not the same as the one. For it is not one and the same thing to say one, and that essence is one, but the former is not yet a sentence, and the latter is. To which may be added, that if essence and the one are the same, multitude will be the same as that which has no existence, and which is not essence. This, however, is impossible. For in essence the many are contained, and in that which is not essence is the one. But if essence and the one are not the same, they will not be coordinate to each other. For if they were coordinate, there will be some other thing prior to them. If it is necessary that all things should subsist from one principle, and if one of these is better than the other, either the one is prior to essence, or essence is prior to the one. But if the one indeed is prior to essence, this and not essence is the principle of all things. For it is necessary that nothing should be better than the principle. And if essence is prior to the one will be passive to essence, and not essence to the one. But if the one is passive to essence, it is necessary that the one and essence should be everything, and that all such things as are one should be essence, but not that all such things as are essence should be one. There will therefore be a certain essence deprived of the one. If however this be the case, it will be nothing. For that which is deprived of the one is nothing. Hence the one is prior to essence. But if that which is first is something which is not essence, it is absurd to assert that it is subordinate to essence. For the principle is that which has the greatest power and the most absolute authority, and is most sufficient to itself, and is not that which is most ignoble and indigent of the many. And in short, it is necessary that no secondary nature should be better than the principle, for it is requisite that beings should not be governed badly. But if indeed the principle has an order subordinate to the things which proceed from it, and the things proceeding from it are better than it, all things will be badly confounded, nor will the principle according to nature be anything else than something which is not the most excellent of things, nor will things which proceed from the principle possess from it a power of ruling over their principle. The principle of beings, therefore, will indeed be fortuitous, and also the beings which are its progeny. But this is impossible. For things which are fortuitous, if to have a fortuitous subsistence is this, not to exist according to intellect, nor with a view to a definite end, are disorderly, infinite and indefinite, and are all of them things which have a less frequency of subsistence. But the principle is invariably principle, and other things proceed from it. If, however, that which is not essence is better than all essence, it will either be participated by it, or it will be entirely imparticipable. If, however, essence participates of the principle, of what will it be the principle? And how will it be the principle of all beings? For it is necessary that the principle of beings should be no one of beings, since if it were any one of them, it is necessarily not the principle of all beings. But every thing which is participated by another thing is said to be that by which it is participated, and in which it primarily is. The principle, however, is separate and belongs in a greater degree to itself than to other things. Besides, everything which is participated proceeds from another more excellent cause, since that which is imparticipable is better than that which is participable. It is not, however, possible to conceive anything better than that which is most excellent, and which we call the principle. For it is not lawful to assert that things secondary to the principle, and which proceed from it, are in any respect better than their principle. The cause, therefore, of all beings is above all essence, is separate from every essence, and is neither essence, nor has essence as an addition to its nature. For such an addition as this is a diminution of simplicity, and of that which is one. End of chapter 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. See, therefore, the third argument after these, leading us to the same conclusion with the former arguments. For it is necessary that the cause of all beings should be that of which all beings participate, to which they refer the subsistence of themselves, and which separates itself from nothing, that in any respect whatever is said to have an existence. For this alone is the object of desire to beings, which primarily, or in some other way, is itself the cause of their subsistence. And it is necessary that every thing which is produced with reference to, and on account of it, should have a certain habitude with relation to it, and through this also a similitude to it. For every habitude of one thing towards another is predicated in a twofold respect, either from both participating of one thing, which affords to the participants a communion with each other, or from one of them participating of the other, of which indeed the one, as being more excellent, imparts something to that which is subordinate to itself, but the other, as being inferior, is assimilated to the more excellent nature, so far as it participates of it. Hence it is necessary, if all sensible natures possess a habitude to that which is first, aspire after, and subsist about it, either that there should be a certain third thing, the cause of the habitude, or that the principle should impart to the natures posterior to itself a tendency to itself, and that desire through which everything is preserved and exists. Nothing else, however, is more excellent than that which is first. Hence, the habitude of beings, their existence, and their tendency to the first, are derived from thence, and all things participate of the principle of themselves, if it is necessary that this which is participated should from thence become apparent in all beings, since it is the principle of all things, and deserts no being whatever. What therefore will this nature be, which is everywhere and in all beings? Is it life and motion? But there are indeed many things which are deprived of these. Is therefore permanency everywhere and in all things? But neither is this true. For motion, so far as it is motion, will not participate of permanency. Is much honored intellect, therefore, so far as it is intellect, participated by all beings? But this also is impossible. For all beings would have intellectual perception, and no being would be deprived of intellect. Shall we say, therefore, that being itself and essence are participated by all things that in any respect whatever have a subsistence? But how is this possible? For that which is in generation, or passing into existence, is said to be, and is destitute of essence. Nor must we wonder if it also, since it ranks among beings, should now participate of essence. For so far as it is in generation, it is not. But it ends in existence and essence, when it is now actually generated, and is no longer rising into existence. All things, therefore, that have in any respect whatever a subsistence, do not participate of essence. What then will that be which is everywhere and by all things participated? Let us consider every being, and see what that is to which all beings are passive, and what it is which is common in all of them, as in essence, sameness, difference, permanency, and motion. Can we say, therefore, that each of these is anything else than one thing, and not only separately, but this is also the case with the things which subsist from them? And in short, it is not possible in a certain respect to speak otherwise of all things, than this, that all things and each thing is one. For if anything should be deprived of the one, though you should speak of parts, or of beings, immediately, that which becomes destitute of the one will be altogether nothing. Or with what intention do we say that a thing which is not perfectly nothing, or not even one thing, unless the one is the last thing which deserts beings? This it is, therefore, to become that which in no respect is, and to be perfectly deprived of the one. For it is possible for that which is not moved to be, and for that which has no being to have an hyparxis. But that which is not even one thing, and which is destitute of the one itself, will be entirely nothing. Hence the one is present with all beings, and though you should speak of multitude itself, it is necessary that this also should participate of the one. For if it does not become one thing, it is not possible for it to subsist. And if even you divide the whole to infinity, immediately nothing else than one occurs. For either that which is divided does not subsist, or becoming to be, or subsisting something else, it will be immediately one. The one, therefore, which is everywhere apparent, and is in all beings, and which deserts no being whatever, is either derived from the one which is simply one, or from that which is more excellent than the one. For it is not possible for the one to be otherwise passive, i.e., to be consubsistent with something else, than from the first one, to which the one is no longer present, but which is the one itself, or nothing else than one. Again, therefore, from another principle we may arrive at the same conclusion by speaking as follows. It is necessary either that the causes of beings and things caused should proceed to infinity, and that there should be nothing first or last in beings, or that there should be no first, but that there should be the last of things, infinity existing in one part only. Or, on the contrary, it is necessary that beings should proceed to infinity from a definite principle, or that there should be a certain first and last, and a boundary of beings each way. And if there are boundaries of beings, things either proceed from each other, and the generation of beings is in a circle, or if they are not from each other, either one of them is from another, or the first indeed is one, but the last not one, or the contrary, or both are one, or each is not one. If, therefore, first things and the causes of beings are infinite, each thing will consist of infinites. For that which proceeds from a certain principle must necessarily participate of that principle from which it proceeds. But that which derives its subsistence from many causes will be in its own nature multiform, as participating of many powers. And that which is produced from infinites prior to itself will have infinite peculiarities derived from the principles, and adapted to itself. Every being, therefore, being infinite, and consisting of infinites, will render all things infinitely infinite, and there will neither be a knowledge of any being, nor any evolution of powers. For the power of the infinite is perfectly unknown, and incomprehensible by those natures to whom it is infinite. But if things are infinite in a descending progression, whether is each of them infinite always proceeding most downward, in the same manner as we say all things do? Or is each whole indeed finite, but the beings which are produced from these are infinite? For if every being according to the beginning of itself is definite, but according to its end is infinite, there will neither be in parts nor in wholes a conversion of beings to their proper principle, nor will that which is second in order ever have a subsistence so as to be assimilated to the extremity of a pre‐existent order; though, as we frequently say, the summits of inferiors are conjoined with the boundaries of superiors. For where there is no last, by what contrivance can such a similitude of progression as this, and such a mutual cohesion of beings be left, according to which secondary things are always conjoined to the natures prior to them? But if all things alone have an infinity of this kind, each being bounded by that which is posterior to itself, wholes will be subordinate to parts, and the parts of beings will be naturally more perfect than wholes. For wholes, indeed, will be without conversion to the principle prior to themselves, but parts will be converted to it after their progression. By how much the more, however, every being hastens to conjunction with that which is more perfect than itself, by so much the more must it necessarily excel, as it appears to me. And if this whole proceeding to infinity is not convolved to the summit of itself, and circularly converted and perfected according to such a conversion, it will not desire its proper good. If, however, we admit that there is an infinity both ways, these things must necessarily happen. In addition to these things also, there will be no common object of desire to all beings, nor any union nor sympathy of them. For things which are perfectly infinite have not that which is first in them; but not having a first, we shall not be able to say what is the common end of beings, and why some things are more excellent, but others are allotted a subordinate nature. For we call one thing better, and another less excellent, from proximity to that which is best; just as we define the more and the less hot from communion with that which is hot in the first degree. And in short, we form a judgment of the more and the less from a reference to that which is a maximum. It is necessary, therefore, that the boundary in beings should be that which is first and that which is last. But if indeed these are from each other, the same thing will be older and younger, cause and at the same time the thing caused, and each thing will be first and last. For it makes no difference whether these are from each other, or the things which subsist between these. For the extremes being indifferent, how is it possible that a mutation according to essence should intervene? But if the one is from the other, whether is the first derived from the last, as some say, who generate things more excellent from things subordinate, and things more perfect from such as are more imperfect? In this case, however, must not that which is allotted the power of generating and producing the perfect by a much greater priority perfect and adorn itself by its present power? And how is it possible that leaving itself to be of an inferior allotment, it should definitely assign a more excellent order to another thing? For every thing aspires after its proper perfection, and simply desires good, though not every thing is able to participate of a thing of this kind. If, therefore, it has the power of producing this most perfect thing, that which is last will energize on account of itself prior to other things, and the whole of good and all perfection will be first established in itself. But if that which is last is produced from that which is first, and the most imperfect from that which is most perfect, whether is each of them one, or is this one but that not one? If, however, that which is first or that which is last is not one, neither of them will be first or last. For as there will be multitude in each of them will have the better and the worse, and neither will that which is best be unmingled with that which is inferior to it, nor that which is the most obscure of all things according to being, have so great a subjection entirely deprived of a more perfect nature. But there will be something more extreme than that which is last, and something more perfect than that which is first. For every where that which is best, if it receives another addition through that which is inferior, will be more perfect than that which does not abide in the best, through not receiving this very addition. If, therefore, we rightly assert these things, the one is the principle of all things, and the last of beings is one. For it is necessary, I think, that the end of the progression of beings should be assimilated to the principle, and that as far as to this, the power of the first should proceed. Summarily, therefore, recapitulating what we have said, it is necessary either that the first principle should be one, or that there should be alone many first principles, or one containing multitude in itself, or many participating of one. But if there are many first principles only, there will not be one thing from them. For what will make one and a whole, if there are many principles, and there is nothing which produces one? For it is certainly necessary that things posterior to the principles should be assimilated to them. Either, therefore, there will not be the one in any being, or it will not be from these principles, so that each of the things which in any respect whatever have a subsistence will be divided multitude alone. And again, each of the parts of any being will be a thing of this kind, and we shall in no way whatever stop dividing into minute parts essence and existence. For all things will be many, and the one will be nowhere in the universality of things, nor will either wholes or parts be apparent. But if it is necessary indeed that there should be many principles, and that they should participate of the one will be coordinated in the many. Again, however, it is necessary that the uncoordinated should everywhere be more ancient than the coordinated, and the exempt than the participated. For how is the one in each of the many except from one principle which co arranges the multitude, and converts it to itself according to the communion of the One. Again, if the first One were multiplied, the One will be passive, for at the same time it will be one and not one, and will not be that which is one only. It is necessary, however, in each genus of things, that there should be that which is unmingled with an inferior nature, in order that there may be that which is mingled, in the same manner as we say respecting forms. For from the equal itself, things which are equal in the sublunary realms appear indeed as equal, though they are filled with a contrary nature. And from that which is primarily being, that which is mingled with non‐being is derived, and which presents itself to the view as being. And in short, everywhere the simple unmingled subsistence of each thing precedes those things which through remission are mingled with the privations of themselves. The One, therefore, is by itself exempt from all multitude, and that which is one, and at the same time not one, is not the first one, but is suspended from that which is primarily one, through the principle indeed participating of the One, but through the diminution arising from multitude, now manifestly exhibiting in itself the cause of separation. (Ch. 4). That the One, therefore, is the principle of all things and the first cause, and that all other things are posterior to the One, is I think evident from what has been said. I am astonished, however, at all the other interpreters of Plato, who admit the existence of the intellectual kingdom, but do not venerate the ineffable transcendency of the One, and its hyparxis which surpasses the whole of things. I particularly, however, wonder that this should have been the case with Origen, who was a partaker of the same erudition with Plotinus. For Origen ends in intellect and the first being, but omits the One which is beyond every intellect and every being. And if indeed he omits it as something which is better than all knowledge, language, and intellectual perception, we must say that he is neither discordant with Plato, nor with the nature of things. But if he omits it because the One is perfectly unhyparctic and without any subsistence, and because intellect is the best of things, and that which is primarily being is the same as that which is primarily one, we cannot assent to him in asserting these things, nor will Plato admit him and connumerate him with his familiars. For I think that a dogma of this kind is remote from the philosophy of Plato, and is full of peripatetic innovation. If you are willing, however, we will adduce some arguments against this dogma, and against all others who are the patrons of this opinion, and we will strenuously contend for the doctrine of Plato, and show that according to him the first cause is beyond intellect, and is exempt from all beings, as Plotinus and Porphyry, and all those who have received the philosophy of these men, conceive him to assert. We shall begin therefore from the Republic. For here Socrates clearly shows that the good is established above being, and the whole intellectual order, following the analogy of the first goodness to the sun. For if, as the sovereign sun is to generation, to everything visible, and to all visive natures according to the power generative of light, so it is necessary the good should be with reference to intellect and intelligibles, according to a cause productive of truth. If this be the case, we must say that the sun is exempt at one and the same time from visive and visible natures, and must admit that the good transcends the natures which are always intellective, and also those which are eternally intelligible. It is better, however, to hear the Platonic words themselves. Quote, "You may say that the sun not only imparts the power of being seen to visible natures, but also that he is the cause of their generation, increase, and nutriment, not being himself generation. Certainly, we may say, therefore, that things which are known have not only this from the good that they are known, but likewise that their being and essence are thence derived, whilst the good itself is not essence, but beyond essence, transcending it both in dignity and in power." Through all these things, therefore, it is evident how the good and the first principle are defined by Plato to be expanded above not only the intellectual, but also the intelligible extent, and essence itself, according to union, in the same manner as it is inferred the sun surpasses all visible natures, and perfects and generates all things by his light. How, therefore, following Plato, can we admit that intellect is the best of things, and the cause of all things? How can we assert that being itself and essence are the same with the principle which is the leader of all the divine progressions? For essence and intellect are said to subsist primarily from the good, to have their hyparxis about the good, to be filled with the light of truth proceeding from thence, and to obtain the participation which is adapted to them from the union of this light, which is more divine than intellect itself and essence, as being primarily suspended from the good, and affording in beings a similitude to that which is first. For the light which is emitted from the sun causes everything visible to be solar form, and the participation of the light of truth renders that which is intelligible boniform and divine. Intellect, therefore, is a God through a light which is more ancient than intellectual light and intellect itself, and that which is intelligible and at the same time intellectual participates of a divine hyparxis through a plenitude of this light being appropriately imparted to it. And in short, every divine nature is that which it is said to be on account of this light, and is through it united to the cause of all beings. By no means, therefore, is the first good to be considered as the same with intellect, nor must it be admitted that the intelligible is more ancient than all the hyparxis of the whole of things, since it is even subordinate to the light proceeding from the good, and being perfected by this light is conjoined according to its own order with the good itself. For we must not say that the intelligible is united to the first after the same manner as the light of truth, but the latter, through continuity with the good, is established in it without a medium, while the former through this light participates of a vicinity to the good, since in sensibles also the solar light is primarily connascent with the circulation of the sun, ascends as far as to the centre of the whole sphere, and subsists on all sides about it. But all sensible natures through this obtain a similitude to the sun, each of them according to its own nature, being filled with solar form illumination. These things, therefore, will be sufficient to recall into the memory of those who love the contemplation of truth the conceptions of Plato on this subject, and to evince that the order of intellect is secondary to the exempt transcendency of the one. If, however, it is requisite to evince the same thing through many testimonies, let us survey what the Elean guest in the Sopista determines concerning these things. He says, therefore, it is necessary that the multitude of all beings, whether they are contraries or not, should be suspended from the one being, He rests from being characterized by the one, but that the one being itself should be suspended from the one. For when we call the hot or the cold, or permanency or motion, being, we do not denominate each of these as the same with being itself. For if permanency were being itself, motion would not be being; or if motion were such like being, permanency would not participate of the appellation of being. But it is evident that being accedes to permanency, to motion, and to every multitude of beings from one thing which is primarily being. This very thing, therefore, which is the cause of essence to all things, and which is participated by all other things, is a participant of this one; and on this account, as it is being alone, so also it is primarily being. It is, however, being itself indeed, and is not allotted to be from participation; but it is one according to participation, and on this account it is passive to the one. But it is being primarily. If therefore Plato gives to the one a subsistence beyond being, in the same manner as that which is first in wholes is supposed by him to transcend beings, how is it possible that being should not be posterior to the one, since it participates of it, and on this account is denominated one? Moreover, Socrates in the Philebus clearly demonstrates the same thing to those who are able to know wholes from parts, viz. That intellect has not the same order as the first cause of all. Investigating therefore the good of the human soul and its end, of which participating in every respect sufficiently, it will reap the fruits of a felicity adapted to its nature, he in the first place removes pleasure from an end of this kind, and after this intellect, because neither is this replete with all the elements of the good. If therefore the intellect which is in us is an image of the first intellect, and the good of the whole of our life is not to be defined according to this alone, is it not necessary that in wholes also the cause of good must be established above intellectual perfection? For if that which is primarily good subsisted according to total intellect, in us also and all other intellectual natures, self‐sufficiency and appropriate good would be present through the participation of intellect. Our intellect indeed is disjoined from the good, and is indigent, and on this account requires pleasure in order to the attainment of human perfection. But a divine intellect always participates of the good, and on this account is divine; for it is boniform through the participation of good, but divine as being suspended from the first deity. It is the same reasoning therefore which infers that the good is exempt from the first intellect, and which defines felicity to consist not in intelligence only, but in the all perfect presence of the good. For the intellectual form of energy is itself by itself defective with respect to blessedness. And why is it requisite to be prolix? For Parmenides teaches us most clearly the difference of the one from essence and being, and shows that the one is exempt from all other things and from essence. For this he evinces of the one at the end of the first hypothesis. But how is it possible that the cause of essence, and which is exempt from it through supreme transcendency, should not also be beyond the intellectual order? For intellect is essence. But if in intellect there is permanency and motion, and Parmenides demonstrates that the one transcends both these, does he not immediately bring us to the ineffable cause of all things, which is prior to every intellect? And if every intellect is converted to itself, and is in itself, but the one is demonstrated to be neither in itself nor in another, how can we any longer consider intellect as the same with the first cause of all? In what respect also will the one which is prior to being differ from the one being which is the subject of the second hypothesis, if intellect is the best of things and the first principle of all? For the one being participates of the one, but that which participates is secondary to that which is participated. That the one, however, is according to Plato more ancient than intellect and essence, is through what has been said recalled to our memory. End of chapter 4. Chapters 5 to 7 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. In the next place, if the one is neither intelligible, nor intellectual, nor in short participates of the power of being, let us survey what will be the modes of leading us to it, and through what intellectual conceptions Plato unfolds, as far as he is able, to his familiars, the ineffable and unknown transcendency of the first. I say then, that at one time he unfolds it through analogy and the similitude of secondary natures, but at another time he demonstrates its exempt transcendency and its separation from the whole of things through negations. For in the Republic, indeed, he indicates the ineffable peculiarity and hyparxis of the good, through analogy to the sun. But in the Parmenides he demonstrates the difference of the one with respect to all things posterior to it through negations. But he appears to me through one of these modes to unfold the progression from the first cause of all other things, and prior to other things of the divine orders. For on this account the first cause is exempt from all the natures produced by it, because everywhere cause is established above its effects. And on this account the first is nothing of all things, because all things proceed from him. For he is the principle of all things, both of beings and at the same time of non-beings. But again, according to the other of these modes, he adumbrates the conversion to the first of the things which have proceeded from it. For in each order of beings through similitude to it, there is a monad analogous to the good, which has the same relation to the whole series conjoined with it, that the good has to all the orders of the Gods. The cause, however, of this similitude is entirely the conversion of the whole of things to the good. These therefore proceed from thence and are converted to it. And the progression indeed of all things demonstrates to us the assent to the first through negations. But the conversion of all things demonstrates this to us through analogies. Let not, however, any one considering these negations to be such things as privations, despise such a mode of discussion, nor defining the sameness in words analogously, and words in habitudes, endeavor to calumniate this anagogic progression to the first principle. For negations, as it appears to me, extend a triple peculiarity in things, and at one time indeed, being more primogenial than affirmations, they are procreative and perfective of the generation of them. But at another time they are allotted an order coordinate to affirmations, and negation is then in no respect more venerable than affirmation. And again, at another time, they are allotted an order subordinate to affirmations, and are nothing else than the privations of them. For with respect to non-being itself, with which there is also a negation of beings, at one time considering it as beyond being, we say that it is the cause and the supplier of beings. But at another time we evince that it is equivalent to being, just as, I think, the Elean guest demonstrates in the Sophista that non-being is in no respect less, if it be lawful so to speak, than being. And at another time we leave it as a privation of, and indigent of being. For indeed, according to this mode, we call every generation and matter itself non-being. Analogies, however, are assumed for the purpose alone of indicating the similitude of secondary natures to the first principle, and neither any reason nor habitude, nor communion of this principle with things posterior to it, becomes apparent from these. For its exempt nature is not of such a kind as is beheld in the second and third orders of beings. But the good transcends the whole of things in a much greater degree than intellect surpasses the natures posterior to itself, whether it be the demiurgic intellect, or the intellect of the whole world, or some other intellect from among the number of those that are called divine. Every intellect, however, and every God is allotted a transcendency with respect to subordinate natures, and those things of which it is the cause, inferior to that which the first principle has to every being. For this principle similarly transcends all things, and not some in a greater, but others in a less degree, since thus we should introduce a greater and less habitude of it to secondary natures. It is necessary, however, to preserve it without habitude to all things, and similarly exempt from the whole of things. But of other natures, some are indeed nearer, and others are more remote from it. For each thing proceeds from it, since it produces all things according to one cause, and different things are indeed converted to it in a different manner. This principle, in the meantime, receiving no habitude or communion with things posterior to itself. Chapter 6. The mode of demonstration, therefore, pertaining to the One is, as we have said, twofold. For again, Plato delivers to us twofold names of the ineffable cause. In the Republic, indeed, he calls it the good, and demonstrates it to be the fountain of the truth which unites intellect and intelligibles. But in the Parmenides he denominates such a principle as this the One, and shows that it gives subsistence to the divine unities. Again, therefore, of these names, the One is the image of the progression of the whole of things, but the other of their conversion. For because indeed all things derive their subsistence and proceed from the first principle, on this account, referring the One to it, we demonstrate that it is the cause of all multitude and every progression. For whence is multitude unfolded into light except from the One? But because again the progressions from it are naturally converted to it, and desire its ineffable and incomprehensible hyparxis, we denominate it the good. For what else is that which converts all things, and which is extended to all beings as the object of desire, but the good? For all other things subsist distributedly, and are to some beings honorable, but to others not. And Everything which in any respect whatever is said to have a subsistence aspires after some things and avoids others. But the good is the common object of desire to all beings, and all things according to their nature verge and are extended to this. The tendency, however, of desiring natures is everywhere to the appropriate object of desire. The good therefore converts, but the one gives subsistence to all secondary natures. Let not, however, any one suppose that the ineffable can on this account be named, or that the cause of all union is doubled. For here indeed we transfer to it names, looking to that which is posterior to it, and to the progressions from, or the circular conversions to it. Because indeed multitude subsists from it, we ascribe to it the appellation of the one. But because all things, even as far as to things that have the most obscure existence, are converted to it, we denominate it the good. We endeavor, therefore, to know the unknown nature of the first principle through the things which proceed from and are converted to it. And we also attempt through the same things to give a name to that which is ineffable. This principle, however, is neither known by beings, nor is effable by any one of all things. But being exempt from all knowledge and all language, and subsisting as incomprehensible, it produces from itself according to one cause all knowledge, everything that is known, all words, and whatever can be comprehended by speech. But its unical nature, and which transcends all division, shines forth to the view dyadically in the natures posterior to it, or rather triadically. For all things abide in, proceed from, and are converted to the one. For at one and the same time they are united to it, or in subjection to its union which is exempt from the whole of things, and desire the participation of it. And union indeed imparts a stable transcendency to all secondary natures, and which subsists in unproceeding conjunction with the cause of them. But subjection defines the progression of beings, and their separation from the imparticipable and first unity, and desire perfects the conversion of the subsisting natures, and their circular tendency to the ineffable. First natures, therefore, being always entirely united to the ineffable, some more remotely, but others more proximately, and receiving through this union their hyparxis and their portion of good, we endeavor to manifest through names the progression and conversion of the whole of things. But with respect to their stable comprehension, if it be lawful so to speak, in the first, and their union with the ineffable, this as being incomprehensible and not to be apprehended by knowledge, those who were wise in divine concerns were unable to indicate it by words. But as the ineffable is primarily concealed in inaccessible places, and is exempt from all beings, thus also the union of all things with it is occult, ineffable, and unknown to all beings. For every being is united to it, neither by intellectual injection, or projection, nor the energy of essence, since things which are destitute of knowledge are united to the first, and things deprived of all energy participate according to their order of a conjunction with it. That which is unknown, therefore, in beings according to their union with the first, we neither endeavor to know, nor to manifest by names, but being more able to look to their progression and conversion, we ascribe indeed to the first two names, which we derive as resemblances from secondary natures. We also define two modes of assent to the first, conjoining that mode which is through analogy with the appellation of the good, but that which is through negations with the appellation of the one, which Plato also indicating in the Republic indeed calls the first the good, and at the same time makes a regression to it through analogy, but in the Parmenides establishing it as the one itself, he unfolds the transcendency of it which is exempt from beings through negative conclusions. According to both these modes therefore, the first principle transcends both Gnostic powers and the parts of speech, but all other things afford us the cause of knowledge and of appellation, and the first principle indeed unically gives subsistence to all the unions and hyparxes of secondary natures, but the things posterior to this cause participate of it in a divided manner. These also, as we have before observed, become multiplied by abiding, proceeding and returning, but the one is at once perfectly exempt from all the prolific progressions, convertive powers, and uniform hypostases in beings. What the modes therefore are of the doctrine about the first, and through what names Plato endeavours to indicate it, and whence the names and the modes of this indication, which is unknown to all things, are derived, is, I think, through what has been said, sufficiently manifest. CHAPTER 7. If, however, it be requisite to survey each of the dogmas about it which are scattered in the writings of Plato, and to reduce them to one science of theology, let us consider, if you are willing, prior to other things, what Socrates demonstrates in the 6th book of the Republic, conformably to the before mentioned mode, and how through analogy he teaches us the wonderful transcendency of the good with respect to all beings, and the summits of the whole of things. In the first place, therefore, he distinguishes beings from each other, and establishing some of them to be intelligibles, but others sensibles. He defines science by the knowledge of beings. But he conjoins sense with sensibles, and giving a twofold division to all things, he places one exempt monad over intelligible multitude, and a second monad over sensible multitude, according to a similitude to the former monad. Of these monads also he shows that the one is generative of intelligible light, but the other of sensible light, and he evinces that by the intelligible light indeed, all intelligibles are deiform and boniform according to participation from the first God, but that by the sensible light, according to the perfection derived from the sun, all sensible natures are solarform, and similar to their one monad. In addition also to what has been said, he suspends the second monad from that which reigns in the intelligible. And thus he extends all things, both the first and the last of beings, I mean intelligibles and sensibles, to the good. Such a mode of reduction to the first as this appears to me to be most excellent, and especially adapted to theology. Videre licet, to congregate all the Gods in the world into one union, and suspend them from their proximate monad, but to refer the supermundane Gods to the intellectual kingdom, to suspend the intellectual Gods from intelligible union, and to refer the intelligible Gods themselves and all beings through these to that which is first. For as the monad of mundane natures is supermundane, as the monad of supermundane natures is intellectual, and of intellectual natures intelligible, thus also it is necessary that first intelligibles should be suspended from the monad which is above intelligibles and perfected by it, and being filled with deity, should illuminate secondary natures with intelligible light. But it is necessary that intellectual natures, which derive the enjoyment of their being from intelligibles, but of good and a uniform hyparxis from the first cause, should connect supermundane natures by intellectual light, and that the genera of the Gods prior to the world, through receiving a pure intellect from the intellectual Gods, but intelligible light from the intelligible Gods, and a unical light from the Father of the whole of things, should send into this apparent world the illumination of the light which they possess. On this account, the sun, being the summit of mundane natures, and proceeding from the ethereal profundities, imparts to visible natures supernatural perfection, and causes these as much as possible to be similar to the supercelestial worlds. These things, therefore, we shall afterwards more abundantly discuss. The present discourse, however, suspends all things after the above mentioned manner from the good and the first unity. For if indeed the sun connects everything sensible, but the good produces and perfects everything intelligible, and of these the second monad, i.e. the sun, is denominated the offspring of the good, and on this account causes that which is sensible to be splendid, and adorns and fills it with good, because it imitates the primogenial cause of itself. If this be the case, all things will thus participate of the good, and will be extended to this one principle, intelligibles indeed, and the most divine of beings without a medium, but sensibles through their monad the sun. Again, therefore, and after another manner, Plato narrates to us in this extract from the Republic the analysis to the first principle. For he suspends all the multitudes in the world from the intelligible monads, as for instance, all beautiful things from the beautiful itself, all good things from the good, and all equal things from the equal itself. And again, he considers some things as intelligibles, but others as sensibles, but the summits of them are uniformly established in intelligibles. Again, from these intelligible forms he thinks fit to ascend still higher, and venerating in a greater degree the goodness which is beyond intelligibles, he apprehends that all intelligibles and the monads which they contain subsist and are perfected through it. For as we refer the sensible multitude to a monad uncoordinated with sensibles, and we think that through this monad the multitude of sensibles derives its subsistence, so it is necessary to refer the intelligible multitude to another cause, which is not conumerated with intelligibles, and from which they are allotted their essence and their divine hyparxis. Let not, however, any one fancy that Plato admits there is the same order of the good in intelligible forms as there is prior to intelligibles, but the good, indeed, which is coordinated with the beautiful, must be considered as essential, and as one of the forms which are in intelligibles. For the first good, which by conjoining the article with the noun we are accustomed to call tagathon, or the good, is admitted to be something superessential, and more excellent than all beings, both in dignity and power, since Socrates also, when discussing the beautiful and the good, calls the one the beautiful itself, and the other the good itself, and thus says he, we must denominate all the things which we then very properly considered as many. Again, particularly considering each thing as being one, we denominate each thing that which it is, and thus Socrates, leading us from sensible things that are beautiful and good, and in short from things that are participated, subsist in other things, and are multiplied, to the superessential unities of intelligibles and the first essences. From these again he transfers us to the exempt cause of everything beautiful and good. For in forms the beautiful itself is the leader of many beautiful things, and the good itself of many goods, and each form alone gives subsistence to things similar to itself. But the first good is not only the cause of what is good, but similarly of things beautiful, as Plato elsewhere says, and "all things are for its sake, and it is the cause of every thing beautiful." For again, in addition to what has been said, the good, which is in forms, is intelligible and known, as Socrates himself teaches. But the good prior to forms is beyond beings, and is established above all knowledge. And the former is the source of essential perfection, but the latter is the supplier of good to the Gods so far as they are Gods, and is generative of goods which are prior to essences. We must not therefore apprehend that when Socrates calls the first principle the good, from the name of idea, that he directly calls it the intelligible goodness. But though the first principle is superior to all language and appellation, we permit Socrates to call it the cause of everything beautiful and good, transferring through the things which are proximately filled by it, appellations to it. For this I think Socrates, indicating, asserts in all that he says about the good, that it is beyond knowledge and things that are known, and likewise beyond essence and being, according to its analogy to the sun. And after a certain admirable manner, he presents us with an epitome of the negations of the one in the Parmenides. For the assertion that the good is neither truth nor essence, nor intellect nor science, at one and the same time separates it from the superessential unities, and every genus of the Gods, and from the intellectual and intelligible orders, and from every psychical subsistence. But these are the first things, and through the first hypothesis of the Parmenides, these are taken away from the principle of the whole of things. Moreover, neither when he celebrates the good, the leader of the divine orders, as the most splendid of beings, does he denominate it most splendid as participating of light. For the first light proceeds from it to intelligibles and intellect, but he gives it this appellation as the cause of the light which is everywhere diffused, and as the fountain of every intelligible, or intellectual, or mundane deity. For this light is nothing else than the participation of a divine hyparxis. For as all things become boniform through participating of the good, and are filled with the illumination proceeding from thence, thus also the natures which are primarily beings are deiform, and as it is said, intelligible and intellectual essences become divine through the participation of deity. Looking therefore to all that has been said, we shall preserve the exempt transcendency of the good with reference to all beings and the divine orders. But again, in each order of beings, we must grant that there is a monad analogous to it, not only in sensibles, as Plato says the sun is, but likewise in supermundane natures, and in the genera of Gods, arranged from the good prior to these. For it is evident that the natures which are nearer to the first cause, and which participate of it in a greater degree, possess a greater similitude to it. And as that is the cause of all beings, so these establish monads which are the leaders of more partial orders. And Plato indeed arranges the multitudes under the monads, but extends all the monads to the exempt principle of the whole of things, and establishes them uniformly about it. It is necessary, therefore, that the theological science should be unfolded conformably to the divine orders, and that our conceptions about it should be transcendent and unmingled and unconnected with other things. And we should survey indeed all secondary natures subsisting according to and perfected about it, but we should establish it as transcending all the monads in beings, according to one excess of simplicity, and as unically arranged prior to the whole orders of Gods. For as the Gods themselves enact the order which is in them, thus also it is necessary that the truth concerning them, the precedaneous causes of beings, and the second and third progeny of these should be definitely distinguished. This, therefore, is the one truth concerning the first principle, and which possesses one reason remarkably conformable to the Platonic hypothesis, viz. That this principle subsists prior to the whole orders in the Gods, that it gives subsistence to the boniform essence of the Gods, that it is the fountain of superessential goodness, and that all things posterior to it, being extended towards it, are filled with good after an ineffable manner, are united to it, and subsist uniformly about it. For its unical nature is not unprolific, but it is by so much the more generative of other things, as it pre-establishes a union exempt from the things which have a subsistence. Nor does its fecundity tend to multitude and division, but it abides with undefiled purity, concealed in inaccessible places. For in the natures also which are posterior to it, we everywhere see that what is perfect desires to generate, and that what is full hastens to impart to other things its plenitude. In a much greater degree, therefore, it is necessary that the nature which contains in one all perfections, and which is not a certain good, but good itself, and superfull, if it be lawful so to speak, should be generative of the whole of things, and give subsistence to them, producing all things by being exempt from all things, and by being imparticipable, similarly generating the first and the last of beings. You must not, however, suppose that this generation and progression is emitted in consequence of the good either being moved or multiplied, or possessing a generative power, or energizing, since all these are secondary to the singleness of the first. For whether the good is moved, it will not be the good, since the good itself, and which is nothing else, if it were moved, would depart from goodness. How therefore can that which is the source of goodness to beings produce other things when deprived of good? Or whether the good is multiplied through imbecility, there will be a progression of the whole of things through a diminution, but not through an abundance of goodness. For that which in generating departs from its proper transcendency, hastens to adorn inferior natures, not through prolific perfection, but through a diminution and want of its own power. But if the good produces all things by employing power, there will be a diminution of goodness about it. For it will be two things and not one, viz. It will be good and power. And if indeed it is in want of power, that which is primarily good will be indigent. But if to be the good itself is sufficient to the perfection of the things produced, and to the plenitude of all things, why do we assume power as an addition? For additions in the Gods are oblations of transcendent unions. Let the good therefore alone be prior to power and prior to energy, for all energy is the progeny of power. Neither, therefore, does the good energizing give subsistence to all things through energy, nor being in want of power does it fill all things with powers, nor being multiplied do all things participate of good, nor being moved do all beings enjoy the first principle. For the good precedes all powers and all energies and every multitude and motion, since each of these is referred to the good as to its end. The good, therefore, is the most final of all ends, and the centre of all desirable natures. All desirable natures, indeed, impart an end to secondary beings, but that which presubsists, uncircumscribed by all things, is the first good. End of chapter 7. Chapters 8 to 10 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. After these things, however, let us direct our attention to the conceptions about the first principle in the Epistle of Plato to Dionysius, and survey the manner in which he considers its ineffable and immense transcendency. But perhaps some one may be indignant with us for rashly drawing to our own hypotheses the assertions of Plato, and may say that the three kings of which he speaks are all of them intellectual gods, but that Plato does not think fit to coarrange or connumerate the good with secondary natures. For such a connumeration ought not to be considered as adapted to the exempt transcendency of the good with respect to other things, nor in short must it be said that the good contributes as the first with reference to another second or third cause to the completion of a triad in conjunction with other natures, but that it in a greater degree precedes every triad and every number than the intelligible precede the intellectual gods. How, therefore, can we connumerate with other kings the good which is at once exempt from all the divine numbers, and coarrange one as the first king, another as the second, and another as the third? Some one may also adduce many other things, indicating the transcendency of the first principle with respect to every thing divine. Such a one, however, in thus interpreting the words of Plato, will remarkably accord with us who assert the good to be imparticipable, to transcend all the intelligible and intellectual genera, and to be established above all the divine monads. That Plato indeed admits the first God to be the king of all things, and says that all things are for his sake, and that he is the cause of all beautiful things, does not, I think, require much proof to those who consider his words by themselves, apart from their own conjectures, by introducing which they violently endeavor to accord with Plato. But that we do not assert these things, connumerating the first God with secondary natures, Plato himself manifests, neither calling the first king the first, but alone the king of all things, nor asserting that some things are about him, as he says that second things are about that which is second, and third things about that which is third. But he says, in short, that all things are about him, and to the other kings indeed he introduces number and a divided kingdom, but to the king of all things he neither attributes a part of number, nor a distribution of dominion opposite to that of the others. Such a mode of words, therefore, neither connumerates the king of all things with the other kings, nor co-arranges him as the leader of a triad with the second and third power, For of a triadic division, the first monad indeed is the leader of first orders, and which are coordinate with itself, but the second of second, and the third of third orders. If, however, some one should apprehend that the first monad is the leader of all things, so as to comprehend at once both second and third allotments, yet the cause which subsists according to comprehension is different from that which similarly pervades to all things. And to the king of all things indeed, all things are subject according to one reason and one order, but to the first of the triad, things first are subjected according to the same order, and it is necessary that things second and third should be subservient according to their communion with the remaining kings. Does not, therefore, what is here said by Plato remarkably celebrate the exempt nature of the first cause, and his uncoordination with the other kingdoms of the Gods, since he says that this cause similarly reigns over all things, that all things subsist about him, and that for his sake essence and energy are inherent in all things? If also Socrates in the Republic clearly teaches that the sun reigns over the world analogous to the good, let no one dare to accuse this analogy as commemorating the good with the king of mundane natures. For unless together with the similitude of secondary causes to the first principles, we think fit to preserve that exempt dominion of the first cause, it will be impossible for us to evince that the supermundane kings have their allotment analogous to the first cause, who subsists prior to the whole of things according to one transcendency. But what occasion is there to be prolix? For Plato indeed calls the first God king, but he does not think fit to give the others the same appellation, not only in the beginning of what he says about the first, but shortly after he adds, "About the king himself and the natures of which I have spoken, there is nothing of this kind." The first God, therefore, alone is called king. But he is called not only the king of things first, in the same manner as the second of things second, and the third of things third, but as the cause at once of all being and all beauty. Hence the first God precedes the other causes in an exempt and uniform manner, and according to a transcendency of the whole of things, and is neither celebrated by Plato as coordinated with them, nor as the leader of a triad. That these things, however, are asserted by Plato about the first God, we shall learn by recurring a little to the preceding words, which are as follow: "You say that I have not sufficiently demonstrated to you the particulars respecting the first nature. I must speak to you, therefore, in enigmas, that in case the letter should be intercepted, either by land or sea, he who reads it may not understand this part of its contents. All things are situated about the king of all, and all things are for his sake, and he is the cause of every thing beautiful." In these words, therefore, Plato, proposing to purify our conceptions about the first principle through enigmas, celebrates the king of all things, and refers to him the cause of the whole of things beautiful and good. Who, therefore, is the king of all things except the unical God who is exempt from all things, who produces all things from himself, and is the leader of all orders according to one cause? Who is he that converts all ends to himself, and establishes them about himself? For if you call him, for whose sake all things subsist, the end of all ends, and the primogenial cause, you will not deviate from the truth concerning him. Who is he that is the cause of all beautiful things, shining upon them with divine light, and who encloses that which is deformed, and without measure, and the most obscure of all things in the extremity of the universe. If you are willing also, from the words of Plato that follow the preceding, we will show that to be the recipient neither of language nor of knowledge is adapted to the first principle. For the words, "This your inquiry concerning the cause of all beautiful things is as of a nature endued with a certain quality," are to be referred to this principle. For it is not possible to apprehend it intellectually, because it is unknown, nor to unfold it, because it is uncircumscribed. But whatever you may say of it, you will speak as of a certain thing, and you will speak indeed about it, but you will not speak it. For speaking of the things of which it is the cause, we are unable to say, or to apprehend through intelligence, what it is. Here, therefore, the addition of quality and the busy energy of the soul remove it from the goodness which is exempt from all things, by the redundancy of its conceptions about it. This likewise draws the soul down to kindred, connate, and multiform intelligibles, and prevents her from receiving that which is characterized by unity, and is occult in the participation of the good. And it is not only proper that the human soul should be purified from things coordinate with itself in the union and communion with that which is first, and that for this purpose it should leave all the multitude of itself behind, and exciting its own hyparxis, approach with closed eyes, as it is said, to the King of all things, and participate of his light, as much as this is lawful for it to accomplish, but intellect also, which is prior to us, and all divine natures, by their highest unions, superessential torches, and first hyparxes, are united to that which is first, and always participate of its exuberant fullness. And this not so far as they are that which they are, but so far as they are exempt from things allied to themselves, and converge to the one principle of all. For the cause of all disseminated in all things impressions of his own all perfect transcendency, and through these establishes all things about himself, and being exempt from the whole of things is ineffably present to all things. Every thing therefore entering into the ineffable of its own nature, finds there the symbol of the Father of all. All things too naturally venerate him, and are united to him through an appropriate mystic impression, divesting themselves of their own nature, and hastening to become his impression alone, and to participate him alone, through the desire of his unknown nature, and of the fountain of good. Hence, when they have run upwards as far as to this cause, they become tranquil, and are liberated from the parturitions, and the desire which all things naturally possess of goodness, unknown, ineffable, imparticipable, and transcendently full. But that what is here said is concerning the first God, and that Plato in these conceptions leaves him uncoordinated with and exempt from the other causes, has been, I think, sufficiently evinced. CHAPTER 9. Let us in the next place consider each of the dogmas, and adapt them to our conceptions concerning cause, that from these we may comprehend by a reasoning process the scope of the whole of Plato's theology. Let then one truth concerning the first principle be especially that which celebrates his ineffable, simple, and all transcending nature, which establishes all things about him, but does not assert that he generates or produces anything, or that he presubsists as the end of things posterior to himself. For such a form of words neither adds anything to the unknown, who is exempt from all things, nor multiplies him who is established above all union, nor refers the habitude and communion of things secondary to him who is perfectly imparticipable; nor in short does it announce that it teaches anything about him, or concerning his nature, but about the second and third natures which subsist after him. Such then being this indication of the first God, and such the manner in which it venerates the ineffable, the second to this is that which converts all the desires of things to him, and celebrates him as the object of desire to and common end of all things, according to one cause, which precedes all other causes. For the last of things subsists only for the sake of something else; but the first is that only for the sake of which all other things subsist. And all the intermediate natures participate of these two peculiarities. Hence, they genuinely adhere to the natures which surpass them, as objects of desire, but impart the perfection of desires to subordinate beings. The third speculation of the principle of things is far inferior to the preceding, considering him as giving subsistence to all beautiful things. For to celebrate him as the supplier of good, and as end preceding the two orders of things, is not very remote from the narration which says that all causes are posterior to him, and derive their subsistence from him, as well those which are paternal, and the sources of good, as those that are the suppliers of prolific powers. But to ascribe to him a producing and generative cause is still more remote from the all perfect union of the first. For as it cannot be known or discussed by language, by secondary natures it must not be said that it is the cause, or that it is generative of beings; but we should celebrate in silence this ineffable nature, and this perfectly causeless cause, which is prior to all causes. If, however, as we endeavour to ascribe to him the good and the one, we in like manner attribute to him cause, and that which is final or paternal, we must pardon the parturition of the soul about this ineffable principle, aspiring to perceive him with the eye of intellect, and to speak about him; but at the same time the exempt transcendency of the one, which is immense, must be considered as surpassing an indication of this kind. From these things, therefore, we may receive the sacred conceptions of Plato, and an order adapted to things themselves; and we may say that the first part of this sentence sufficiently indicates the simplicity, transcendency, and in short the uncoordination with all things of the King of all. For the assertion that all things subsist about him unfolds the hyparxis of things second, but leaves that which is beyond all things without any connection with things posterior to it. But the second part celebrates the cause of all the Gods as prearranged in the order of end. For that which is the highest of all causes is immediately conjoined with that which is prior to cause; but of this kind is the final cause, and that for the sake of which all things subsist. This part therefore is posterior to the other, and is woven together with the order of things, and the progression of the Platonic doctrine. Again, the third part asserts him to be productive of all beautiful things, and thus adds to him a species of cause inferior to the final. Whence also Plotinus, I think, does not hesitate to call the first God the fountain of the beautiful. It is necessary therefore to attribute that which is best to the best of all things, that he may be the cause of all, and in reality prior to cause. But this is the good. This too, which is an admirable circumstance, may be seen in the words of Plato, that the first of these three divine dogmas neither presumes to say anything about the good and this ineffable nature, nor does it permit us to refer any species of cause to it. But the second dogma leaves indeed the good ineffable, as it is fit it should; but from the habitude of things posterior to it, enables us to collect the final cause, for it does not refuse to call it that for the sake of which all things subsist. But when it asserts that all things are for the sake of the good, it excites in us the conception of the communion and coordination of that which is the object of desire with the desiring natures. And the third dogma evinces that the good is the cause of all beautiful things. But this is to say something concerning it, and to add to the simplicity of the first cause, and not to abide in the conceptions of the end, but to conjoin with it the producing principle of things second. And it appears to me that Plato here indicates the natures which are proximately unfolded into light after the first. For it is not possible to say anything concerning it except at one time being impelled to this from all things, and at another from the best of things. For it is the cause of hyparxis to all things, and unfolds its own separate union through the peculiarities of these. We ascribe to it therefore the one and the good, from the donation which pervades to all things from it. For of those things of which all participate, we say there is no other cause than that which is established prior to all these. But the about, which ta peri a, the on account of which ta di a, and the from which ta aphu, particularly subsist in the intelligible Gods, and from these they are ascribed to the first God. For whence can we suppose the unical Gods derive their peculiarities except from that which is prior to them? To this summit of intelligibles, therefore, the term about is adapted, because all the divine orders occultly proceed about this summit, which is arranged prior to them. But the term on account of which pertains to the middle order of intelligibles. For all things subsist for the sake of eternity, and an hyparxis perfectly entire. And the term from which is adapted to the extremity of intelligibles. For this first produces all things, and adorns them uniformly. These things, therefore, we shall indeed make more known in the doctrine which will shortly follow concerning the intelligible Gods. Chapter 10. In the next place, let us finish the discussion concerning the first God with the theory of Parmenides, and unfold the mystic conceptions of the first hypothesis as far as pertains to the present purpose. For we shall refer the reader for the most perfect interpretation of them to our commentaries on that dialogue. In the first place, therefore, it is requisite to determine this concerning the first hypothesis, that it comprehends as many conclusions negatively as the hypothesis which follows it does affirmatively. For this latter demonstrates all the orders proceeding from the one, but the former evinces that the one is exempt from all the divine genera. From both these hypotheses, however, it is obvious to every one how it is necessary that the cause of the whole of things should transcend his productions. For because the one is the cause of all the Gods, he transcends all things. And because he is exempt from them through transcendency, on this account he gives to all things their hypostases. For through being expanded above all things, he causes all things to subsist, since in the second and third orders also of beings, causes which are entirely exempt from their effects more perfectly generate and connect their progeny than those causes do which are coordinate with their effects. And the one, by ineffably producing all the divine orders, appears to be unically established above all. For in the productions posterior to it, cause is everywhere different from the things caused, and on this account nature indeed being incorporeal, is a cause which transcends bodies. But soul, being perfectly perpetual, is the cause of things generated, and intellect, being immovable, is the cause of everything that is moved. If, therefore, according to each progression of beings, effects are denied of their causes, it is certainly necessary to take away all things similarly from the cause of all. In the second place, I think it is necessary that the order of the negations should be defined by those who receive theology according to the intention of Parmenides, and that it should be admitted that they proceed indeed from the monads which subsist primarily in the divine genera, and that Parmenides takes away from the one all second and third natures, according to an order adapted to each. For that which transcends more principal causes must in a much greater degree subsist prior to those that are subordinate. Parmenides, however, does not begin his negations from the Gods that are united to the first. For this genus is with difficulty distinguished from the one, because being arranged naturally immediately after it, it is most unical and occult, and transcendently similar to its producing cause. Parmenides, therefore, beginning where prior to all other things division and multitude are apparent, and proceeding regularly through all the second orders as far as to the last of things, again returns to the beginning, and shows how the one differs from the Gods that are most similar to it, and which primarily participate of it, according to one ineffable cause. In the third place, in addition to what has been said, I determine concerning the mode of negations, that they are not privative of their subjects, but generative of things which are, as it were, their opposites. For because the first principle is not many, the many proceed from it, and because it is not a whole, wholeness proceeds from it, and in a similar manner in other things. And in thus determining, I speak conformably to Plato, who thinks it proper to abide in negations, and to add nothing to the one. For whatever you add, you diminish the one, and afterwards evince that it is not the one, but that which is passive to or participates the one. For it is thus not one only, but in addition to this possesses something else also by participation. This mode, therefore, of negations is exempt, unical, primary, and is a departure from the whole of things, in an unknown and ineffable transcendency of simplicity. It is likewise necessary, having attributed such a mode as this to the first God, again to exempt him from the negations also. For neither does any discourse nor any name belong to the one, says Parmenides. But if no discourse belongs to it, it is evident that neither does negation pertain to it. For all things are secondary to the one, things knowable and knowledge, and the instruments of knowledge. And after a manner, that which is impossible presents itself at the end of the hypothesis. For if nothing whatever can be said of the one, neither is this discussion itself adapted to the one. Nor is it at all wonderful that the discourse of those who wish to know the ineffable by words should terminate in that which is impossible, since all knowledge, when conjoined with an object of knowledge which does not at all pertain to it, loses its power. For since, if we should say that it pertained to that which is the object of science, would subvert itself, and this would be the case with science and every kind of knowledge, if we should say that they belonged to that which is intelligible, so that language, when conversant with that which is ineffable, being subverted about itself, has no cessation, and opposes itself. End of chapter 10. Chapters 11 and 12 of Book 2 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Let us now, therefore, if ever, abandon multiform knowledge, exterminate from ourselves all the variety of life, and in perfect quiet approach near to the cause of all things. For this purpose, let not only opinion and fantasy be at rest, nor the passions alone which impede our anagogic impulse to the first, be at peace, but let the air be still, and the universe itself be still. And let all things extend us with a tranquil power to communion with the ineffable. Let us also, standing there, having transcended the intelligible, if we contain anything of this kind, and with nearly closed eyes adoring as it were the rising sun, since it is not lawful for any being whatever intently to behold him, let us survey the sun, whence the light of the intelligible Gods proceeds, emerging, as the poets say, from the bosom of the ocean, and again from this divine tranquillity descending into intellect, and from intellect employing the reasonings of the soul. Let us relate to ourselves what the natures are from which, in this progression, we shall consider the first God as exempt. And let us, as it were, celebrate him, not as establishing the earth and the heavens, nor as giving subsistence to souls and the generations of all animals. For he produced these indeed, but among the last of things. But prior to these, let us celebrate him as unfolding into light the whole intelligible and intellectual genus of Gods, together with all the supermundane and mundane divinities, as the God of all Gods, the unity of all unities, and beyond the first Aditta, as more ineffable than all silence, and more unknown than all essence, as holy among the holies, and concealed in the intelligible Gods. And again, after these things, descending into a reasoning process from an intellectual hymn, and employing the irreprehensible science of dialectic, let us, following the contemplation of first causes, survey the manner in which the first God is exempt from the whole of things, and let our descent be as far as to this. But opinion and fantasy and sense prevent us indeed from partaking of the presence of the Gods, and draw us down from Olympian goods to earth-born motions, titanically divide the intellect that is in us, and divulse us from an establishment in wholes to the images of beings. Chapter 12. What, therefore, will be the first conception of the science proceeding from intellect and unfolding itself into light? What other can we assert it to be than that which is the most simple and the most known of all the conceptions contained in this science? What therefore is this? "The One," says Parmenides, "if it is the one, will not be many." For it is necessary that the many should participate of the one, but the one does not participate of the one, but is the one itself. Neither is that which is primarily one participable. For it would not be purely one if mingled with the many, nor that which is one if it received the addition of that which is subordinate. The one, therefore, is exempt from the many. The many, however, subsist primarily in the summit of the first intellectual Gods, and in the intelligible place of survey, as we are taught in the second hypothesis. The One, therefore, entirely transcends an order of this kind, and is the cause of it. For the not many is not privation, as we have said, but the cause of the many. This, therefore, Parmenides does not think it requisite to demonstrate; but as a thing most manifest to every one, he first evinces this, through the opposition as it were of the many to the one. But employing this, he takes away that which follows, and he takes away that which is posterior to this by employing the conclusions prior to it. And this he always does after the same manner. And at one time indeed, he assumes the elements of the demonstrations from proximate conclusions, but at another time from those that are more remote. For after this intelligible order of Gods, as we have said, he gives subsistence to that order which connectedly contains and bounds the extent of them from their exempt cause. But this order is called by him in the second hypothesis parts and a whole. These therefore he denies of the one, employing the many for the purpose of distinguishing the subjects and the one. For, as he says, that which is a whole and has parts is many, but the one is beyond the many. If therefore the one transcends the intelligible simplicity, but whole and that which has parts proceed from it in order to become the bond of the whole of this distribution, is it not necessary that the one should neither be a whole, nor be indigent of parts? And I think it is through this transcendency that the one presubsists as the cause of this order of Gods, and that it produces this order, but in an exempt manner. In the third place after these, we may survey the order which is allotted the boundary of the intellectual, and at the same time intelligible Gods, proceeding from the one, and may behold the one perfectly expanded above it. For this order indeed subsists from the second genera, and from the intellectual wholeness of the genera. But the one, as has been demonstrated, is exempt according to cause from this wholeness. The one, therefore, has neither beginning, or middle, or end, nor has it extremes, nor does it participate of any figure. For through these Gods, the before mentioned order of Gods becomes apparent. Whether, therefore, there be a perfective summit, or what is celebrated as the middle centre in these Gods, or a termination converting the end of these divinities to their beginning, the one is similarly beyond every triple distribution. For the one would have parts, and would be many, if it participated of things of this kind. But it has been demonstrated that the one unically subsists prior to the many, and to wholeness together with its parts, as the cause of them. And you see how Parmenides indeed exhibits to us one negation of the highest order, but two negations of the middle, and three of the last order. Besides this also, he shows that the one has no extremity, but the infinite is a thing of this kind. And separately from this, he likewise shows that the one is unreceptive of all figures. Again, therefore, after these triple orders, we must direct our attention to the intellectual Gods subsisting from these, and receiving a tripartite division, and must demonstrate that the one transcends these also. For such is the one, says Parmenides, since it is neither in itself nor in another. For if it were in another, it would be on all sides comprehended by that in which it is, and would everywhere touch that which comprehends it. But in this case it would have a figure, would consist of parts, and on this account would be many and not one. And if it were in itself, it would entirely comprehend itself in itself. But comprehending and at the same time being comprehended, it will be two, and will be no longer primarily one. The discourse therefore proceeds to the same conclusion, and evinces that the one will not be one by the summit of the intellectual order, if any one endeavours to mingle it with other things. Hence the one, being perfectly exempt from this summit also, gives subsistence to it. This summit at one and the same time participating of the third of the Gods placed above it, but being produced from the second of these Gods, and being perfected from the first, and entirely established in it. Moreover, the one likewise generates the second intellectual order, being unmingled with it. For the one neither stands still nor is moved. It participates therefore of neither of these, but being similarly exempt from both, it at the same time transcends the middle orders of the intellectual progression of the Gods. For if it were moved, it would be moved in a twofold respect, videre licet, either according to a change in quality or local motion. But it is not possible that the one can be changed in quality, for being thus changed, it will be not one, and will fall off from a unical hyparxis. Nor can it be locally moved, for it is impossible that it should be moved in a circle, because it would have parts, videre licet, middle and extremes. And if it changed one place for another, it would be partible. For it would be necessary that it should neither be wholly in that place to which it is moved, nor in that whence it begins to be moved. For if it were wholly in either of them, it would be immovable, in consequence of partly not yet being moved, and partly having now ceased its motion. But if the one stands still, it is certainly necessary that it should abide in the same thing. But it has been demonstrated that the one is nowhere. Hence it is neither in itself nor in another thing. In no respect therefore is the one moved. Or does it stand still, which things, videre licet, motion and permanency, particularly belong to the middle order of intellectuals, as will be evident from the second hypothesis. For the first God produces this order also, being exempt from it. In the third place, we may survey through what next follows the last order of intellectuals, proceeding from the one, and subordinate to it. For in this order, sameness and difference subsist unitedly. But at the same time, the one subsists prior to both these. For different is said to be different both from itself and from other things. And in a similar manner, same is the same with itself and with other things. But the one is not indeed different from itself, because that which is different from the one will be not one. And it is not the same with other things, lest becoming the same with them, it should latently pass into their nature. Moreover, neither is the one different from other things. For it would be at the same time one, and would have as an addition the power of difference. For so far as it is different, it will not be one, since difference is not the one. Hence, being one and different, it will be many and not the one. Nor is the one the same with itself. For if the one and the same differ only in name, the many will not be in consequence of participating of sameness with each other. For it is impossible that the many should become one by participating of the many. But if the one and sameness are essentially different, that which is primarily one does not participate of sameness, lest by receiving sameness in addition to the one, it should become a passive one, and not that which is primarily one. If, however, the extremity of intellectuals is characterized by this tetrad, it is evident that the one existing beyond this also supernally unfolds it into light, and places over the wholes of the universe a tetradic monad, the source of ornament to all secondary natures. For from hence other things primarily receive a communication with the one, which are also indeed produced and connectedly contained by the one. But after the intellectual Gods, the ineffable transcendency of the one arranges the extent of the supermundane divinities. The one, in the meantime, being occultly exempt from its supermundane progeny. And this extent indeed proximately subsists from the intellectual Gods, but uniformly receives its hyparxis from the first God. This therefore Parmenides produces through similitude and dissimilitude, from the deity which encloses the boundary of the intellectual monads. For the similar is that which is passive to sameness, in the same manner as dissimilitude is that which is passive to difference. Parmenides therefore demonstrates that the one transcends according to one simplicity such a peculiarity of the Gods also as this. For that which is established above the power of same and different, in a much greater degree transcends the genera which are allotted a subsistence according to similitude and dissimilitude. What therefore remains after this? Is it not evident that it is the multitude of the mundane Gods? But this also is twofold, the one being celestial, but the other sublunary. Of these therefore, the genus which revolves in the heavens proceeds together with the equal, the greater and the less. But in the sublunary genus, the equal is allotted a difference in multitude from the celestial quality, but the unequal is again divided by the power of the more and the less. According to another genus therefore of the divine orders, there will be a monad and a duad. But above indeed, they are allied to the one and to sameness, and beneath to multitude and the intellectual cause of difference. Hence the one transcends all these, for the equal indeed everywhere consists of the same parts. By what contrivance therefore is it possible that the nature which at one and the same time is exempt from sameness, and the difference which is associated with it, should participate of equality and inequality? Besides all these divine orders therefore, we must intellectually survey the genera of deified souls, and which are distributed about the Gods. For in each of the divine progressions, and in the progressions also of souls, the first genus presents itself to the view connascent with the Gods. Since both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, divine souls receive the division of the Gods into the world, as the Athenian guest in a certain place demonstrates. The psychical extent therefore is characterized by time, and by a life according to time. But the peculiarity of divine souls is shown by Parmenides to consist in their being younger, and at the same time older, both than themselves and other things. For revolving always according to the same time, and conjoining the beginning with the end, as at one and the same time proceeding to the end of the whole period they become younger, but at the same time circulating to the beginning of it they become older. All their ages, however, perpetually preserve the same measures of time. Again, there is sameness in them and difference, the former indeed preserving equality, but the latter inequality according to time. The one therefore subsists prior to divine souls, and generates these also together with the Gods. We now therefore come to the end of the whole distribution of more excellent natures, and the cause of all intelligibles at once unfolds into light the genera that follow the Gods, and that are triply divided by the three parts of time. But this cause is demonstrated by the intellectual projections of Parmenides to be also exempt from these. For that which is beyond all time, and the life which is according to time, can by no contrivance become subservient to the more partial periods of time. That which is the first of all things, therefore, unfolds into light all the Gods, divine souls, and the more excellent genera, and is neither complicated with its progeny, nor multiplied about them, but being perfectly exempt from them in an admirable simplicity and transcendency of union, it imparts to all things indifferently progression, and at the same time order in the progression. Parmenides, therefore, beginning from the intelligible place of survey of the first intellectual Gods, proceeds thus far according to the measures of generation, giving subsistence to the genera of the Gods, and to the natures that are united to and follow the Gods, and perpetually evinces that the One is ineffably exempt from all things. But again, from hence he returns to the beginning, and imitating the conversion of the whole of things, separates the One from the highest, videre licet, from the intelligible Gods. For thus especially we may survey the transcendency of the One, and the immense difference of its union from all other things, if we not only demonstrate that it is established above the second or third progressions in the divine orders, but also that it subsists prior to the intelligible unities themselves, and this in a manner conformable to the simplicity of their occult nature, and not through a variety of words, but through intellectual projection alone. For intelligibles are naturally adapted to be known by intellect. This therefore Parmenides also evinces in reality, relinquishing logical methods, but energizing according to intellect, and asserting that the One is above essence, and being characterized by the One. For this assertion was not collected from the preceding conclusions. For the discourse about the first Gods themselves would be without demonstration, if it derived its credibility from things subordinate. At the same time, therefore, Parmenides contends that all knowledge, and all the instruments of knowledge, fall short of the transcendency of the One, and beautifully end in the ineffable of that God who is beyond all things. For after scientific energies and intellectual projections, a union with the unknown follows, to which also Parmenides, referring the whole of his discussion, concludes the first hypothesis, suspending indeed all the divine genera from the One, but evincing that the One is unically exempt from all things, subsisting without the participation of intelligibles and sensibles, and in an ineffable manner giving subsistence to the participated monads. Hence also the One is said to be beyond that one which is conjoined with essence, and at the same time to be beyond every participated multitude of unities. End of chapter 12, and end of book 2. Chapter 1 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that Chapter 1 of the translation actually contains chapters 1 to 4 of the original Greek. Chapter 1. Such, therefore, is the theology with Plato concerning the first God, as it appears to me, and so great is the transcendency which it is allotted with respect to all other discussions of divine concerns, at one and the same time venerably preserving the ineffable union of this God, exempt from the whole of things, uncircumscribed by all Gnostic comprehensions, and apart from all beings, and unfolding the anagogic paths to him, perfecting that parturient desire which souls always possess of the Father, and progenitor of all things, and enkindling that torch in them by which they are especially conjoined with the unknown transcendency of the One. But after this imparticipable, ineffable, and truly superessential cause, which is separated from all essence, power, and energy, the discussion of the Gods immediately follows. For to what other thing prior to the unities is it lawful to be conjoined with the One? Or what else can be more united to the unical God than the multitude of Gods? Concerning these, therefore, we shall in the next place unfold the inartificial theory of Plato, invoking the Gods themselves to enkindle in us the light of truth. I wish, however, prior to entering on the particulars of this theory, to convince the reader, and to make it evident to him through demonstration, that there are necessarily as many orders of the Gods as the Parmenides of Plato unfolds to us in the second hypothesis. This, therefore, is, I think, prior to all other things apparent to those whose conceptions are not perverted, that everywhere, but especially in the divine orders, second progressions are completed through the similitude of these to their proper principles. For nature and intellect, and every generative cause, are naturally adapted to produce and conjoin to themselves things similar, prior to such as are dissimilar to themselves. For if it is necessary that the progression of beings should be continued, and that no vacuum should intervene either in incorporeal natures or in bodies, it is necessary that every thing which proceeds naturally should proceed through similitude. For it is by no means lawful that the thing caused should be the same with its cause, since a remission and deficiency of the union of the producing cause generates secondary natures. For again, if that which is second were the same as that which is first, each would be similarly the same, and one would not be cause, but the other the thing caused. If, however, the one by its very being, or essentially, has an exuberance of productive power, but the other falls short of the power that produced it, these are naturally separated from each other, and the generative cause precedes in excellence the thing generated, and there is not a sameness of things which so greatly differ. But if that which is second is not the same with that which is first, if indeed it is different only, they will not be conjoined to each other, nor will the one participate of the other. For contact and participation are indeed a communion of things conjoined, and a sympathy of participants with the natures they participate. But if it is at the same time the same with, and different from that which is first, if indeed the sameness is indigent and vanquished by the power which is contrary to it, the one will no longer be the leader of the progression of beings, nor will every generative cause subsist prior to things of a secondary nature, in the order of the good. For the one is not the cause of division, but of friendship, and the good converts generated natures to their causes. But the conversion and friendship of things secondary to such as are primary is through similitude, but not through a dissimilar nature. If therefore the one is the cause of the whole of things, and if the good is in an exempt manner desirable to all things, it will every where give subsistence to the progeny of precedaneous causes, through similitude, in order that progression may be according to the one, and that the conversion of things which have proceeded may be to the good. For without similitude there will neither be the conversion of things to their proper principles, nor the generation of effects. Let this therefore be considered as a thing admitted in this place. But the second thing besides this, and which is demonstrated through this, is that it is necessary every monad should produce a number coordinate to itself, nature indeed a natural, but soul a psychical, and intellect an intellectual number. For if everything generative generates similars prior to dissimilars, as has been before demonstrated, every cause will certainly deliver its own form and peculiarity to its own progeny, and before it gives subsistence to far distant progressions and things which are separated from its nature, it will produce things essentially near to it, and conjoined with it through similitude. Every monad therefore gives subsistence to a multitude indeed, as generating that which is second to itself, and which divides the powers that presubsist occultly in itself. For those things which are uniformly and contractedly in the monad present themselves to the view separately in the progeny of the monad, and this indeed the wholeness of nature manifests, since it contains in one the reasons, id est, productive principles, of all things, both in the heavens and in the sublunary region, but distributes the powers of itself to the natures which are divided from it about bodies. For the nature of earth, of fire, and of the moon possesses from the wholeness of nature its peculiarity and form, and energizes together with this wholeness, and contains its own allotment. This also the monad of the mathematical sciences and of numbers manifests. For this being all things primarily, and spermatically producing in itself the forms of numbers, distributes different powers to different externally proceeding numbers. For it is not possible that what is generated should at once receive all the abundance of its generator, and it is necessary that the prolific power of everything that pre-exists in the cause itself should become apparent. The monad therefore gives subsistence to a multitude about itself, and to number which distributes the peculiarities that abide collectively in itself. Since, however, as was before observed, the similar is always more allied to cause than the dissimilar, there will be one multitude of similars to the monad, proceeding from the monad, and another of dissimilars. But again, the multitude which is similar to the monad is that in a divided manner which the monad is indivisibly. For if the monad possesses a peculiar power and hyparxis, there will be the same form of hyparxis in the multitude, together with a remission with reference to the whole. After this, however, it is necessary to consider in the third place, that of progressions, such as are nearer to their cause are indicative of a greater multitude of things, and are at the same time in a certain respect equal to their containing causes; but that such as are more remote possess a less extended power of signification, and on account of the diminution of their power, change and diminish at the same time the amplitude of production. For if, of progressions, that which subsists the first in order is more similar to its principle, and that which gives subsistence to the greatest number is both with respect to essence and power more similar to the generating principle of all things, it is necessary that of secondary natures, such as are nearer to the monad, and which receive dominion after it, should give a greater extent to their productions; but that such things as are more separated from their primary monad should neither pervade in a similar manner through all things, nor extend their efficacious energies to far distant progressions. And again, as similar to this, it is necessary that the nature which gives subsistence to the greatest number of effects should be arranged next to the monad, its principle, and that the nature generative of a more numerous progeny, because it is more similar to the supplying cause of all things than that which is generative of a few, must be arranged nearer to the monad according to hyparxis. For if it is more remote, it will be more dissimilar to the first principle; but if it is more dissimilar, it will neither possess a power comprehending the power of similar natures, nor an energy abundantly prolific. For an abundant cause is allied to the cause of all; and universally, that which is generative of a more abundant is more naturally allied to its principle than that which is productive of a less numerous progeny. For the production of fewer effects is a defect of power; but a defect of power is a diminution of essence; and a diminution of essence becomes redundant on account of dissimilitude to its cause, and a departure from the first principle. Again, therefore, in addition to what has been said, we shall assert this which possesses the most indubitable truth, that prior to the causes which are participated, it is every where necessary that imparticipable causes should have a prior subsistence in the whole of things. For if it is necessary that a cause should have the same relation to its progeny as the one to all the nature of beings, and that it should naturally possess this order towards things secondary, but the one is imparticipable, being similarly exempt from all beings, as unically producing all things; if this be the case, it is requisite that every other cause which imitates the transcendency of the one, with respect to all things, should be exempt from the natures which are in secondary ranks, and which are participated by them. And again, as equivalent to this, it is requisite that every imparticipable and primary cause should establish monads of secondary natures similar to itself, prior to such as are dissimilar. I say, for instance, it is requisite that one soul should distribute many souls to different natures, and one intellect participated intellects to many souls. For thus the first exempt genus will every where have an order analogous to the one; and secondary natures, which participate kindred causes, will be analogous to these causes, and through the similitude of these will be conjoined with their imparticipable principle. Hence, prior to the forms which are in other things, those are established which subsist in themselves, exempt causes prior to such as are coordinate, and imparticipable monads prior to such as are participable. And consequently, as that which is demonstrated at the same time with this, the exempt causes are generative of the coordinate, and imparticipable natures extend participable monads to their progeny, and natures which subsist from themselves produce the powers which are resident in other things. These things therefore being discussed, let us consider how each of the divine genera subsists through analogy, and survey, following Plato himself, what are the first and most total orders of the Gods. For having discovered and demonstrated this, we shall perhaps be able to perceive the truth concerning these several orders. It is necessary, therefore, from the before mentioned axioms, since there is one unity, the principle of the whole of things, and from which every hyparxis derives its subsistence, that this unity should produce from itself, prior to all other things, a multitude characterized by unity, and a number most allied to its cause. For if every other cause constitutes a progeny similar to itself prior to that which is dissimilar, much more must the one unfold into light after this manner things posterior to itself, since it is beyond similitude, and the one itself must produce according to union things which primarily proceed from it. For how can the one give subsistence to its progeny except unically? For nature generates things secondary to itself physically, soul psychically, and intellect intellectually. The one, therefore, is the cause of the whole of things according to union, and the progression from the one is uniform. But if that which primarily produces all things is the one, and the progression from it is unical, it is certainly necessary that the multitude thence produced should be self‐perfect unities, most allied to their producing cause. Farther still, if every monad constitutes a number adapted to itself, as was before demonstrated, by a much greater priority must the one generate a number of this kind. For in the progression of things, that which is produced is frequently dissimilar to its producing cause, through the dominion of difference. For such are the last of things, and which are far distant from their proper principles. But the first number, and which is connascent with the one, is uniform, ineffable, superessential, and perfectly similar to its cause. For in the first causes, neither does difference intervening separate from the generator the things begotten, and transfer them into another order. Nor does the motion of the cause effecting a remission of power produce into dissimilitude and indefiniteness the generation of the whole of things. But the cause of all things, being unically raised above all motion and division, has established about itself a divine number, and has united it to its own simplicity. The one, therefore, prior to beings has given subsistence to the unities of beings. For again, according to another mode of considering the subject, it is necessary that primary beings should participate of the first cause through their proximate unities. For secondary things are severally conjoined to the natures prior to them through similars. Bodies indeed to the soul, which ranks as a whole, through the several souls which they participate. But souls to universal intellect through intellectual monads. And first beings through unical hyparxes to the one. For being is in its own nature dissimilar to the One. For essence, and that which is in want of union externally derived, are unadapted to be conjoined with that which is superessential, and with the first union, and are far distant from it. But the unities of beings, since they derive their subsistence from the imparticipable unity, and which is exempt from the whole of things, are able to conjoin beings to the One, and to convert them to themselves. It appears therefore to me, that Parmenides, demonstrating these things through the second hypothesis, connects the One with being, surveys all things about the One, and evinces that this proceeding nature, and which extends its progressions as far as to the last of things, is the One. For prior to true beings it was necessary to constitute the unities, since it neither was nor is lawful, says Timaeus, for that which is the best of things to effect anything else than that which is most beautiful. But this is in a remarkable degree most similar to that which is best. To the One, however, a unical multitude is most similar, since the demiurgus of the universe, also being good, constituted all things similar to himself through goodness itself. Much more therefore does the fountain of all good produce goodnesses naturally united to itself, and establish them in beings. Hence there is one God, and many Gods; one unity, and many unities prior to beings; and one goodness, and many after the one goodness, through which the demiurgic intellect is good; and every intellect is divine, whether it be an intellectual or intelligible intellect; and that which is primarily superessential is the One, and there are many superessentials after the One. Whether therefore is this multitude of unities imparticipable in the same manner as the One itself, or is it participated by beings, and is each unity of beings the flower as it were of a certain being, and the summit and centre of it, about which each being subsists? But if these unities also are imparticipable, in what do they differ from the One? For each of them is one, and primarily subsists from the One. Or in what being more redundant than the first cause were they constituted by it? For it is every where necessary that what is second, being subordinate to that which is prior to itself, should fall short of the union of its producing cause, and by the addition of a certain thing should have a diminution of the monadic simplicity of the first. What addition therefore can we adduce, or what redundancy besides the One, if each of these also is by itself one? For if each of them is one and many, we shall appear to transfer to them the peculiarity of being. But if each is one only, in the same manner as the One itself, why does this rank as the cause which is exempt from all things, but each of these is allotted a secondary dignity? Neither therefore shall we preserve the transcendency of the first with reference to the things posterior to it, nor can we admit that the unities proceeding from it are unconfused, either with respect to themselves or to the one principle of them. But neither shall we be persuaded by Parmenides, who produces the One together with being, and demonstrates that there are as many parts of the One as there are of being, that each being also participates of the One, but that the One is every where consubsistent with being; and in short, who asserts that the One of the second hypothesis participates of being, and is participated by being, the participation in each not being the same. For the one indeed participates of being, as not being primarily one, nor exempt from being, but as illuminating truly existing essence. But being participates of the one, as that which is connected by it, and filled with divine union, and converted to the one itself which is imparticipable. For the participated monads conjoin beings to the one which is exempt from the whole of things, in the same manner as participated intellects conjoin souls to the intellect which ranks as a whole, and as participated souls conjoin bodies to the soul which ranks as a whole. For it is not possible that the dissimilar genera of secondary natures should be united without media to the cause which is exempt from multitude. But it is necessary that the contact should be effected through similars. For a similar multitude, so far indeed as it is multitude, communicates with the dissimilar, but so far as it is similar to the monad prior to itself, it is conjoined with it. Being established therefore in the middle of both, it is united to the whole, and to the one which is prior to multitude, but it contains in itself remote progressions, and which are of themselves dissimilar to the one. Through itself also it converts all things to that one, and thus all things are extended to the first cause of the whole of things, dissimilars indeed through similars, but similars through themselves. For similitude itself by itself conducts and binds the many to the one, and converts secondary natures to the monads prior to them. For the very being of similars, so far as they are similars, is derived from the one. Hence it conjoins multitude to that from which it is allotted its progression. And on this account similitude is that which it is, causing many things to be allied, to possess sympathy with themselves, and friendship with each other and the one. End of chapter 1, which is also chapters 1 to 4 of the Greek. Chapter 2 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 2 of the translation actually contains chapters 5 and 6 of the original Greek. Chapter 2. If, however, it be requisite, not only by employing the intellectual projections of Parmenides to unfold the multitude of gods participated by beings, but also concisely to demonstrate the theory of Socrates about these particulars, we must recollect what is written in the Republic, where he says that the light proceeding from the good is unific of intellect and of beings. For through these things the good is demonstrated to be exempt from being and essence, in the same manner as the sun is exempt from visible natures. But this light being in intelligibles illuminates them, in the same manner as the solar-form light which is in visible natures. For visible natures no otherwise become apparent and known to the sight, than through the light which is ingenerated in them. All intelligibles therefore become boniform through the participation of light, and through this light every true being is most similar to the good. If therefore it makes no difference to speak of this light or of the one, for this light conjoins intelligibles and causes them to be one, as deriving its subsistence from the one. If this be the case, the deity proceeding from the first is participable, and all the multitude of unities is participable. And that indeed which is truly superessential is the One. But each of the other Gods, according to his proper hyparxis, by which he is a superessential God, is similar to the first, but they are participated by essence and being. According to this reasoning, therefore, the Gods appear to us to be unities, and participable unities, binding indeed all beings to themselves, but conjoining through themselves to the One, which similarly transcends all things, the natures posterior to themselves. Since, therefore, each of the Gods is indeed a unity, but is participated by some being, whether shall we say that the same being participates of each of the unities, or that the participants of some of the unities are more, but of others less numerous? And if this be the case, either the participants of the superior unities must be more, but of the inferior must be fewer in number, or vice versa. For it is necessary that there should be an order of the unities, in the same manner as we see that of numbers some are nearer to their principle, but others more remote from it, and that some are more simple, but others more composite, and exceed indeed in quantity, but suffer a diminution in power. But it is well that we have mentioned numbers. For if it is necessary to survey the order of the first monads with respect to each other, and their progression about beings, from these as images, in these also the monads which are nearer to the One will be participated by things which are more simple in essence, but those which are more remote from it will be participated by more composite essences. For thus the participation will be according to the analogous, first monads being always participated by the first beings, but second monads by secondary beings. For again, if the first is exempt from all things and is imparticipable, but that which is connascent with the most simple nature and the One is more similar to the imparticipable than that which is connascent with a more various and multiform nature, and which has more powers suspended from it. If this be the case, it is perfectly obvious that the unities which are nearer to the One are necessarily participated by the first and most simple essences, but that those which are more remote are participated by more composite essences, which are less in power, but are greater in number and multitude. For in short, additions in these unities are oblations of powers, and that which is nearer to the One, which surpasses the whole of things by an admirable simplicity, is more uniform and is consubsistent with more total orders. And it happens, according to the ratio of power, that the simplicity of the first unities is transcendent. For those things which are the causes of a greater number of effects imitate as much as possible the cause of all things, but those which are the causes of fewer effects have an essence more various than the natures that are prior to them. For this variety distributes into minute parts and diminishes the power which abides in one. Moreover, in participated souls also, such as are first and most divine subsist in simple and perpetual bodies. Others again are connected with bodies that are simple, but in conjunction with these with material bodies also, and others are connected at one and the same time with simple, material, and composite bodies. For the celestial souls indeed rule over simple bodies, and such as have an immaterial and immutable subsistence. But the souls that govern the wholes of the elements are at the same time invested with ethereal garments, and at the same time through these are carried in the wholes of the elements, which as wholes indeed are perpetual and simple, but as material receive generation and corruption, and composition from dissimilar natures. And the souls that rank in the third order are those which proximately inspire with life their luciform vehicles, but also attract from the simple element material vestments, pour into these a secondary life, and through these communicate with composite and multiform bodies, and sustain through this participation another third life. If, however, you are willing to survey the intellectual orders, some of these are arranged in the souls which rank as wholes, and in the most divine of mundane souls, which also they govern in a becoming manner; but others being arranged in the souls of the more excellent genera, are proximately participated by the rulers that are in them, and are participated secondarily by more partial essences. But again, they arrange third intellectual orders in partial souls; and according as the power which they are allotted is diminished, in such proportion is participation in them more various, and far more composite than the participation of the natures that are prior to them. If therefore this is the mode of participation in all beings, it is certainly necessary that of the Gods also, those that are nearer to the One should be carried in the more simple parts of being, but that those which have proceeded to a greater distance should be carried in the more composite parts of being. For the participations of second genera are divided after this manner according to a similitude to them. Again, therefore, we may summarily say that, after the one principle of the whole of things, the Gods present themselves to our view as self‐perfect monads participated by beings. How many orders, therefore, there are of beings we shall afterwards unfold, and show what beings are allotted a more simple, and what a more various hyparxis. Of all beings, then, the last is that which is corporeal; for this derives its being and all its perfection from another more ancient cause, and is neither allotted simplicity, nor composition, nor perpetuity, nor incorruptibility from its own power. For no body is either self‐subsistent or self‐begotten; but every thing which is so contracting in one cause, and that which proceeds from cause, is incorporeal and impartible. And in short, that which is the cause of hyparxis to itself imparts also to itself an infinite power of existence; for never deserting itself, it will never cease to be, or depart from its own subsistence. For every thing that is corrupted through being separated from the power that supplied it with being; but that which imparts being to itself, as it is not separated from itself, is allotted through itself a perpetual essence. No body, however, since it is not the cause of perpetuity to itself, will be perpetual. For every thing which is perpetual possesses an infinite power; but body, being finite, is not the cause of infinite power. For infinite power is incorporeal, because all power is incorporeal. But this is evident because greater powers are everywhere; but no body is capable of being wholly everywhere. If therefore no body imparts to itself power, whether the power be infinite or finite, but that which is self‐subsistent imparts to itself the power of being, and of existing perpetually, no body will be self‐subsistent. Whence, therefore, is being imparted to bodies? And what is it which is adapted proximately to supply them with being? Must we not say that the cause of being to bodies primarily is that which by being present renders the nature of body more perfect than its kindred bodies, when they are deprived of it. This indeed is obvious to every one. For it is the province of that which imparts perfection to connect also the essence of secondary natures, since perfection itself is the perfection of essence. What therefore is that of which bodies participating are said to be better than the bodies which do not participate of it? Is it not evident that it is soul? For we say that animated bodies are more perfect than such as are inanimate. Soul therefore is primarily beyond bodies, and it must be admitted that all heaven and everything corporeal is the vehicle of soul. Hence these two orders of beings present themselves to our view, the one indeed being corporeal, but the other which is above this psychical. With respect to soul itself, however, whether is it the same with or different from intellect? For as the body which participates of soul is perfect, thus also the soul is perfect which participates of intellect, and of the soul indeed, which is able to live according to reason, all things do not participate. But of intellect and intellectual illumination, rational souls participate, and also such things as partake of any kind of knowledge. And soul indeed energizes according to time, but intellect comprehends in eternity both its essence and at the same time its stable energy. And not every soul indeed is adapted to preserve immutably and without diminution the perfection of itself, but every intellect is always perfect and possesses a never failing power of its own blessedness. The intellectual genus, therefore, is essentially beyond the psychical, since the former neither in whole nor in partial intellects admits the entrance of the nature of evil, but the latter being undefiled in whole souls, departs in partial souls from its own proper blessedness. What therefore is the first of beings? Shall we say intellect, or prior to this the extent of life? For soul indeed is self-vital, supplying itself with life, and intellect is the best and most perfect, and as we have said, an eternal life. But the life of intellect is indeed in a certain respect intellectual, and is mingled from the intellectual and vital peculiarity. It is necessary, however, that there should be life itself. Whether therefore is life or intellect the more excellent thing? But if Gnostic beings only participate of intellect, but such beings as are destitute of knowledge participate of life, for we say that plants live, it is certainly necessary that life should be arranged above intellect, being the cause of a greater number of effects, and imparting by illumination more gifts from itself than intellect. What then? Is life the first of beings? And is to live the same thing as to be? But this is impossible. For if life is that which is primarily being, and to be vital is the same thing as to have being, and there is the same definition of both life and being, every thing which participates of life would also participate of being, and every thing which participates of existence would likewise participate of life. For if each is the same thing, all things would similarly participate of being and life. All vital natures indeed have essence and being, but there are many beings that are destitute of life. Being therefore subsists prior to the first life. For that which is more universal, and the cause of a greater number of effects, is nearer to the one, as has been before demonstrated. Soul therefore is that which is primarily established above bodies, but intellect is beyond soul. Life is more ancient than intellect, and being which is primarily being is established above all these. Everything also which participates of soul by a much greater priority participates of intellect. But not everything which enjoys intellectual efficiency is also adapted to participate of soul. For of soul, rational animals only participate, since we say that the rational soul is truly soul. For Plato in the Republic says that the work of soul is to reason and survey beings. And every soul, i. e. every rational soul, is immortal, as it is written in the Phaedrus. The irrational soul being mortal, according to the Demiurgus in the Timaeus. And in short, it is in many places evident that Plato considers the rational soul to be truly soul, but others to be the images of souls, so far as these also are intellectual and vital, and together with whole souls produce the lives that are distributed about bodies. Of intellect, however, we not only admit that rational animals participate, but also such other animals as possess a gnostic power. I mean, such as possess the phantasy, memory, and sense. Since Socrates also in the Philebus refers all such animals to the intellectual series. For, taking away intellect from the life which is according to pleasure, he likewise takes away not only the rational life, but every gnostic power of the irrational life. For all knowledge is the progeny of intellect, in the same manner as all reason is an image of soul. Moreover, all things which participate of intellect by a much greater priority participate of life. Some things indeed more obscurely, but others more manifestly. But all living beings do not participate of intellectual power, since plants indeed are animals, as Timaeus says, but they neither participate of sense or phantasy, unless some one should say that they have a co-sensation of what is pleasing and painful. And in short, the orectic powers everywhere are lives, and the images of the whole of life, and the last productions of life. But they are of themselves destitute of intellect, and without any participation of the gnostic power. Hence also they are of themselves indefinite, and deprived of all knowledge. Again, therefore, all animals indeed receive a portion of being, and different animals a different portion according to their respective natures. But all beings are not similarly able to participate of life, since we say that qualities and all passions, and the last of bodies receive the ultimate effective energy of being. But we do not also say that they participate of life. Being, therefore, is more ancient than life, life than intellect, and intellect than soul. For it is necessary that the causes of a greater number of effects, being more ancient and according to order more principal, should preside over causes which are able to produce and adorn fewer effects. Very properly, therefore, does Plato in the Timaeus give subsistence to soul from intellect, as being secondary to it according to its own nature. But in the Laws he says that intellect is moved similarly to a sphere fashioned by a wheel. For that which is moved by participating of life, and is nothing else than real life about motion. And in the Sopista he exempts being from all the total genera of things, and from motion. For being, says he, according to its own nature, neither stands still nor is moved. But that which neither stands still nor is moved is beyond eternal life. These four causes, therefore, being prior to a corporeal subsistence, viz. Essence, life, intellect, and soul. Soul, indeed, participates of all the causes prior to itself, being allotted reason from its own peculiarity, but intellect, life, and being from more ancient causes. Hence it gives subsistence to things posterior to itself in a fourfold manner. For according to its being indeed, it produces all things as far as to bodies; according to its life, all things which are said to live, even as far as to plants; according to its intellect, all things which possess a gnostic power, even as far as to the most irrational natures; and according to its reason, the first of the natures that are able to participate of it. But intellect, being established beyond soul, and existing as the plenitude of life and being, adorns all things in a threefold manner, imparting indeed by illumination the power of the intellectual peculiarity to all gnostic beings, but supplying the participation of life to a still greater number, and of being to all those to whom primary being imparts itself. But life, being arranged above intellect, presubsists as the cause of the same things in a twofold respect, vivifying secondary natures indeed, together with intellect, and filling from itself with the rivers of life such things as are naturally adapted to live, but together with being supernally producing essence in all things. But being itself, which is primarily being, generates all things by its very existence, all lives and intellects and souls, and is uniformly present to all things, and is exempt from the whole of things according to one cause, which gives subsistence to all things. Hence it is the most similar of all things to the One, and unites the comprehension of beings in itself to the first principle of the whole of things, through which all beings and non-being, wholes and parts, forms and the privations of forms subsist, which privations do not necessarily participate of being, but it is entirely necessary that they should participate of the One. These things, as it appears to me, persuaded the Elean guest in the Sophista, when discussing that which is perfectly being, to admit that not only being is there, but also life, intellect, and soul. For if true and real being is venerable and honorable, intellect is there in the first place, says he. For it is not lawful for that which is of itself venerable and immaterial to be without intellect. But if intellect is in that which is perfectly being, intellect will entirely be moved. For it is not possible for intellect ever to subsist either without motion or permanency. But if intellect is moved and stands still, there are in being both life and motion. Hence, from what has been said, three things become apparent: videre licet, being, life, and intellect. Moreover, soul also in the next place is discovered through these things. For it is necessary, says he, that life and intellect, which before were by themselves, should also be in soul. For every soul is a plenitude of life and intellect, participating of both, which the Elean guest indicating adds, "Shall we say that both these are inherent in it, but yet it does not possess these in soul?" For to possess, as some one says in a certain place, is secondary to existing, and soul indeed participates of each of these according to the peculiarity of itself, but it mingles the rational form of its own hyparxis with the intellectual vivific power. But both intellect and life subsist prior to soul, the former as being moved and standing still at one and the same time, and the latter as being motion and permanency. These four monads also, soul, intellect, life, and being, are not only mentioned by Plato here, but in many other places. And as in soul all things subsist according to participation, so in intellect the things which are prior to it subsist, and in life that which is prior to life. For we say that life exists or has a being. Or how could it be said to be arranged in being, unless it participated of being? We likewise say that intellect is and lives. For it is moved and is a portion of being. Hence it is the third of the more comprehensive monads. Prior, however, to beings which are participated, it is everywhere necessary that imparticipable causes should subsist, as was before demonstrated, conformably to the similitude of beings to the one. Being, therefore, which is primarily being, is imparticipable. But life first participates of being, yet is imparticipable, being exempt from intellect. And intellect is filled indeed from being and life, but is imparticipable in souls, and in the natures posterior to itself. Intellect also presides over soul, imparting to it by illumination the participation of life and being. But being imparticipable subsists prior to bodies. The last order of beings, therefore, is that to which bodies are annexed. Celestial bodies indeed primarily, but sublunary bodies with the addition of material vestments. This, therefore, is the progression of beings, through life, intellect, and soul, ending in a corporeal nature. If, however, it is necessary that the superessential unities of the Gods, which derive their subsistence from the imparticipable cause of all things, should be participated, some of them indeed by the first orders in beings, others by the middle, and others by the last orders, as was before demonstrated, it is evident that some of them deify the imparticipable portion of being, but that others illuminate life, others intellect, others soul, and others bodies. And of the last unities indeed, not only bodies participate, but likewise soul, intellect, life, and essence. For intellect in itself is a plenitude of life and being. But from the unities which are above this world, intellect is suspended, and the psychical power which preexists in intellect. From the unities above these, imparticipable and intellectual intellect is suspended. From those that are beyond these, the first and imparticipable life is suspended. And from the highest unities, the first being itself, and which is the most divine of beings, is suspended. Hence Parmenides, beginning from the one being, produces from thence the whole orders of the Gods. These things, therefore, being previously determined by us, let us speak concerning the divine dialogues, beginning from on high, and producing from the one the whole orders of the Gods. Let us also, following Plato, in the first place demonstrate the several orders from other dialogues, by arguments which cannot be confuted. Afterwards, let us thus conjoin and assimilate the conclusions of Parmenides to the divine progressions, adapting the first conclusions to the first, but the last to the last progressions. End of chapter 2 of the translation, which is also chapters 5 and 6 of the original Greek. Chapter 3 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus, translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Note: in the Prometheus Trust edition of this translation, it states that chapter 3 of the translation actually contains chapters 7 and 8 of the original Greek. Chapter 3. Again, therefore, the mystic doctrine concerning the One must be resumed by us, in order that proceeding from the first principle, we may celebrate the second and third principles of the whole of things. Of all beings, therefore, and of the Gods that produce beings, one exempt and imparticipable cause pre-exists, a cause ineffable indeed by all language, and unknown by all knowledge, and incomprehensible, unfolding all things into light from itself, subsisting ineffably prior to, and converting all things to itself, but existing as the best end of all things. This cause, therefore, which is truly exempt from all causes, and which gives subsistence unically to all the unities of divine natures, and to all the genera of beings and their progressions, Socrates in the Republic calls the good, and through its analogy to the sun, reveals its admirable and unknown transcendency with respect to all intelligibles. But again, Parmenides denominates it the One, and through negations demonstrates the exempt and ineffable hyparxis of this One which is the cause of the whole of things. But the discourse in the Epistle to Dionysius, proceeding through enigmas, celebrates it as that about which all things subsist, and as the cause of all beautiful things. In the Philebus, however, Socrates celebrates it as that which gives subsistence to the whole of things, because it is the cause of all deity. For all the Gods derive their existence as Gods from the first God. Whether, therefore, it be lawful to denominate it the fountain of deity, or the kingdom of beings, or the unity of all unities, or the goodness which is generative of truth, or an hyparxis exempt from all these things and beyond all causes, both the paternal and the generative, let it be honored by us in silence, and prior to silence by union, and of the mystic end may it impart by illumination a portion adapted to our souls. But let us survey with intellect the biformed principles proceeding from and posterior to it. For what else is it necessary to arrange after the union of the whole theory, than the duad of principles? What the two principles therefore are of the divine orders after the first principle, we shall in the next place survey. For conformably to the theology of our ancestors, Plato also establishes two principles after the one. In the Philebus, therefore, Socrates says that God gives subsistence to bound and infinity, and through these mingling all beings has produced them, the nature of beings, according to Philolaus, subsisting from the connection of things bounded and things infinite. If therefore all beings subsist from these, it is evident that they themselves have a subsistence prior to beings. And if secondary natures participate of these mingled together, these will subsist unmingled prior to the whole of things. For the progression of the divine orders originates, not from things coordinated and which exist in others, but from things exempt, and which are established in themselves. As therefore the one is prior to things united, and as that which is passive to the one has a second order after the imparticipable union, thus also the two principles of beings, prior to the participation of and commixture with beings, are themselves by themselves the causes of the whole of things. For it is necessary that bound should be prior to things bounded, and infinity prior to infinites, according to the similitude to the one of things which proceed from it. For again, if we should produce beings immediately after the one, we shall nowhere find the peculiarity of the one subsisting purely. For neither is being the same with the one, but it participates of the one; nor in reality is that which is the first the one. For, as has been frequently said, it is better than the one. Where therefore is that which is most properly and entirely one? Hence, there is a certain one prior to being, which gives subsistence to being, and is primarily the cause of it; since that which is prior to it is beyond union, and is a cause without habitude with respect to all things, and imparticipable, being exempt from all things. If however, this one is the cause of being and constitutes it, there will be a power in it generative of being. For every thing which produces, produces according to its own power, which is allotted a subsistence between that which produces and the things produced, and is of the one the progression, and as it were extension, but of the other is the prearranged generative cause. For being, which is produced from these, and which is not the one itself, but uniform, possesses its progression indeed from the one, through the power which produces and unfolds it into light from the one, but its occult union from the hyparxis of the one. This one therefore, which subsists prior to power, and first presubsists from the imparticipable and unknown cause of the whole of things, Socrates in the Philebus calls bound; but he denominates the power of it which is generative of being, infinity. But he thus speaks in that dialogue, "God, we said, has exhibited the bound, and also the infinite of beings." The first therefore and unical God is without any addition denominated by him God, because each of the second Gods is participated by being, and has being suspended from its nature. But the first indeed, as being exempt from the whole of beings, is God, defined according to the ineffable itself, the unical alone, and superessential. But the bound and the infinite of beings unfold into light that unknown and imparticipable cause; bound indeed being the cause of stable, uniform, and connective deity, but the infinite being the cause of power proceeding to all things and capable of being multiplied, and in short being the leader of every generative distribution. For all union and wholeness and communion of beings, and all the divine measures are suspended from the first bound; but all division, prolific production, and progression into multitude derive their subsistence from this most principal infinity. Hence, when we say that each of the divine orders abides, and at the same time proceeds, we must confess that it stably abides indeed according to bound, but proceeds according to infinity, and that at one and the same time it has unity and multitude; and we must suspend the former from the principle of bound, but the latter from that of infinity; and in short, of all the opposition in the divine genera, we must refer that which is the more excellent to bound, but that which is subordinate to infinity. For From these two principles all things have their progression into being, even as far as to the last of things. For eternity itself participates at once of bound and infinity, so far indeed as it is the intelligible measure, it participates of bound. But so far as it is the cause of a never failing power of existing, it participates of infinity. And intellect, so far indeed as it is uniform and whole, and so far as it is connective of paradigmatical measures, so far it is the progeny of bound. But again, so far as it produces all things eternally, and subsists conformably to the whole of eternity, supplying all things with existence at once, and always possessing its own power undiminished, so far it is the progeny of infinity. And soul, indeed, in consequence of measuring its own life by restitutions and periods, and introducing a boundary to its own motions, is referred to the cause of bound. But in consequence of having no cessation of motions, but making the end of one period the beginning of the whole of a second vital circulation, it is referred to the order of infinity. The whole of this heaven also, according to the wholeness of itself, its connection, the order of its periods, and the measures of its restitutions is bounded. But according to its prolific powers, its various evolutions, and the never failing revolutions of its orbs, it participates of infinity. Moreover, the whole of generation, in consequence of all its forms being bounded, and always permanent after the same manner, and in consequence of its own circle, which imitates the celestial circulation, is similar to bound. But again, in consequence of the variety of the particulars of which it consists, their unceasing mutation, and the intervention of the more and the less in the participations of forms, it is the image of infinity. And in addition to these things, every natural production, according to its form indeed, is similar to bound, but according to its matter, resembles infinity. For these are suspended in the last place from the two principles posterior to the one. And as far as to these, the progression of their productive power extends. Each of these also is one. But form is the measure and boundary of matter, and is in a greater degree one. Matter, however, is all things in capacity, so far as it derives its subsistence from the first power. There, however, power is generative of all things. But the power of matter is imperfect, and is indigent of the hypostasis, which is generative of all things according to energy. Very properly, therefore, is it said by Socrates that all beings are from bound and infinity, and that these two intelligible principles primarily derive their subsistence from God. For that which congregates both of them, and perfects them, and unfolds itself into light through all beings is the one, prior to the duad. And union indeed is derived to all things through that which is first. But the division of the two orders of things is generated from these primary causes, and through these is extended to the unknown and ineffable principle. Let it therefore be manifest through these things what the two principles of beings are, which become proximately apparent from the one according to the Theology of Plato. And of chapter 3 of the translation, which is chapters 7 and 8 of the original Greek. Chapters 9 to 11 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the next place, let us show what the third thing is which presents itself to the view from these principles. It is everywhere therefore called that which is mixed, as deriving its subsistence from bound and infinity. But if bound is the bound of beings, and the infinite is the infinite of beings, and beings are the things which have a subsistence from both these, as Socrates himself clearly teaches us, it is evident that the first of things mingled is the first of beings. This, however, is nothing else than that which is highest in beings, which is being itself, and nothing else than being. My meaning is that this is evident through those things by which we demonstrate that what is primarily being is comprehensive of all things intelligibly, and of life and intellect. For we say that life is triadic vitally, and intellect intellectually, and also that these three things, being, life, and intellect, are everywhere. But all things presubsist primarily and essentially in being. For their essence, life, and intellect subsist, and the summit of beings. Life, however, is the middle centre of being, which is denominated and is intelligible life. But intellect is the boundary of being, and is intelligible intellect. For in the intelligible there is intellect, and in intellect the intelligible. There, however, intellect subsists intelligibly, but in intellect the intelligible subsists intellectually. And essence indeed is that which is stable in being, and which is woven together with the first principles, and does not depart from the one. But life is that which proceeds from the principles, and is connascent with infinite power. And intellect is that which converts itself to the principles, conjoins the end with the beginning, and produces one intelligible circle. The first of beings, therefore, is that which is mingled from the first principles, and is triple, one thing which it contains subsisting in it essentially, another vitally, and another intellectually, but all things presubsisting in it essentially. I mean, however, by the first of beings, essence. For essence itself is the summit of all beings, and is, as it were, the monad of the whole of things. In all things, therefore, essence is the first. And in each thing, that which is essential is the most ancient, as deriving its subsistence from the vesta of beings. For the intelligible is especially this. Since intellect indeed is that which is gnostic, life is intelligence, and being is intelligible. If, however, every being is mingled, but essence is being itself, prior to all other things, essence is that which subsists as mingled from the two principles proceeding from the one. Hence Socrates indicating how the mode of generation in the two principles differs from that of the mixture says, that God has exhibited bound and infinity. For they are unities deriving their subsistence from the one, and as it were, luminous patefactions from the imparticipable and first union. But with respect to producing a mixture, and mingling through the first principles, by how much to make is subordinate to the unfolding into light, and generation to patefaction, by so much is that which is mixed allotted a progression from the one, inferior to that of the two principles. That which is mixed, therefore, is intelligible essence, and subsists primarily from the first God, from whom infinity also and bound are derived, but it subsists secondarily from the principles posterior to the unical God, I mean from bound and infinity. For the fourth cause which is effective of the mixture is again God himself. Since if any other cause should be admitted besides this, there will no longer be a fourth cause, but a fifth will be introduced. For the first cause was God, who unfolds into light the two principles. But after him are the two principles bound and infinity, and the mixture is the fourth thing. If therefore the cause of the mixture is different from the first divine cause, this cause will be the fifth and not the fourth thing, as Socrates says it is. Farther still, in addition to these things, if we say that God is especially the supplier of union to beings, and the mixture itself of the principles is a union into the hypostasis of being, God is also certainly the cause of this primarily. Moreover, Socrates in the Republic clearly evinces that the good is the cause of being and essence to intelligibles, in the same manner as the sun is to visible natures. Is it not therefore necessary, if that which is mixed is primarily being, to refer it to the first God, and to say that it receives its progression from him? If also the demiurgus in the Timaeus constitutes the essence of the soul itself by itself from an impartible and a partible essence, which is the same thing as to constitute it from bound and infinity, for the soul according to bound is similar to the impartible, but according to infinity to the partible essence. If therefore the demiurgus mingles the essence of the soul from these, and again separately, from same and different, and if from these being now pre-existent, he constitutes the whole soul, must we not much more say that the first God is the cause of the first essence? That which is mixed, therefore, proceeds, as we have said, from the first God, and does not subsist from the principles alone posterior to the one, but proceeds also from these, and is triadic. And in the first place indeed, it participates from God of ineffable union, and the whole of its subsistence. But from bound it receives hyparxis, and the uniform and a stable peculiarity, and from infinity it receives power, and the occult power, which is in itself of all things. For in short, since it is one and not one, the one is inherent in it according to bound, but the non-one according to infinity. The mixture, however, of both these and its wholeness are derived from the first God. That which is mixed, therefore, is a monad, because it participates of the one, and it is biformed so far as it proceeds from the two principles. But it is a triad so far as in every mixture these three things are necessary according to Socrates, videre licet, beauty, truth, and symmetry. Concerning these things, however, we shall speak again. In what manner, however, essence is that which is first mixed, we shall now explain. For this is of all things the most difficult to discover, videre licet, what that is which is primarily being, as the Elean guest also somewhere says. For it is most dubious how being is not less than non-being. In what manner, therefore, essence subsists from bound and infinity must be shown. For if bound and infinity are superessential, essence may appear to have its subsistence from non-essences. How therefore can non-essences produce essence? Or is not this the case in all other things which subsist through the mixture of each other? For that which is produced from things mingled together is not the same with things that are not mingled. For neither is soul the same with the genera, from which, being mingled together, the Father generated it, nor is a happy life the same with the life which is according to intellect, or with the life which is according to pleasure, nor is the one in bodies the same with its elements. Hence, it is not wonderful, if that which is primarily being, though it is neither bound nor infinity, subsists from both these, and is mixed, superessential natures themselves not being assumed in the mixture of it, but secondary progressions from them coalescing into the subsistence of essence. Thus, therefore, being consists of these as participating of both, possessing indeed the uniform from bound, but the generative, and in short, occult multitude from infinity. For it is all things occultly, and on this account is the cause of all beings, which also the Elean guest indicating to us calls being the first power, as subsisting according to the participation of the first power, and participating of hyparxis from bound, and of power from infinity. Afterwards, however, the Elean guest defines being to be power, as prolific and generative of all things, and as being all things uniformly. For power is everywhere the cause of prolific progressions, and of all multitude. Occult power indeed being the cause of occult multitude, but the power which exists in energy, and which unfolds itself into light, being the cause of all perfect multitude. Through this cause, therefore, I think that every being and every essence has connascent powers, for it participates of infinity, and derives its hyparxis indeed from bound, but its power from infinity. And being is nothing else than a monad of many powers, and a multiplied hyparxis, and on this account being is one many. The many, however, subsist occultly and without separation in the first natures, but with separation in secondary natures. For by how much being is nearer to the one, by so much the more does it conceal multitude, and is defined according to union alone. It appears to me also that Plotinus and his followers, frequently indicating these things, produce being from form and intelligible matter, arranging form as analogous to the one, and to hyparxis, but power as analogous to matter. And if indeed they say this, they speak rightly. But if they ascribe a certain formless and indefinite nature to an intelligible essence, they appear to me to wander from the conceptions of Plato on this subject. For the infinite is not the matter of bound, but the power of it, nor is bound the form of the infinite, but the hyparxis of it. But being consists of both these, as not only standing in the one, but receiving a multitude of unities and powers, which are mingled into one essence. CHAPTER 10. That, therefore, which is primarily being, is through these things denominated by Plato that which is mixed. And through the similitude of it, generation also is mingled from bound and infinity. And the infinite indeed in this is imperfect power, but the bound in it is form and the morphe of this power. On this account, we establish this power to be matter, not possessing existence in energy, and requiring to be bounded by something else. We no longer, however, say that it is lawful to call the power of being matter, since it is generative of energies, produces all beings from itself, and is prolific of the perfect powers in beings. For the power of matter, being imperfect, dissimilarly imitates the power of being, and becoming multitude in capacity, it expresses the parturition of multitude in the power of being. Moreover, the form of matter imitates ultimately bound, since it gives limits to matter, and terminates its infinity, but it is multiplied and divided about it. It is also mingled with the privation of matter, and represents the supreme union of the hyparxis of being, by its essence always advancing to existence, and always tending to decay. For those things which subsist in the first natures according to transcendency, are in such as are last according to deficiency. For that also which is primarily being is mixed, is exempt from the bound of infinite life, and is the cause of it. But that which consists of the last of forms and the first matter, is in its own nature void of life, since it possesses life in capacity. For there indeed generative causes subsist prior to their progeny, and things perfect prior to such as are imperfect. But here things in capacity are prior to such as are in energy, and concauses are subject to the things which are produced from them. This, however, I think, happens naturally, because the gifts of the first principles pervade as far as to the last of things, and not only generate more perfect natures, but also such as have a more imperfect subsistence. And on this account, that which is mixed is the cause of generation, and of the nature which is mingled here. The bound and infinity, however, which are prior to being, are not only the causes of this nature, but also of the elements of it, of which that which is mixed is not the cause, so far as it is mixed. For bound and infinity are twofold, and one kind of these is exempt from the things mingled, but another kind is assumed to the completion of the mixture. For I think it is everywhere necessary that prior to things that are mingled there should be such as are unmingled; prior to things imperfect, such as are perfect; prior to parts, wholes; and prior to things that are in others, such as are in themselves. And this Socrates persuades us to admit not in one thing only, but also in beauty and symmetry, and in all forms. If therefore the second and third genera of being and forms subsist prior to their participants, how can we assert that bound and infinity, which pervade through all beings, have their first subsistence as things mingled? It must be admitted therefore, that they are unmingled and separate from being, and that being is derived from them, and at the same time consists of them. It is derived from them indeed, because they have a prior subsistence, but it consists of them, because they subsist in being according to a second progression. The genera of being also are twofold, some of them indeed being fabricative of beings, but others existing as the elements of the nature of each being. For some of them indeed presubsist themselves by themselves, as possessing a productive power; but others being generated from these, constitute each particular being. Let no one therefore any longer wonder how Socrates indeed in the Philebus establishes that which is mingled prior to bound and infinity; but we on the contrary evince that bound and infinity are exempt from that which is mixed. For each is twofold, and the one indeed is prior to being, but the other is in being; and the one is generative, but the other is the element of the mixture. Of this kind also are the bound and infinity of the mixed life, each being the element of the whole of felicity. Hence also each is indigent of each, and neither is intellect by itself desirable, nor perfect pleasure. It is necessary, however, that the good should consist of all these, videre licet, of the desirable, the sufficient, and the perfect. Bound itself therefore, and infinity, which are separate, subsist according to cause prior to that which is mixed. but the bound and infinity which are mixed are more imperfect than the mixture. Hence, from what has been said, it is evident what the things are of which the mixture consists. (Ch. 11). In the next place we must speak of the triad, which is consubsistent with this mixture. For every mixture, if it is rightly made, as Socrates says, requires these three things, beauty, truth, and symmetry. For neither will anything base, if it is introduced into the mixture, impart rectitude, since it will be the cause of error and of inordinate prerogative. Nor if truth is at any time separated, will it suffer the mixture to consist of things that are pure, and which are in reality subdued, but it will fill the whole with an image and with non‐being. Nor without symmetry will there be a communion of the elements and an elegant association. Symmetry therefore is necessary to the union of the things that are mingled, and to an appropriate communion. But truth is necessary to purity, and beauty to order, which also renders the whole lovely. For when each thing in the mixture has a place adapted to itself, it renders both the elements and the arrangements resulting from them beautiful. Here therefore, in the first mixture, these three things are apparent, symmetry, truth, and beauty. And symmetry indeed is the cause to the mixture, that being is one. Truth is the cause of the reality of its existence, and beauty is the cause of its being intelligible. Hence it is intelligible and truly being. That also which is primarily being is more uniform, and intellect is conjoined to it, according to its familiarity with the beautiful. But each participates of existence, because it is being derived from being. That which is mixed, however, is supreme among beings, because it is united to the good. And it appears to me that the divine Iamblichus, perceiving these three causes of being, defines the intelligible in these three, videre licet, in symmetry, truth, and beauty, and unfolds the intelligible Gods through these in the Platonic theology. In what manner indeed the intelligible breadth consists of these, will be most evident as we proceed. Now, however, from what has been said, it is perfectly manifest why Socrates says that this triad is found to be in the vestibules of the good. For that which is primarily being participates of this triad through its union with the good. For because indeed the good is the measure of all beings, the first being becomes itself commensurate. Because the former is prior to being, the latter subsists truly and really. And because the former is good and desirable, the latter presents itself to the view as the beautiful itself. Here therefore the first beauty also subsists. And on this account the one is not only the cause of good, but likewise of beauty, as Plato says in his epistles. Beauty, however, subsists here occultly, since this order comprehends all things uniformly, in consequence of subsisting primarily from the principles, bound and infinity. But where and how beauty is unfolded into light, we shall shortly explain. End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 to 15 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Such, therefore, is the first triad of intelligibles, according to Socrates in the Philebus, videre licet, bound, infinite, and that which is mixed from these. And of these, bound indeed is a God proceeding to the intelligible summit from the imparticipable and first God, measuring and defining all things, and giving subsistence to every paternal, connective, and undefiled genus of Gods. But infinite is the never failing power of this God, unfolding into light all the generative orders and all infinity, both that which is prior to essence and that which is essential, and also that which proceeds as far as to the last matter. And that which is mixed is the first and highest order of the Gods, comprehending all things occultly, deriving its completion indeed through the intelligible connective triad, but unically comprehending the cause of every being, and establishing its summit in the first intelligibles, exempt from the whole of things. CHAPTER 13. After this first triad, subsisting from and conjoined with the One, we shall celebrate the second proceeding from this, and deriving its completion through things analogous to the triad prior to it. For in this also it is necessary that being should participate, and that the one should be participated, and likewise that this one, which is secondarily one, should be generative of that which is secondarily being. For every where participated deity constitutes about itself that which participates it. Thus whole souls render bodies consubsistent with their causes, and partial souls generate, in conjunction with the Gods, irrational souls. Much more therefore do the Gods produce in conjunction with the One all things. Hence, as the first of the unities generates the summit of being, so likewise the middle unity constitutes the middle being. But every thing which generates, and every thing which makes or produces, possesses a power prolific of the things produced, according to which it produces, corroborates, and connects its progeny. Again, therefore, there will be a second triad unfolded into light analogously to the first. And one thing indeed is the summit of it, which we call one, deity and hyparxis. But another thing is the middle of it, which we call power. And another thing is the extremity of it, which we say is that which is secondarily being. This, however, is intelligible life. For all things are in the intelligible, as was before demonstrated, videre licet, to be, to live, and to energize intellectually. And the summit indeed of the intelligible order is all things according to cause, and, as we have frequently said, occultly. But the middle of it causes multitude to shine forth, and proceeds from the union of being into manifest light. And the extremity of it is now all intelligible multitude, and the order of intelligible forms. For forms have their subsistence at the extremity of the intelligible order. For it is necessary that forms should subsist first, and become apparent in intellect. If therefore being abides exemptly in the first mixture, but now proceeds and is generated dyadically from the monad, there will be motion about it. And if there is motion, it is also necessary that there should be intelligible life. For every where motion is a certain life, since some one calls even the motion of material bodies life. That which is first therefore in this second triad may be called bound, that which is second in it infinity, and that which is the third life. For the second triad also is a God, possessing prolific power, and unfolding into light from and about itself that which is secondarily being. Here, however, also the triad is analogous to the first triad. But again, it is necessary to comprehend by reasoning the peculiarity of this triad. For the first triad, being all things, but intelligibly and unically, and as I may say, speaking Platonically, according to the form of bound. The second triad is indeed all things, but vitally, and as I may say, following the philosopher, according to the form of infinity. Just as the third triad proceeds according to the peculiarity of that which is mixed. For as in the progression according to breadth, that which is mixed presents itself to the view as the third, so likewise in the progression according to depth of intelligibles, the third has the order of that which is mixed with reference to the superior triads. The middle triad, therefore, is indeed all things, but is characterized by intelligible infinity. For the three principles after the first, orderly distribute for us the intelligible genus of the Gods. For bound indeed unfolds into light the first triad, but infinity the second, and that which is mixed the third. It is infinite power, therefore, according to which the second triad is characterized. For being the middle, it subsists according to the middle of the first triad, being all things from all. For in each triad there is bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. But the peculiarity of the monads, being respectively different, evolves the intelligible order of the Gods. The middle triad, however, thus subsisting, but I say thus, because it consists of all the things of which the triad prior to it consists, yet it contains and connects the middle of intelligibles according to infinite power, and is filled indeed from a more elevated union, but fills the union posterior to itself with the powers of being. And it is measured indeed from thence uniformly, but measures the third triad by the power of itself. And it abides indeed in the first triad stably, but it establishes in itself the triad which is next in order. And in short, it binds to itself the intelligible centre, and establishes one intelligible coherence, causing indeed that which is occult and possesses the form of the one in the first triad to shine forth, but collecting the intelligible multitude of the third triad, and comprehending it on all sides. The being, however, which gives completion to this triad is mixed, in the same manner as the being of the triad prior to it, and receives the peculiarity of life, for the infinity in this generates life. It is likewise necessary that this triad should participate of the three things, symmetry, truth, and beauty. That which is primarily being, however, principally subsists according to symmetry, which unites it and conjoins it to the good. But the second triad principally subsists according to truth, for because it participates of that which is primarily being, it is being and truly being. And the third triad principally subsists according to the beautiful, for their intelligible multitude, order, and beauty first shine forth to the view. Hence this being is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. This, however, will be discussed hereafter. As there is a triad, therefore, in each of the mixtures, the first indeed, symmetry especially, comprehends and connects; the second, truth; and the third, beauty. And this induced the divine Iamblichus to say that Plato in these three defines the whole of the intelligible order. For all are in each, but one of these predominates more in one of the intelligible monads than in another. Moreover, the third triad presents itself to the view after this, For it is necessary that the extremity of being should also be deified, and should participate of an intelligible unity. For beings are not more in number than the unities, as Parmenides says, nor are the unities more numerous than beings. But each progression of being participates of the One, since this universe also, according to each part of itself, is governed by soul and intellect. By a much greater priority, therefore, must the intelligible in its first, middle, and last hypostases participate of the intelligible Gods. (Ch. 14). As the first unity, therefore, after the exempt cause of all things, unfolds into light intelligible being, and the second unity, intelligible life, thus also the third constitutes about itself intelligible intellect, and fills it with divine union, constituting power as the medium between itself and being, through which it gives completion to this being, and converts it to itself. In this, therefore, every intelligible multitude shines forth to the view. For the whole of this being is intelligible intellect, life, and essence, and it is neither all things according to cause, in the same manner as that which is primarily being, nor does it cause all things to shine forth, as the second being does, but it is as it were all things according to energy, and openly. Hence also it is the boundary of all intelligibles. For since the progression of beings is accomplished according to similitude, the first being is most similar to the One. The second is parturient with multitude, and is the origin of separation. But the third is now all perfect, and unfolds into light in itself, intelligible multitude and form. Farther still, as the first triad abides occultly in bound, and fixes in itself every thing that is stable in intelligibles, but the second abides and at the same time proceeds, so the third, after progression, converts the intelligible end to the beginning, and convolves the order to itself. For it is every where the province of intellect to convert and converge to the intelligible. All these likewise are uniform, i.e. have the form of one, and intelligible, videre licet, the abiding, the proceeding, and the returning. For each of these is not asserted after the same manner in intelligibles, and the intelligible genus of Gods is unical, simple, and occult, conjoining itself to the One itself, which is prior to beings, and unfolds into light nothing else than the transcendency of the One. For these three triads mystically announce that unknown cause, the first and perfectly imparticipable God. The first of them indeed announcing his ineffable union, the second his transcendency by which he surpasses all powers, and the third his all perfect generation of beings. For as they are able to comprehend the principle which surpasses both the union and the powers of all beings, so they exhibit to secondary natures his admirable transcendency, receiving indeed separately the unical power and dominion of the first God, but unfolding into light intelligibly the cause which is prior to intelligibles. For these Gods, though they are allotted a simplicity which is equally exempt from all the divine orders, yet they fall short of the union of the Father. Of this triad, therefore, which converts all intelligibles to the first principle, and convolves the multitude apparent in itself to the stable union of the whole of things, one thing is bound, and unity, and hyparxis; another is infinity and power; and another is that which is mixed, essence, life, and intelligible intellect. But the whole triad subsists according to being, and is the intellect of the first triad. For the first triad is an intelligible God primarily. but the triad posterior to it is an intelligible and intellectual God, and the third triad is an intellectual God. These three deities also, and triadic monads, give completion to the intelligible genera. For they are monads according to their deities, since all other things are suspended from the Gods, and also powers and beings. But they are triads according to a separate division, for bound, infinity, and that which is mixed have a threefold subsistence. But in one place indeed all things are according to bound, in another all things are according to infinity, and in another all things are according to that which is mixed. And in one place that which is mixed is essence, in another it is intelligible life, and in another intelligible intellect. In this last therefore forms subsist primarily, for the separation of intelligibles unfolds the order of forms, because form is being, but is not simply being. Hence that which is primarily being is being itself, and is that which is being. But that which is the second being is power, proceeding indeed from the first being, and existing as it were a duad generative of the multitude of beings, but not yet being multitude. And that which is the third being is itself the multitude of beings, being there existing with separation. For being is the exempt cause of those things which forms constitute divisibly, and of the things of which being is productive collectively. Of these, forms are the cause in a way attended with separation, because forms indeed are causes productive of separation in their effects, and also because forms are called the paradigms of beings. Being, however, is the cause of all things posterior to itself, but is not the paradigm of them. For paradigms are the causes of things which are separated according to existence, and which have different characters of essence. After the one, therefore, which is prior to beings, that which is one many, occultly, and the united subsists. On this account it is that which is divided into multitude, and which tends from the uniform to the splendid. But the last of intelligibles is that from which a certain distribution into parts originates, and which is comprehensive of intelligible multitude. (Ch. 15). Socrates, therefore, in the Philebus, affords us such like auxiliaries to the theory of the intelligible triads. It is requisite, however, not only to abide in these conceptions, but also to demonstrate the theology of Plato about these triads from other dialogues, and from them to point out one truth adapted to the things themselves. We shall assume therefore what is written in the Timaeus, and shall follow our leader, Syrianus, who has unfolded to us the arcane mysteries of these triads, and conjoin with the end of what has been said the beginning of the following discussion. In the Timaeus, therefore, Plato, investigating what the paradigm of the whole world is, discovers that it is comprehensive of all intelligible animals, that it is all perfect, that it is the most beautiful of intelligibles, that it is only begotten, and that it is the intelligible of the Demiurgus. He likewise denominates it animal itself, as being the intelligible paradigm of every animal, and of that which is the object of sense. Hence it is necessary that this animal itself, because it is all perfect and the most beautiful of intelligibles, should be established in the intelligible orders. For though there is intelligible animal in the Demiurgus, yet it is rather intellectual than intelligible, and is not the most beautiful of all intelligibles, but is second to them in beauty and power. For primary beauty is in the intelligible Gods. In the Demiurgus also there are not only four forms of the things contained in the world, but there is all the multitude of forms. For in him the paradigms of individual forms presubsist, but animal itself is totally constitutive of all animals by the intelligible tetrad. The Demiurgus likewise is not like animal itself, only begotten among beings, but subsists in conjunction with the vivific cause, together with which he constitutes the second genera of being, mingling them in the crater or bowl, in order to the generation of souls. For of the things of which intelligible animal is effective, and at the same time generative, of these the Demiurgus is allotted the cause in a divided manner, in conjunction with the crater. Hence, as I have said, animal itself is exempt from the Demiurgus, and is, as Timaeus everywhere denominates it, intelligible. Nevertheless, because forms are first separated in it, and because it is all perfect, it subsists in the third order of intelligibles. For neither that which is primarily, nor that which is secondarily being is all perfect. For the former is beyond all separation, but the latter generates indeed, and is parturient with intelligibles, but is not yet the multitude of beings. If therefore neither of these is multitude, how can either of them be all perfect multitude? If however all perfect multitude shines forth in the third triad of intelligibles, as was a little before demonstrated, but animal itself is the first paradigm, for it is comprehensive of all intelligible animals, is an only begotten paradigm, and is not conjoined with any other principle, it is necessary that animal itself should be established according to this order. For either there will not be an intelligible paradigm, and in this case how will sensibles be images of intelligibles? Or how will the intelligible Gods be the fathers of the whole of things? Or if there is, it is the third in intelligibles. For the natures which are prior to the triad in intelligibles are not all perfect, since they are exempt from the division into multitude. But the natures posterior to it are not only begotten. For they proceed together with others, the male indeed with the female, and those that are of a demiurgic together with those that are of a generative characteristic. Nor are they the most beautiful of intelligibles, for beauty is in the intelligible. But animal itself is all perfect, and at the same time only begotten. The first paradigm of beings therefore is arranged in the third triad of intelligibles. Moreover, animal itself is eternal, as Timaeus himself says. For, says he, "The nature of animal is eternal." And again, in another place he asserts, "that the paradigm is through all eternity being." If therefore it is eternal, it participates of eternity. And if that which participates is everywhere secondary to that which is participated, animal itself is secondary to eternity. And if it is through all eternity being, it is filled with the whole power of eternity. If this however be the case, it subsists proximately after eternity. For that which enjoys the whole of causes is arranged proximately after them. End of chapter 15. Chapters 16 to 19 of Book 3 of Platonic Theology by Proclus. Translated by Thomas Taylor. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Moreover, if eternity has the same ratio to intelligible animal, which time has to that which is sensible, but the universe proximately participates of time, for time was generated together with the universe, it is certainly necessary that animal itself should primarily participate of eternity. Eternity, therefore, is beyond the first paradigm. For eternity indeed measures the existence of animal itself, but animal itself is measured and filled with perpetuity from it. To which may be added that we assert eternity to be the cause of immortality to all things. Hence eternity as that which is primarily immortal. For as that which is primarily being is the cause of existence to all things, but that which is effective of form is itself prior to other forms, so that which is the cause of perpetuity and immortality is itself primarily immortal. The demoniacal Aristotle also rightly calls eternity immortal and divine, and that from whence the existence and life of all things are suspended. If, however, it is that which is primarily immortal, and not according to participation, but is, as it were, immortality and perpetuity, it will be life, possessing from itself the ever, and exuberantly scattering the power of perpetuity, and extending it to other things so far as each is naturally adapted to receive it. For the immortal is in life, and subsists together with life. Hence Socrates in the Phaedo, after many and beautiful demonstrations of the psychical immortality, says, "God, therefore, my dear Cebes, and the form itself of life are much more immortal." Hence intelligible life, and the God who is connective of this life, primarily possess the immortal, and are the fountain of the whole of perpetuity. But this is eternity. Eternity, therefore, has its subsistence in life, and will be established in the middle of the intelligible order. Farther still, it is necessary to assert that intelligible eternity is one of these three things, videre licet, that it subsists either according to being, or according to life, or according to intelligible intellect. But being, as the Eleengest says, according to its own nature, neither stands still, nor is moved. For if being is being to all things, and essence is a thing of this kind, much more must this be the case with intelligible essence, and that which is primarily being. For they are nothing else than essence only. But being unfolds motion and permanency, and the other genera of beings, in the second and third progressions of itself. The first being, therefore, as we have said, is at one and the same time exempt from motion and permanency. But eternity, according to Timaeus, abides in one. Hence also time imitates in its motion the intelligible permanency of eternity. Eternity, therefore, does not subsist according to that which is primarily being, nor yet according to intelligible intellect. For neither is soul time, which is moved through the whole of time, and in short, in divine beings, that which is participated is everywhere established above that which participates. But the eternal participates of eternity, just as that which is temporal participates of time. Eternity, therefore, is prior to intelligible intellect, and posterior to being, so that it is established in the middle of the intelligible breadth. And as animal itself is eternal, so likewise eternity is that which is always being. For as animal itself participates of eternity, so eternity participates of being, and is the cause of existence, of perpetual life and intellection, and measures the essences, powers, and energies of all things. Chapter 17. Since, however, eternity subsists according to the middle centre of intelligibles, and animal itself according to the extremity of them, and the most splendid of that which is intelligible, what is that which is the first of intelligibles, and how is it denominated by Timaeus? He says, therefore, of eternity, that while it abides in one, time proceeds according to number, and that by motion it adumbrates the permanency of eternity, but by number its stable union. What therefore is that one in which Timaeus says eternity abides? For it is necessary either to say that it is the one of eternity, or the one which transcends all intelligibles, or the one of the first triad. But if indeed we say that it is the imparticipable one, how is it possible that anything can abide in that which is exempt from all things, and which neither admits the habitude nor communion of secondary natures with itself? For everything which abides in anything is in a certain respect on all sides comprehended by that in which we say it abides. It is, however, perfectly impossible that the first one should either comprehend any being, or be coarranged with beings. But if any one should suppose that it is the one of eternity in which Timaeus says eternity abides, in this case eternity will be in itself. It is necessary, however, that it should abide in itself by having its subsistence in abiding in that which is prior to itself. For to abide in that which is prior to is better than the establishment of things in themselves, in the same manner as it is more perfect than the collocation of better in less excellent natures. If, therefore, eternity abides in itself, to what shall we primarily assign permanency in that which is prior to itself? For it is necessary that this being more divine should have its generation prior to that which is inferior to it. If therefore eternity can neither abide in itself, nor in the one which is prior to beings, it is evident that abiding in one according to Timaeus, it is established in the one of the first triad, or rather in the whole of that triad. For, as we have before observed, the first triad is the cause of stability to all beings, in the same manner as the middle triad is the cause of their progression, and the third triad of their conversion to their principle. Chapter 18. Again, therefore, three orders of intelligibles present themselves to our view according to the doctrine of Timaeus: videre licet, animal itself, eternity, and the one. And through this one, and the firm establishment in it, eternity has fixed the intelligible kingdom. But through eternity, animal itself defines the boundary of the intelligible Gods, according to a perpetual and invariable sameness. And animal itself indeed, having proceeded tetratically, is suspended from the duad in eternity. For eternity is the ever in conjunction with being. But the duad in eternity participates of the intelligible monad, which Timaeus on this account denominates one, as being the monad and principle of all the intelligible breadth. Since otherwise indeed, he very properly calls the first triad one, in consequence of its being especially characterized according to bound, denominating it from bound. But he calls the middle triad dyadically eternity, connecting the names, because this triad is defined according to intelligible power. And he denominates the third triad animal itself, transferring the appellation to the whole of it from the extremity of the triad. The first triad, therefore, is the union of all the intelligibles, being in a certain respect coordinated with them. For the union is different from this which is exempt from intelligibles and imparticipable. It is also the supplier of stable power, for all things are established on account of it. But eternity is primary being, and is that which is primarily established. Hence, with respect to the permanency of the whole of things, we say that the first triad is that on account of which this permanency is effected, but that the second triad is that by which it is produced. For the firm establishment of beings is indeed according to the second triad, but is on account of the first. But the second triad is the proximate measure of all beings, and is coordinated with the things that are measured. There are also at one and the same time in it bound and infinity. Bound indeed, so far as it measures intelligibles, but infinity so far as it is the cause of perpetuity and the ever. For according to the oracle, eternity is the cause of never failing life, of unwearied power and unsluggish energy. Nevertheless, eternity is more characterized by infinity than by bound, for it comprehends in itself infinite time, and time indeed has bound and infinity in a divided manner. For according to its continuity it is infinite, but according to the now it is bounded. For the now is a bound, but eternity establishes bound and infinity in the same. For it is a unity and power. And according to the one indeed it is bound, but according to power infinite, which time also demonstrates as from images. Because the middle triad of intelligibles has bound, infinity, and that which is mixed. For whence is the bound of time derived, except from eternal bound? For the temporal bound also is impartible in the same manner as the bound of eternity is one. For the impartible is the image of the one. Whence likewise is the infinity of the continuity of time derived, except from the power of the infinite. For the latter is a stable infinity, but the former an infinity which is moved. And as the latter stands still according to the one, so the former is moved according to number. Since whence is the alliance of time with lives, except from the first principle of life, eternity? But time proceeds through all temporal life. Again, therefore, from these things it is evident that eternity subsists according to the middle of the intelligible Gods. For here there is infinite life, and the cause of all life, intellectual, psychical, and that which subsists partibly in bodies. But eternity is the father and supplier of infinite life, since eternity is also the cause of all immortality and perpetuity. And Plotinus, exhibiting in a most divinely inspired manner the peculiarity of eternity, according to the Theology of Plato, defines it to be infinite life, at once unfolding into light the whole of itself and its own being. For establishing its life in the intelligible centre, and through the one indeed measuring its being, and fixing it in that which is prior to itself, but through power causing it to be infinite, it unfolds indeed the uniform transcendency of the first triad, but defines the termination of the Gods, and extends from the middle on all sides, and to all the intelligible breadth. Moreover, the third triad is filled indeed with intelligible life, and on this account is an intelligible animal, and the first animal. For it primarily participates of the whole nature of this life, but unfolds into light in itself the first of forms, to which also the demiurgic intellect extending itself constitutes the whole world, and is itself the intelligible universe, and the apparent world the sensible universe. Hence also Plato denominates animal itself all perfect. Or rather, if you are willing, we will speak thus: that in this third triad there are bound infinity and that which is mixed, which we have called intelligible intellect. Hence the whole triad is denominated only begotten from the Father which is in it. For the cause of bound imparts that which is uncoordinated with other things, and an exempt transcendency. For that which comprehends, says Timaeus, all such animals as are intelligible, will not be the second with any other. Since again it would be requisite that there should be another animal about it. Hence that which comprehends in one all intelligible animals is a whole. But every where whole is referred to bound, and parts to infinity. So that if on this account animal itself is only begotten, it will possess this peculiarity according to bound. But again, it is denominated eternal according to the power of it. For this power especially pertains to that which is eternal. For eternity is infinite power abiding in one, and proceeding stably. Animal itself, however, is all perfect according to intellect. For that which unfolds in itself all the intelligible separation of being is intelligible intellect. And that intellect, according to the decision of Plato, will be all perfect, which comprehends all intelligibles, and defines the boundary of the intelligible order. The only begotten, therefore, the eternal, the all perfect, bound, infinity, and that which is mixed, manifest the nature of intelligible animal. On this account, Timaeus also, in these three conclusions, reminds us of the paradigm, videre licet, in the conclusion which shows that the universe is only begotten, and again in the generation of time, and in the all perfect comprehension of all animals. If likewise Timaeus says that animal itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles, and that this has the third order in intelligibles, it will not be wonderful. For it has been before asserted by us that every where the cause of the best mixture is the triad, symmetry, truth, and beauty. But beauty principally shines forth in the third progression of being, and exhibits its luminous nature together with intelligible forms, just as truth shines forth in the second, and symmetry in the first progression of being. If, however, truth is indeed the first, beauty the second, and symmetry the third, it is by no means wonderful that according to order, truth and beauty should be prior to symmetry, but that symmetry being more apparent in the first triad than the other two, should shine forth as the third in the secondary progressions. For these three subsist occultly in the first triad, and truth indeed, so far as it is intelligible knowledge, is in the second triad, but beauty, so far as it is the form of forms, is in the third triad. For that this triad subsists there first is evident from this, that truth is primarily in that which is especially being, prior to knowledge, but beauty, which pervades as far as to the last of beings, is necessarily in the first being, from which the last of beings are derived. And the first symmetry is in that which is primarily mixed. For every mixture requires symmetry, in order that what is produced from it may be one certain thing. Though these three things, therefore, presubsist there, for we assume, as acknowledged universally, that symmetry is there, and the most beautiful of intelligible animals, as Timaeus says, yet at present we shall dismiss the further consideration of them, as we have elsewhere precedeniously discussed them, and have especially endeavoured to enforce what we conceive to be the opinion of Plato concerning their order. For we have spoken of these things in a treatise consisting of one book, in which we demonstrate that truth is coordinate to the philosopher, beauty to the lover, and symmetry to the musician, and that such as is the order of these lives, such also is the relation of truth, beauty, and symmetry to each other. Animal itself, therefore, may with the greatest justice be called most beautiful, so far as it is eminently contained in intelligible beauty. For beauty is wont to be carried in forms, and is, as it were, the form of forms, unfolding that which is occult in the good, causing its loveliness to shine forth, and attracting to its own splendor the desire which is concealed about it. And to the good indeed, all things possess a silent and arcane tendency. But we are excited to the beautiful with astonishment and motion. For the illumination from it, and its efficacy, acutely pervade through every soul, and as being the most similar of all things to the good, it converts every soul that surveys it. The soul also, beholding that which is arcane shining forth as it were to the view, rejoices in and admires that which it sees, and is astonished about it. And as in the most holy of the mysteries, prior to the mystic spectacles, those that are initiated are seized with astonishment, so in intelligibles, prior to the participation of the good, beauty shining forth astonishes those that behold it, converts the soul to itself, and being established in the vestibules of the good, shows what that is which is in the adyta, and what the transcendency is of occult good. Through these things, therefore, let it be apparent whence beauty originates, and how it first shines forth, and also that animal itself is the most beautiful of all intelligibles. (Ch. 19). Since, however, Timaeus says that the primary and intelligible paradigms have their subsistence in intelligible animal, and that all these are four, unfolding themselves first into light according to the all‐perfect tetrad, this being the case, in the first place it deserves to be considered, that as species or forms present themselves to the view in the intelligible, it is necessary by a much greater priority that the genera of beings should presubsist in intelligibles. For it is not possible to admit that forms are intelligible, but that genera are intellectual only. But as forms exist intelligibly indeed according to their first subsistence, but the pleroma or plenitude of them shines forth in the intellectual Gods, and divides that which is total into more partial decrements, produces the uniform into multitude, and expands that which is exempt into coordinate causes, thus also the genera of being are occultly and indivisibly in intelligibles, but are accompanied with separation in intellectuals. And on this account, the first triad indeed has essence for that which is mixed, but the second has life, where there was motion and permanency, life both abiding and proceeding. And in the third there are sameness and difference. For the all‐perfect multitude indeed is through intelligible difference, but the united and that which is comprehensive in common of parts according to genera and according to one, is through intelligible sameness. And all these subsist intelligibly, essentially and uniformly in these triads. In the first place, therefore, this deserves to be inferred by those who love to survey the nature of things, and it is also fit that they should attribute coordinate genera to intelligible forms. For it neither was nor will be lawful for genera to shine forth secondarily after forms. Hence much more must it be admitted that genera subsist in the intelligible after the above mentioned manner, by those who admit that there are intelligible forms. In the next place, in addition to these things, we must survey how this tetrad of forms subsists, and how it shines forth in intelligible intellect analogous to the principles. For it is divided into a monad and triad. For so far as the idea of the celestial Gods is arranged prior to the others, it is defined according to a divine cause. It appears, however, to me that intelligible intellect, returning to the principles of the whole of things, according to the conversion of itself, it becomes the plenitude of forms, and is all things intellectually, and at the same time intelligibly, comprehending in itself the causes of beings, and being full of the ineffable and exempt cause of all things, constitutes the monad of the Gods. Whence also Plato, I think, calls it the idea of the Gods. But receiving the intellectual causes of the three principles posterior to the one, it exhibits three ideas after this, one of them indeed being the cause of air wandering and volant animals, this cause proceeding analogous to bound. Hence also it constitutes Gods that are uniform, elevating, undefiled, united to the celestial Gods, and which receive measures second in dignity to theirs, and have the same relation to those Gods that govern generation coordinately, as the celestial Gods have to these according to exempt transcendency. But it exhibits the cause of the aquatic Gods coordinate with generative and infinite power, and which produces Gods that are the suppliers of motion and prolific abundance, and that are the inspective guardians of life. Since also this water itself, which is the object of sense, is under the dominion of effusion, infinite lation, and indefiniteness. Hence likewise it is attributed to vivific powers, and intelligible intellect exhibits the precedaneous cause of terrestrial and pedestrious Gods, in a manner adapted to the nature of that which is mixed. It also generates Gods who contain the end of the whole of things, who are stable, who subdue the formless nature of matter by the last forms, and fix the seat of mundane natures in the one centre of the universe. For deriving their subsistence from the first Vesta, as it were, or seat of beings, they stably define this mundane seat. Thus therefore forms first unfold themselves into light in intelligible intellect, possessing their progression and order according to the first principles. It is necessary, however, in addition to these things, to infer this in the third place, following Timaeus, that according to this triad, the multitude of intelligible parts shines forth, and the whole is divided into an all perfect order of parts. For that, says he, of which other intelligible animals, both according to one and according to genera are parts, is the first and most beautiful paradigm of the universe. But if other intelligible animals are parts of this, it is evident that it is a whole, comprehending in itself the multitude of intelligible parts, and that it is connective of all intelligible parts. It must be inferred, therefore, that this triad is the first cause of production and fabrication. For if it contains the primary paradigms of things, it is evident that the orderly distribution of secondary natures originates from it. And if it is an animal constitutive of all animals, every psychical extent, and all the extent of bodies, have their progression from thence, and it will also comprehend the intelligible causes of all the vivific and demiurgic orders. CHAPTER 20.